Chapter 651 Are all nobles one more? The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Zhengji and Ruan Fuxi were both surprised. No wonder the soldiers of Yantai Peak said that the man in the green shirt came from an astonishingly large background. He turned out to be the supreme ruler of the original Central Plains regime. Compared with Chongzhen, the two of them in power in Annan are really nothing. The territory they are in charge of, when placed in the middle, turns out to be just a province. Even the supreme ruler of the Central Plains was arrested here as prisoners. The two of them, Annano, were locked up here. I really don't know if the Kyushu army was cruel to them or praised them. So here is a mixture of fish and dragons. Many people have very high status before they come in. Some people used to be extremely human ministers, some people used to hold 100,000 soldiers, but they all became our prisoners without exception. You see, that young couple, Yan Taifing soldier said. Everyone looked at a couple who were farming in the farmland. The man was shirtless, carrying a hoe, showing a strong bronze body, with scars on his body. The woman was leaning on a tree beside her, with a straw hat on her face, as if she was asleep. What's wrong? It looks like an ordinary farmhouse, Zheng Ping asked. They used to be the Kuangwen couple who crossed the Central Plains. The number of grievances who died in them and their hands was no less than hundreds of thousands, which is frightening. To be precise, they are not prisoners, but they insist on living in seclusion here, said the soldier. Hundreds of thousands of people Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui who were next to Ruan Fuxi took a breath of air, and the territory they had before Ruan's house was only so many people. There is also that group of people who gather to play the horse stag are their former subordinates or the leader of the peasant army who cooperated with them. Jiang Xian's Hong and others. The Mongols over there are Khan from the Mongolian tribe in Mobai. There are also Jurchen aristocrats, Nanming Fuwang, and second-grade or higher court ministers. The soldiers of Yantai Peak counted the characters that appeared nearby. All of them had been in trouble. If they have not joined the Kyushu army and have significant influence, they will be sent to guard here to weaken their influence. Zhengping and Nguyen Fuxi are very common here, and their generals are considered to be the lower level. Some important ministers of the Ruan family and Zheng family wiped the sweat from their foreheads. They were a bit arrogant at first, but compared to the people here, they are just younger brothers. What happened when the emperor before Daming said that he was going to the Leonin Academy of Sciences? And your attitude towards him was obviously different from that of other people. Zhengji still can't forget the man in the green shirt he just met, the legendary Daming. The emperor is rarer than any treasure. After all, our military leader led people to oppose the court and seized the Zhi family's world. Perhaps it was out of guilt. Therefore, the military leader treated the Zhi family's people as lenient. But after all, he was the most powerful person in the world before. A large number of people loyal to Zhi's family are outside, so he can only be imprisoned in the Yantai Peak fortress in this semi-imprisoned manner. As long as he wants to go to southern Lining, we can send people to monitor it openly and secretly. Now my husband is very interested in new learning, so he will often go to Leonin Academy of Sciences to study. Yan Taifeng soldier said. So that's the case. Zhengping and Ruan Fuxi could not help but nod their heads when they knew the reason. Even the Emperor Daming was placed here under semi-house arrest, and there are so many big people here, they can only stay peacefully. If you have nothing to do, you can communicate more with the people here and learn Chinese culture. It is not a waste of time. After the Yantai Peak defenders placed them in place, they left the village and returned to guard at the iron gate. Jiang Xian's Hong, who was playing a horse stag in a wooden shed, and some former peasant leaders of the 36th Battalion, saw the arrival of Annano and others, and saw the soldiers of Yantai Peak leaving, and waved to Annano's group. Zheng Bing and others heard the Yantai Peak soldiers say the identities of these people, but they didn't know what Jiang Xian's Hong and others were going to do, so Zheng Bing stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with this brother?" "Nothing, you are new here. I heard that you used to be the captives of the southern country of Anan. It happens that we have no interest in playing by ourselves in the past 2 years. It is always interesting to come in some newcomers. You can fight with us if you have nothing to do in the future. Tag. Jiang Xianzhong shook the card in his hand to Zheng Ji. But we don't know what this is. How should we play it? Zheng Bing said. You can't learn it, you see. These are all Mongolian Khan from Mobai, Zasakta Khan Saban, Chechen Khan Shaol, and Tushta Khan Gunbu. When they came here, they were also on a horse tag. I don't know anything about it, but I quickly got used to it. Now I am a master at the horse crane. Jiang Xianzhong pointed to the 3 Mongolians who were playing cards with some old officials of the Ming Dynasty at another table. Ashamed, Saban, Shaol, and Gunbu heard Jiang Xianzhong mention them, and gave Jiang Xianzhong their hands in proficient Chinese. Sweat. Zheng Ping secretly wiped out a cold sweat. The peasant army, the old minister of the Ming Dynasty, the Mobai Khan, and the Annan National University gathered together to play cards, and the whole world can only appear here. Anano and his party also knew a group of prisoners held in the Yantai Peak Fortress, all of whom were high-ranking bigwigs. Many of them are in balance. Even these nobles with higher status than them have been arrested. What can they say? After night fell, they were escorted to the Ruan family and the Zheng family. Each set up a bonfire near the camp here, and formed 2 groups of people around the bonfire. After discussing how to live in the Yantai Peak Fortress, Ruan Yui and Ruan Yujin, the one we are most sorry for in the Ruan family is the 2 of you. You 2 are still so young and have the talents of commanding soldiers. If you stay here for 10 years, I am afraid your talents will be wasted. Ruan Fuxi brought as Ruan Fuck was sitting among the crowd. He expressed guilt towards Ruan Yui and Ruan Yujin. Being able to give her worship for a period of time is an achievement that ordinary people can hardly achieve in their entire life. And it is enough. Ruan Yujin said. I think so too. Ruan Yui also said. His time in office was shorter than Ruan Yujin, but after less than a year as a general, Ruan's family was blown by the Kyushu army. Everyone, in the future, our Ruan family will not talk about the restoration of the country. Everyone has lived here for 10 years. The strength of the Kyushu army is simply unimaginable. Looking at the people we met today, all of them are ruthless. I was still arrested here. I am afraid there will be more people here in the future. Ruan Fuxi was quite emotional. The members of the Ruan family nodded their heads a little lonely. The strength of the Kyushu army allowed them to only choose to compromise. At this time, Xabingta from Yantai Peak brought a few Yantai Peak soldiers to Ruan's camp. Where are Ruan Yui and Ruan Yujin? Chapter 652 Recruiting 2 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui looked at each other. They didn't understand why Xubingta came to visit again at night and asked them by name. They looked at Nguyen Phuc River for instructions. You go. Maybe it's your opportunity. Ruan Fuxi encouraged. So Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui got up and said to Xubingta who came, we are Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui. I don't know what Bing Yi has to do with us. You follow me. Someone from our military department is looking for you, Xubingta said. Uneasy Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui looked at Xubingta and didn't say exactly when they were. They looked at everyone in the Ruan family, and followed Xubingta to leave with the complicated eyes of the Ruan family. Xubingta carried a kerosene lamp in the dark, and the light was cast on the ground through the rough glass. Although the light is not particularly bright, the brightness is several times that of ordinary lanterns and oil lamps. Seeing the glass material of the kerosene lamp carried by Xubing's head, Ruan Yui was not afraid of being blown out by the wind. He was not afraid of blowing out the kerosene lamp, so he couldn't help but asked in amazement, Master Bing, what's in this lamp? Why is the light so light? Bright, you said this? Xubing looked at the kerosene lamp in his hand. This thing is called a kerosene lamp. It is produced by the Fuel Research Laboratory under the Academy of Sciences and the coal mine under the Far East Trading Company. It uses cotton ropes. Fill the wick with kerosene and light the wick to obtain several times that of ordinary oil lamps. What is kerosene? Ruan Yui couldn't understand. It's this kind of thing like water. I'm not a cultural person, and I don't know much about how to produce kerosene. If you are interested, you will have a chance to learn about it later. Xabingta mentioned the kerosene lamp to theirs. In front of him, the kerosene at the bottom of the kerosene lamp shook gently. Sure enough, it's almost the same as water, but it seems heavier than clear water when it shakes. Your eyesight is okay. This kerosene is really going to be muddy. Sure enough. The world is so big. It is even more amazing that the Kyushu army can invent such a thing. Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui were surprised by the kerosene lamp. If this kerosene lamp surprises you, when you arrive in southern Lining and see the street lamp on the main street, you may be so surprised that your jaw will fall, Xabingta said. Street lamps. Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui couldn't figure it out. Are street lamps brighter than kerosene lamps? It's more than brighter than a kerosene lamp. It's almost the same as the sun and the moon. Xabingta said that the two of them were stunned, and they were more curious about the street lamps. Xubing led the two to the garrison camp located between the fence and the barbed wire. The camp of the defenders of Yantai Peak is almost the same as the camp where the captives live, but there are still soldiers patrolling near the barbed wire fence, fearing that any important person running away from the fortress will lead to blame. Master Staff, I brought Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui. Xubing headed to the outside of a wooden hut, stood outside the wooden door, and respectfully asked the people inside for instructions. Staff, although Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui can understand Chinese, they may not be able to understand some vocabulary. In addition, Liu Sheng established the military staff system a long time ago, making them unable to understand what the staff members do. Let them come in alone. You are waiting outside. The person inside the wooden house said. Yes, Xabingta said respectfully, and whispered to Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui, the person inside is the senior staff of our Kyushu Army Staff Headquarters. He represents the meaning of the military owner. It is okay to see both of you, said it is your good fortune. If you can seize this opportunity, you will not be able to escape. Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui were said to be a little nervous and uneasy. They pushed open the wooden door and found that there was only one middle-aged man who was dressed normally. Sit down, two of you. I want to introduce myself to you first. I am Zhao Uguang of the General Staff of the Kyushu Army. You can treat me as a military advisor, staff, and so on. Of course, with the commander's talents and unbelievable talents. Thinking, I don't need a military advisor, I'm more like an assistant. Zhao Uguang said to Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui. I don't know why the adults are looking for the two of us. We are all prisoners. I am afraid it is not worthy of the adults to summon. Ruan Yujin said coldly. Ha ha. Zhao Uguang smiled softly. You were defeated by our southern army of the Kyushu army and sent to Liaodong by the Nanyang fleet. Not far away. It is normal to have a lot of grievances. Do you know why you were defeated? It's just the weapon gap and the strength of the country. Our Annan is in a corner of the country, and the population is not as large as the Central Plains. Naturally, we can't beat a powerful Central Plains country like you. Ruan Yujin said angrily. That is to say, you are not weaker than Cheng Yi, Deng Qianlong, Huang Degong and others. You just have a talent that you can't use in a small place like Annan Kingdom. Then do you want to command a powerful army or fleet like them? Invincible, attacking the city? Zhao Uguang said, suddenly throwing an olive branch to the two of them. What do you mean? Do you want to surrender us and let us betray the Ruan family? The Ruan family has a good understanding of us and we must report it. Ruan Yui stood up excitedly. The Ruan family has fallen and has become the past. As a prisoner, you have repaid their kindness, according to the recommendations of Deng Qianlong, Cao Bianqiao and others who fought with you. The two of you may be the two most talented people in Annan. That's why our general staff wants to recruit you, such as the generals of the Zheng family. We don't even want to spend energy on recruiting. Do you really want to stay here for 10 years with your born talents? You don't want to join our Kyushu army, lead the world's most powerful army to conquer unknown regions? Zhang Yuan encouraged step by step, and we can send you to the Academy of Sciences to learn the most advanced infantry, artillery, and naval tactics. Regardless of your past, advanced natural science has made you a frontline general to conquer the world. Think about it, not only will your name be in the Anan Kingdom's annals in the future, even our Chinese monument will be engraved with your name in the future. Ruan Yui, who was originally excited, was persuaded step by Zhao Uguang, but he was a little shaken. Ruan Yujin's cold tone was also shaken. Regardless of the past, and the Kyushu army has the intention of reusing them, willing to teach them the most advanced tactics and knowledge. If they master it, they can also lead troops to bully small forces like Deng Qianlong and others. Is your Kyushu army very short of generals? Why did you find us whose loyalty cannot be guaranteed? Ruan Yujin said. The so-called suspects don't need to employ people. What's more, we plan to attack Nanyang in 2 years. We really lack a group of local generals in Southeast Asia. Zhao Uguang stared at the two, very determined that the two would compromise in the end. Chapter 653 Target Nanyang 3 shifts. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. You said that the Kyushu army wants to recruit you, and after you train you, let you lead your troops to assist the Nanyang fleet in attacking the Spice Islands. And Nguyen Fuxi fell into thought. After Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui returned to Ruan's camp, they separately told Ruan Fuxi that Zhao Uguang had recruited them. The ambition of the Kyushu army is unimaginable. In the past, when Zheng He sailed to the west in the Ming Dynasty, he only traded with the Southeast Asian countries. At most, he asked all the small countries to send envoys to the country to pay tribute, which is as greedy as their Kyushu army, and plundered directly land, gold and silver treasures. Ruan Yui said, "Isn't this more tangible? What the Kyushu army gets are tangible benefits. The land can be used to produce anything they want, and the gold and silver treasures are used by them to strengthen themselves. And they can use war to support war. As long as the strength is, if they are strong enough, they can do whatever they want." Ruan Fuxi said the truth of the era when the weak were strong. But the Mongols also established an extremely vast empire at the beginning, which is much broader than the territory of the Kyushu army today. They were torn apart in just 100 years. Not only did they not assimilate other ethnic groups and tribes, they were gradually assimilated by other ethnic groups and tribes. No matter how much territory the Kyushu army captures, 100 years later, they will not be able to maintain a long-term rule. They will only repeat the same mistakes. Ruan Yui said, 100 years is enough. The world is in a hurry. If you can achieve great achievements in the world in your lifetime, how can the flood after death be surging? Ruan Yujin said, "You may have underestimated the power of the Han people to assimilate other ethnic groups. It is different from the sparsely populated Mongolian tribes. However, most of the tribes that have frequent contact with the Han people have been assimilated by them. And with the magical new learning of the Kyushu army, I am afraid it can maintain the rule for more than 100 years. Nguyen Fuxi took a positive attitude towards the Kyushu army, although he didn't know that Liu Sheng was thinking of ways to get the telegraph network, telephone network, railway network, and sea routes. The goal was to tie all the territories together. In addition, they continue to send immigrants to sinicize the local tribes. But Nguyen Fuck has a faint intuition that the large-scale expansion of the Kyushu army is different from the expansion of Genghis Khan hundreds of years ago. So this time is a once-in-lifetime good fortune for both of you. You should seize this opportunity to open up your territories and seal your honor. Ruan Fuxi said again. But Ruan Yui and Ruan Yujin said hurriedly, "Needless to say, you don't owe us anything to the royal family of the Ruan family. An old man of mine does not have much life to live. and the nephew left by my elder brother is only 11 years old. I don't want him to fall into a dispute with the Kyushu army in the future. You have long lost your ambitions. You are also members of the Ruan family. You have to take care of yourself. It is also the glory of the Ruan family of Anan country to be honored in the future, so there is nothing to entangle. Ruan Fuxi persuaded the two. Ruan Yui and Ruan Yujin were silent. Now that the leaders of the Ruan family support them in this way, and they are also very excited about the conditions of the Kyushu army, there is nothing to say. You will leave quietly later. Important people like us are locked up here. The two of you have rare opportunity. I am afraid that others will feel uncomfortable. After you leave, I will explain the ins and outs to them. Ruan Fuxi said. That night, Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui followed Zhao Uguang out of the Yantai Peak fortress. The group boarded a merchant ship anchored on Phi Island and set off for the Leonin Academy of Sciences. Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui looked back at the Phi Island in the dark, as if they were separated from each other. The two of them only came out after being imprisoned in Yantai Peak Fortress for less than a day. Such a story seemed like a legend. I knew you would agree to our Kyushu army's terms, because no one can refuse such a temptation. Zhao Uguang came to the deck, and there was moonlight on the deck. I thought I was going to stay on such an island for 10 years. I didn't expect to be released so soon. It reminded me of the poetry of the Song Dynasty. Of the mountains are overwhelming and the rivers are in doubt. The willows are dark and the flowers are in another village. Ruan Yui rely on the hull, looking at the stars in the sky. The next 10 years will be the most exciting 10 years. Do you really want to stay in jail and suffer from nothing to do? Zhao Uguang said. First, take the Spice Islands in a big way, and then divide the army to the west, all the way, advancing to the South Seas. Gods block and kill the gods, and the Buddhas block and kill the Buddhas. Isn't it happy and painful? HMPH. If it weren't for your Kyushu army as strong, how would I promise you? Cynthia Ruan Yujin couldn't sleep, and walked out of the cabin. Our Ruan family wants to expand to the southern kingdom of Champu and Zenla. The war lasted intermittently for several decades, only to obtain half of the territory of the Champa country and an outlet to the sea from their Zenla country. Like your Kyushu army, the country will be destroyed at every move. You can also experience this feeling in the future. On the Spice Islands, there are many small countries. These small countries are too many and too scattered. We lack the generals with sufficient experience to eliminate these small countries. From the beginning, we can cultivate a general who dares to lead soldiers to charge into battle. It's difficult. The real difficulty is to train a group of generals who can stand alone. Zhao Uguang said. There are indeed many small countries in the Spice Islands, but Westerners have already intervened in the Spice Islands. There are Westerners, there are Dutch, Franciscans, Spaniards, and Britons. You want to attack the Spice Islands on a large scale. It is against all Westerners. The so-called killing of money in money is like killing parents. They will join hands to deal with you. Ruan Yujin is quite familiar with the Spice Islands across the sea from Anan. You may not know that Yizue Island and Penu are also occupied by the Dutch and Spanish, but they were beaten away by us a few years ago. Even if they all join forces with us as enemies, we are now I haven't set foot in Nanyang for a long time, but the preparations are not enough, and I still need to prepare excuses. Zhao Uguang said profoundly. Why don't you want to add a crime? Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui said together. For the Kyushu army to make excuses, they have personally experienced that the history of Anan Kingdom was traced back to the Nanayu Kingdom at the end of Gin by the Kyushu army, and it was declared by the Kyushu army to be a territory since ancient times. Ahem. Excuses are still to be found. Zhao Uguang coughed dryly. With good excuses, we are the teachers of justice and can be invincible. When you arrive at the Leonin Academy of Sciences, just look at it and study hard, and just do whatever you want to excuse. Give it to our Staff and Military Intelligence Department. Chapter 654 Governor of East India for more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Batavia in the Spice Islands was originally an important port city of Jakarta in the local kingdom of Banten, but the Netherlands invaded the kingdom of Banten 40 years ago and changed its name to Batavia more than 10 years ago. This is the base of the Netherlands in the Spice Islands. The East India Company also sent a large number of troops to station here. Even the governor of the East India Company Cohen himself sits in Jakarta in order to monopolize the trade of cloves and other spices. The Dutch occupied a large amount of land in the Spice Islands and faintly became the largest colonial power to suppress the Francobots in Malacca and the Spaniards in Luzon until the Kyushu army began to invade the Guyang. An armed merchant ship from the Netherlands slowly entered the Batavia port, and an officer wearing an East Indian military uniform and a feather in his soft hat came down from the armed merchant ship with a few blonde men. Disturbed, "Putmans, why are you so dark? Did you go to gamble and lose again?" A big belly man on the dock saw the Dutch officer disembark and said to him, "Cruz, did you come from America?" The depressed Putmans asked when he saw the man with a big belly. "Yeah, I want to go back to the Netherlands with spices this year and make a quick cash. Otherwise I won't have money to buy wine." The fat belly man Cruz said that the fat on the belly was slightly shaking. He asked Putmans again, "You didn't serve as governor of Yezo, and you changed to governor of Annan. Why did you run to Batavia all right?" Putmans heard him talk about sad things, his face even more ugly. "In the past few years, I have been abandoned by the goddess of luck. Yezo has been conquered by the Orientals, and Annan has also been occupied by the Orientals. Now working at Batavia headquarters. How long has this Oriental become so powerful that it has taken many of our Dutch territories? I heard that the Orientals have set up many new gates and taxed our businessmen a year or two. Our profits are much thinner than a few years ago." Cruz said, "It's fine if it's just like this, but I'm worried that the ambitions of the Orientals are more than that." Putmans said, "What do you mean by this? Could something big happen to the East again?" Cruz asked curiously. "It's a long story at this time. Let's drink together again when we have time. I'm going to see the governor." Putmans bid farewell to Cruz, and walked to Batavia's governor's palace with his men. Inside the governor's mansion, the governor of the East India Company, Cohen, was a thin man lying in a hammock. Beside him, two indigenous women were fanning him, looking comfortable. "Governor Cohen, you two retreat." Putmans broke into the governor's mansion and drove away the two indigenous women. "Putmans, why are you so irritable? It's not like your usual style." Cohen opened his eyes, still dangling on the hammock. "I just went to Annan for trade and found that the customs of the Kyushu army in Annan has been established, and many regulations have been added, which are similar to that of Guangzhou." Putmans found a wooden bench. As early as last winter when the Kyushu army occupied Annan, the board of directors of our East India Company had already assessed the impact of the actions of the Kyushu army on our East India Company. What's more, the tax of the Guangzhou customs is no better than that of the original Ruan. The tariffs imposed by the family and the Zheng family are higher. Cohen disagreed. "We tried our best to fight the Ming Dynasty to allow them to open the sea ban. As long as the Easterners open customs to trade with us, we can benefit from it. And we still have the Spice Islands in our hands. This is a steady stream of wealth. You and I are like rich men sitting on a golden mountain, with inexhaustible power and money. Your idea is good, but if our most important Spice Islands are lost in our hands, what will the old guys on the board think?" Putmans said. "What?" When Cohen heard Putmans' words, he straightened up from the hammock and showed a pair of sharp eyes. "The Spice Islands was captured by a group of his men from many local kingdoms. If anyone wanted to take the Spice Islands, it would really offend him. Who wants to take the Spice Islands away? Is it the Spanish, the Franco, or the Kyushu army?" Cohen asked in a bad tone. "The Spaniards and Franciscans are fading each day. Where there is such courage, we are polite to them if we do not take the Strait of Malacca and Luzon Island. This time, it is the Kyushu army who is very coveted by our Spice Islands." Mans said. "But the last time our board of directors assessed that the purpose of the Kyushu army was only to regain lost territories, such as Penu, Yezo, and Anano. which were once the territory of the Daming state. The Spice Islands have never been Eastern territories. They don't have any reasons to attack us. Moreover, the Orientals are vast and rich in resources, and there are countless spices, teas, and porcelain. How can they be worthy of the Spice Islands? Cohen said. In his impression, the Spice Islands produced the most important spices to them in Europe, so if the Kyushu army took a fancy to the Spice Islands, then the goal was also to compete for spices. And the Heavenly Dynasty has always had no shortage of spices. Maybe the Kyushu army is not for spice, but for other things besides spice. For example, it may be just for the sake of their ruler's prestige. Maybe they send a fleet to conquer the Spice Islands. Prestige is the most important thing for the Orientals. 200 years ago, they had an eunuch called the Three Treasures who led a huge fleet of ships to Nanyang, and made countless kingdoms of Nanyang proclaim their subjects to Daming, just to show off their national prestige. You can't imagine that they would do it to please the ruler. What kind of decision to make? Putmans said. You can't judge in a vacuum like this. You need to pay attention to evidence. Cohen said. I'm going to Annan, and I saw that they were secretly training the fleet, reorganizing the Zheng and Ruan troops, strengthening their military strength, and the Independence Corps was renamed the Zhengnan Corps. They were also building fortresses in the Puliango area to control the mouth of the Langkang River. All traces indicate that the Kyushu fleet will definitely go south in a few years. We should take precautions in time to avoid the tragedy of defeat in Taiwan City and Thanglong City that day. Putmans said. How do you think we should respond? Kehen's expression became solemn. The plans of the Kyushu army are very big. If the Spice Islands loses, not only our interests will be affected, but the Spaniards and Franciscans cannot escape. Therefore, I propose to send news to Malacca, Luzon, and Banten. Spain, Francois, and the governor of Great Britain came to Batavia to discuss the formation of an alliance. Putmans said. Chapter 655 Join forces with the Netherlands. 5 shifts. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. You said that the Kyushu army wants to recruit you, and after you train you, let you lead your troops to assist the Nanyang fleet in attacking the Spice Islands. And Nguyen Fuxi fell into thought. After Ruan Eugene and Ruan Yui returned to Ruan's camp, they separately told Ruan Fuxi that Zhao Uguang had recruited them. The ambition of the Kyushu army is unimaginable. In the past, when Zheng He sailed to the west in the Ming Dynasty, he only traded with the Southeast Asian countries. At most, he asked all the small countries to send envoys to the country to pay tribute, which is as greedy as their Kyushu army, and plundered directly land, gold and silver treasures. Ruan Yui said. Isn't this more tangible? What the Kyushu army gets are tangible benefits. The land can be used to produce anything they want, and the gold and silver treasures are used by them to strengthen themselves. And they can use war to support war. As long as the strength is if they are strong enough, they can do whatever they want. Ruan Fuxi said the truth of the era when the weak were strong. But the Mongols also established an extremely vast empire at the beginning, which is much broader than the territory of the Kyushu army today. They were torn apart in just 100 years. Not only did they not assimilate other ethnic groups and tribes, they were gradually assimilated by other ethnic groups and tribes. No matter how much territory the Kyushu army captures, 100 years later, they will not be able to maintain a long-term rule. They will only repeat the same mistakes. Ruan Yui said. 100 years is enough. The world is in a hurry. If you can achieve great achievements in the world in your lifetime, how can the flood after death be surging? Ruan Eugene said. You may have underestimated the power of the Han people to assimilate other ethnic groups. It is different from the sparsely populated Mongolian tribes. However, most of the tribes that have frequent contact with the Han people have been assimilated by them. And with the magical new learning of the Kyushu army, I am afraid it can maintain the rule for more than 100 years. Nguyen Fuxi took a positive attitude towards the Kyushu army, although he didn't know that Liu Sheng was thinking of ways to get the telegraph network telephone network, railway network, and sea routes. The goal was to tie all the territories together. In addition, they continue to send immigrants to sinicize the local tribes. But Nguyen Phuc has a faint intuition that the large-scale expansion of the Kyushu army is different from the expansion of Genghis Khan hundreds of years ago. So this time is a once-in-lifetime good fortune for both of you. You should seize this opportunity to open up your territories and seal your honor. Ruan Fuxi said again. But Ruan Yui and Ruan Yujin said hurriedly. Needless to say, you don't owe us anything to the royal family of the Ruan family. An old man of mine does not have much life to live, and the nephew left by my elder brother is only 11 years old. I don't want him to fall into a dispute with the Kyushu army in the future. You have long lost your ambitions. You are also members of the Ruan family. You have to take care of yourself. It is also the glory of the Ruan family of Annan country to be honored in the future, so there is nothing to entangle. Ruan Fuxi persuaded the two. Ruan Yui and Ruan Yujin were silent. Now that the leaders of the Ruan family support them in this way, and they are also very excited about the conditions of the Kyushu army, there is nothing to say. You will leave quietly later. Important people like us are locked up here. The two of you have rare opportunity. I am afraid that others will feel uncomfortable. After you leave, I will explain the ins and outs to them. Ruan Fuxi said. That night, Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui followed Zhao Uguang out of the Yantai Peak fortress. The group boarded a merchant ship anchored on Phi Island and set off for the Leonin Academy of Sciences. Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui looked back at the Phi Island in the dark, as if they were separated from each other. The two of them only came out after being imprisoned in Yantai Peak Fortress for less than a day. Such a story seemed like a legend. I knew you would agree to our Kyushu army's terms, because no one can refuse such a temptation. Zhao Uguang came to the deck, and there was moonlight on the deck. I thought I was going to stay on such an island for 10 years. I didn't expect to be released so soon. It reminded me of the poetry of the Song Dynasty of the mountains are overwhelming and the rivers are in doubt. The willows are dark and the flowers are in another village. Ruan Yui rely on the hull, looking at the stars in the sky. The next 10 years will be the most exciting 10 years. Do you really want to stay in jail and suffer from nothing to do? Zhao Uguang said. First, take the Spice Islands in a big way, and then divide the army to the west, all the way, advancing to the South Seas. Gods block and kill the gods, and the Buddhas block and kill the Buddhas. Isn't it happy and painful? HMPH. If it weren't for your Kyushu army as strong, how would I promise you? Cynthia Ruan Yujin couldn't sleep, and walked out of the cabin. Our Ruan family wants to expand to the southern kingdom of Champu and Zenla. The war lasted intermittently for several decades, only to obtain half of the territory of the Champa country and an outlet to the sea from their Zenla country. Like your Kyushu army, the country will be destroyed at every move. You can also experience this feeling in the future. On the Spice Islands, there are many small countries. These small countries are too many and too scattered. We lack the generals with sufficient experience to eliminate these small countries. From the beginning, we can cultivate a general who dares to lead soldiers to charge into battle. It's difficult. The real difficulty is to train a group of generals who can stand alone. Zhao Uguang said. There are indeed many small countries in the Spice Islands, but Westerners have already intervened in the Spice Islands. There are Westerners, there are Dutch, Franciscans, Spaniards, and Britons. You want to attack the Spice Islands on a large scale. It is against all Westerners. The so-called killing of money in money is like killing parents. They will join hands to deal with you. Ruan Yujin is quite familiar with the Spice Islands across the sea from Annan. You may not know that Yizhe Island and Penu are also occupied by the Dutch and Spanish, but they were beaten away by us a few years ago. Even if they all join forces with us as enemies. We are now I haven't set foot in Nanyang for a long time, but the preparations are not enough, and I still need to prepare excuses. Zhao Uguang said profoundly. Why don't you want to add a crime? Ruan Yujin and Ruan Yui said together. For the Kyushu army to make excuses, They have personally experienced that the history of Annan Kingdom was traced back to the Nanayu Kingdom at the end of Qin by the Kyushu army, and it was declared by the Kyushu army to be a territory since ancient times. Ahem, excuses are still to be found. Zhao Yuguang coughed dryly. With good excuses, we are the teachers of justice and can be invincible. When you arrive at the Leonin Academy of Sciences, just look at it and study hard, and just do whatever you want to excuse. Give it to our Staff and Military Intelligence Department. Chapter 656 Batavia Conference. One more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Batavia, the Dutch stronghold in the Spice Islands, has become increasingly prosperous because the Dutch took over. However, all European merchants who want to buy spices must go to Batavia. At this time, Batavia gathered ships from the Netherlands, Spain, Franciscans and other countries, and the wind and clouds gathered. The Spanish galleon docked, and Manila Governor Acuna disembarked with a group of people. At exactly this time, the warship of the Franco robot arrived in Batavia, and the governor of Malacca, Mascaru, also brought a group of people down. Mascalaru, I didn't expect you this guy to be alive and well. When you were the governor of Macau, you weren't caught by the Easterners. Acuna teased. You old guy is still alive and kicking, and I can't leave you one step earlier. Mascaru sarcastically said, you guys in Manila are not having a good time, right? The local Chinese businessmen are getting stronger and stronger, and they have surpassed Spanish businessmen to become the most influential local. The merchants of the People's Republic of China have joined, but you are the ones to rule. I'm afraid they have long been dissatisfied. HMPH, it's not your turn to worry about our Manila affairs. We will naturally have a way to deal with them. Acuna and other Spanish colonists were obviously unkind to Franco. Although the two countries are now managed under the name of the Spanish Emperor, it was only the declining Franciscans being forcibly merged by Spain, and the Spanish Emperor became their king somehow. On the whole, the two sides are still very clear. The governor of the Netherlands, Cohen, who initiated the Batavia Conference, brought Putmans and other East India Company people to the dock to greet them. After the three Western nations met with the three tallest rulers here, they stared at each other. The relationship between them is really too complicated. The countries behind them have had peace in Europe, and the Netherlands gradually became stronger and became a maritime coachman, fought against the former maritime powers Spain and Francois to fight for hegemony. So when it comes to the Dutch issue, Spain and Francois are on the same front again at this time. Acuna, Mascaru, it's really embarrassing to see you two old guys again. Cohen took the initiative to greet them. Your Netherlands has been in full swing recently. You have repeatedly wanted to break away from the rule of our Spanish emperor, but you have to take the initiative to ask us for help. Isn't it a bit of a shame on the face of the Netherlands Federation? Acuna said. The governor of Malacca Mascaru and the franchise merchants he brought with him are even more dissatisfied with Cohen. You have wanted to capture Malacca more than once in the past 20 years, and you have robbed our Frankian ships in the waterway near the island of Java. The team has caused panic. We have time to calculate this account. My friends, can we calculate the previous accounts? Now the sleeping lions in the east have woken up. It is imperative to contain their momentum in time. Cohen said, if you let His Majesty the Emperor know that we will join forces with your Netherlands Federation, it is estimated that I, the governor of Manila, will also be removed after the war, said Acuna. You have been the governor of Manila for decades. You should have retired long ago. Before you leave, make a little contribution to your successor and the country. Please, some directors and generals of our East India Company are already waiting for you on the board of directors. Cohen greeted everyone. Follow him to the Parliament building built by the Dutch in Batavia port. In addition to you this time, I also invited envoys from Johor, Zia, Malay city-states, and even Siam to discuss major issues. Cohen said to everyone as he walked. The countries he was talking about were the Spice Islands and some small indigenous countries on the Indochina Peninsula. These backward natives, Why are you looking for them? Many of them still have grievances with us, Acuna and Mascaru asked. War always requires some cannon fodder. Our biggest disadvantage in the Spice Islands is that there are few people. 1,000 or 800 people are enough. With these indigenous populations of hundreds of thousands, it is easy to pull out a cannon fodder of 10,000 people, Cohen said. Aboriginals will also help us. Marshajilu still has some doubts. As long as we give them a little benefit, and declare that the Kyushu army is a rebel army that dominates the Ming Dynasty, burns, kills and plunders all evil, these indigenous people will join hands with us. They still have a good impression of the former Ming Empire. They heard that the Kyushu army was destroyed. After Daming, they all expressed their dissatisfaction with the Kyushu army. Cohen said. Cohen, you are so insidious. Marshigaru and Acuna said. It's just a few small tricks, and the fighting power of the indigenous people is not on the table. If our countries are not fighting in Europe and can send a main fleet over, why worry about the Orientals infiltrating the Spice Islands? Unfortunately, internal fighting is human instinct. No one wants to see who gets bigger. I hope we can still guarantee our interests in the Spice Islands. If the people in Europe knew that we were forming an alliance here privately, they would be furious. They were obsessed with hegemony, but ignored the power of the Far East, thinking that the Far East, like the natives of the Spice Islands, could be easily conquered with hundreds of people. The three governors leave here one by one, and enter the Batavia port. On the dock, there was a lean and dark dock worker carrying a bag of cane sugar on the boat. He glanced at the Western governors who were leaving the dock. What are you in a daze? Hurry up. A Dutch overseer waved his whip and drove the dock worker to work faster. The dock worker secretly spit. Selen Mew. What are you talking about? The Dutch supervisor didn't understand Hokkien, but knew that the dock worker must have said something bad about him, so he pulled a whip and made the dock worker scream in pain. The other indigenous and hand laborers in the surrounding area all shook their heads, so that they could not be offended. So why bother to offend the Dutch? However, Cohen and the others had already left the dock and did not notice the normal scene on the dock. Cohen pushed open the door of the parliament, and more than a dozen high-level East India Company officials and envoys of the indigenous kingdoms stood up and looked at the coming Franciscans and Spaniards, more or less carrying some hatred. Everyone, we have all the powerful forces in the Spice Islands. The purpose of today's Batavia conference is not for anything else, but to restrain the evil Kyushu fleet from going south. According to our intelligence, they have already captured Annan and the Champa country, looted their royal family, ministers and nobles to the Central Plains. All the gold and silver treasures were looted, and they also massacred the city, bloodstaining the rivers along the coast. Cohen stood in the position of the chief of the board of directors and said nothing. Chapter 655 East India Allied Forces 2 more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The indigenous kingdoms participating in the meeting, Johar, Zia, and Malay city-states couldn't help being frightened after hearing Kehen's intimidation. They were in a relatively closed environment, and they basically didn't know what happened in Annan and Champa, and believed 50% of Kehen's words. If the Kyushu army is not so terrible, then how can these Westerners, who are already powerful and contradictory, unite? Come here, take a map. Cohen ordered a soldier to take a chart of the Southeast Asia region and use a baton to make gestures on the chart. Look. The sea area originally controlled by the Ming Dynasty was here, and they called it Kyanza Prefecture. This was originally Macau, where your franchise was here, and this is Yizu, where we have a city built by the Dutch and the Spanish. However, they were all occupied by the evil Kyushu army a few years ago. More than half of the local people and captives were slaughtered, which is really horrifying. Cohen said. He looked at the reactions of the envoys of the indigenous kingdom and found that they were bloodless. Secretly nodded with satisfaction. But their ambitions are more than that. They are very different from the other benevolent Ming dynasty. They are expanding frantically to the south. Almost 2 years ago, They sent people to intervene in Annan and used the trust of the Annan authorities to make waves. Finally, they betrayed the king of Annan, and last year transported all the king and nobles of Annan to the remote central plains, executed them all, and threw them into the sea to feed fish. They captured Annan, and they went south to attack the Champa country that had no grudges against them, set fire to a large number of tribes, and turned local villagers into slaves, driving them arbitrarily. Next, they are likely to cross the sea and move the inhabitants of our islands became their slaves, even livestock. Cohen continued to scare the local natives until they were afraid to say a word. Cohen: we all know that the Kyushu army is an evil force and their ambitions. You can talk about the alliance. When Marshallu saw Cohen frighten the natives, he also sang and cooperated with Cohen. Well, in order to deal with the Kyushu army that is about to go south, I propose to set up the East India Coalition to resist the Kyushu army's entry into our Spice Islands. Cohen finally put forward his plan. We unite all warships, soldiers, and residents to form an alliance that advances and retreats together. If the Kyushu army dares to step into the Spice Islands half or step, our entire alliance will jointly declare war on the Kyushu army, resist the Kyushu army and have a lot of trouble with them. A strand of Chinese merchants, anyone caught from the Central Plains, regardless of their status, will be sent to prison, and those who resist will be killed to deter them. Of course, all this is based on the Kyushu army going south. If they know the current affairs, if we stop here, we will not take any action against the Central Plains merchants. Cohen said. Acuna heard Cohen's plan and said, you want to use their merchants and overseas Chinese living in the Spice Islands to threaten them? Yes. They will definitely cause a lot of killings when they go south. We use the lives of their people to protect our integrity. Cohen said. Only Acuna mentioned it, and none of those present felt that there was any problem with this approach. In the era of the weak and the strong, the colonists did more excessive things. Once we form an alliance and fall into war with the Kyushu army, we must listen to whose orders? Acuna asked. Of course it is our East India Company to command. Is there a greater force than us in the entire Spice Islands? Cohen said. Naturally, our Manila and Malacca joint efforts are not necessarily weaker than your East India Company's power here. Both Acuna and Mascaro expressed dissatisfaction. We in Johor do not want to simply listen to your commands. We also want our own right to speak, said the powerful Johor country envoy on the Spice Islands. It was not only Francis and Spain who protested, but other indigenous kingdoms were also unwilling to let the East India Company alone be the leader. I propose to form an East India Council, each elect a representative, have a seat in it, and then make a decision based on the number of votes. Acuna said. Second, Marshallu and Acuna stand in the same position. Cohen frowned slightly. The Kyushu army is an unprecedentedly powerful opponent. When the battle begins, their fleet will definitely come out. I don't know which island we will attack. It would be difficult to command in time as the leader of the alliance. It is estimated that our bodies will be cold when we hold a council meeting. Therefore, it is most appropriate to have our most powerful East India Company command in time. What Cohen said is indeed reasonable. In this era, there are few ways to communicate, and there are still complex islands in the South Ocean. The later a decision is made, the more likely it is that a fighter will be missed. Well, each of our forces will leave some agents in Batavia, and they will make decisions with you in the council. As long as your command is not excessive, our people will unconditionally pass your proposal as soon as possible. In fact, it is still your East India Company dominating. We just sent someone to supervise it and form. What do you think? Acuna said. Cohen looked at Putmans, saw Putmans also nodded slightly, so he said, yes, if the rest of the people have no opinion, then we will decide like this. Next, we will discuss more details. The Kyushu army is likely to attack from 3 directions, namely Manila, Malacca, and our Batavia. We must have a set that is sufficient for the Kyushu army to attack from any direction. The plan. Cohen focused on using the button to click on the 3 most important strongholds in the Spice Islands. Manila, the stronghold of the Spaniards; Malacca, the stronghold of the Frankabot; Batavia, the stronghold of the Netherlands. If these three strongholds are uprooted, the power of the Western nations in the Spice Islands can basically be declared disintegrated. Where do you think the first coveted target of the Kyushu army might be? Cohen looked at Mascaru and Acuna. Mascaru and Acuna swallowed, and they didn't want to be the first to be attacked by the Kyushu army. The position of Malacca is very important. It is our only way to India. Otherwise, we will have to spare South America to return to Europe. It is very likely to be attacked by the Kyushu army. There are many Han merchants in Luzon and it is close to the Kyushu army. Occupied Yezu is also very likely to be attacked. You should know it, right? Cohen continued. Your Batavia is located in the center of the Spice Islands, radiating thousands of miles, and they may also capture Batavia. Mascaru said. Everyone looked at it this way, good guys. All three important strongholds may be threatened by the Kyushu fleet. Chapter 658 Merchants in Manila. 3 shifts. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Since the Song Dynasty, Luzon Island was a frequent trader of Song Dynasty merchants. They obtained a large amount of cane sugar and some special products from here and transported them back to Lingnan and Fujian. Over time, some merchants stayed in Luzon Island and other places to live. Later, after the Spanish arrived, they occupied the islands including Luzon and ruled and levied taxes on the inhabitants here. At present, there are more than 20,000 Chinese businessmen in Luzon, and they even have more power than the colonists. In a mud house in Manila, more than a dozen Chinese businessmen gathered quietly. Some of them are in their 50s and 60s, and some are in their 30s and 40s. But without exception, they are all the most influential businessmen in Manila. One of them, in his 60s, leaned on a cane and said, "Recently, Hong Mao has increased the tax on us. For every penny we make, we have to pay 7% tax, and we have to use the remaining 3%, repairing ships, paying men's wages, and buying customs officials to pass through. Not only did not make money, but also lost money, and business became increasingly impossible." Another 30-year-old businessman said, "Is it right? The red-haired people are incapable of swallowing elephants. They have always exploited our group of businessmen. They don't care about our feelings. They are the hens who lay eggs. It's all about eating well and drinking well and not treating it badly. And they are getting more and more excessive." A few days ago, there was an incident of forcibly abducting people's daughters. At that time, we heard that we went to the governor's mansion together to ask for someone, but they were about to come back. But the Huangwood girl was also taken by the governor's mansion. The beast was ruined. Yesterday, the beast sent someone to send 50 tals of silver. 50 tals of silver. Have you collected it in the end? 5 tals of silver? Ah yeah, they thought they were the Emperor Lao Tzu, and they ruined our girl at will. The family who was ruined at that time threw 50 tals of silver in the face and told them to roll. Good luck. The red hair is in the lead. The people don't have a living, and we are also at the expense of the unity of our Chinese businessmen. If it is a native of Luzon, I am afraid that the abducted women will not come back. We are fed up with red hair's rule, so it's better to rise up, take Manila, re-establish order, and let red hair roll out of Luzon. Good, good. Another businessman talked about the brutality of the local colonists, arousing discussion among other businessmen. The old businessman on crutches used the cane to make everyone quiet, and then he slowly said, "When the old man was still young 30 years ago, the situation of our Chinese businessmen here was worse than today. Red hair and we were beaten and enslaved indiscriminately. So a large-scale uprising broke out. Later, the uprising was suppressed, and more than 20,000 Chinese and indigenous people who participated in the uprising were killed and injured, and the bodies piled up like a mountain. Such a tragedy is still vivid to the old man. Therefore, unless the victory is won, otherwise, we must not act recklessly, otherwise we will only sacrifice many lives in vain." But Elder Lin, Hong Mao is too bullying. Should we continue to swallow and let them go? A young businessman almost snarled. Everyone, Do you remember? The newly emerged Kyushu army in our central plains has regained Yeosu, Guangdong and other places occupied by red-haired people. Maybe they will soon come to Luzon to drive away the red-haired people. And they secretly by concealing the muskets in the merchant ships. 200 muskets and the corresponding paper-packed gunpowder have been shipped to our hands. With these 200 muskets, we will form a big sword team, which may not be impossible to pass our own. The power drives away the red-haired man ahead of time, said a middle-aged businessman. He mentioned the 200 muskets smuggled to them by the Kyushu army. The Chinese businessman in the house became nervous, and some people looked outside the paper window for fear of being spotted by the colonial soldiers. Yeah, we have muskets smuggled by the Kyushu army. It seems to be called a Dreiser rifle. It is 10 times more advanced than the muskets used by the Red Hair. Don't the Red Hairs rely on their firearms because they are so powerful? No less than their firearms, it should be able to easily defeat them. Right? I support the formation of an army to revolt against the rule of the red-haired people. It is best to unite with the aborigines of Luzon to fight side by side with us and drive away the enemy together. Because of the middle-aged businessman's proposal and the anger of the crowd, most people were extremely dissatisfied with the Spanish colonists and wanted to use the guns supported by the Kyushu army to form an army uprising. However, some businessmen hesitated. The people of the Kyushu army said that the muskets smuggled to us were used internally and externally when they called Manila. We didn't say hello and started arbitrarily. Wouldn't it be suspected to be cut first and then played? What are you afraid of? The red-haired people are savage and innocent. Keep them on Luzon Island for a day, and Luzon Island will have no rest for a day. Why don't we take Manila City in advance before the Kyushu army arrives, and then give it to the Kyushu army? The Kyushu army might give us rewards, said the middle-aged businessman who advocated getting up as soon as possible. You are fooling around. The old businessman on the pole stick objected. Even the Kyushu army secretly transports us muskets inside and outside, indicating that the Kyushu army is not completely sure that it can capture Manila with a small casualty, and you and the old man is just a group of businessmen, and has no experience in marching and fighting. It is true that children are playing in the mud to fight. The blood flowed back then. I am afraid that you still don't remember when you were young. Old Chen, although we are not generals, but who is born to walk. I believe that we are united and the people have suffered from the tyranny of the red-haired people for a long time. As long as we wave a big hand, we will naturally respond. In the battle with Hong Mao, he naturally learned how to lead his troops to fight. The middle-aged businessman was not convinced. He said again, moreover, the red-haired governor of Manila went to sea a few days ago. I asked someone to buy off the servants in the governor's mansion. I learned that he was going to Batavia and seemed to be with the red-haired governor over there. What are people discussing? That is to say, the red-haired crowd has no heads. If we rise up, they will be at a loss. Everyone, this is a once-in-lifetime opportunity to drive away the red-haired Manila through our own strength. You want it. Do you miss this opportunity? If you want to raise troops immediately without fear of death, just follow me, and we will work with the natives to overthrow the Hong Mao governor's mansion. The Chinese merchant inside the house was silent for a while, and then thought of the colonists' constant oppression and the grievances they had suffered. They couldn't help but gritted their teeth and said, okay, we did it with you. Chapter 659 Uprising for More. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The night was dim, the treetops on the moon, the crow fell on a dead branch. The only light was the moonlight reflected in its pupils. The city of Manila seemed as calm as ever, until a monstrous flame was burning in the west of the city. It's water, it's water. The watchman rang the gong anxiously, shouting everywhere. The Spanish soldiers in the city were alarmed. One by one, they got up from the bed in a panic, grabbed the soft hat by the bed and put it on their heads. Ignoring the soft hat swaying around, they raised the matchlock gun and walked outside the house. When they saw the fire in the west of the city, they were anxiously fetching water to fight the fire, especially in a resident area such as the governor's mansion. A large group of soldiers went to the fireplace to fight the fire. The sound of hurried footsteps came out of the governor's mansion and faded away. A pair of bright eyes were exposed in the dark streets of a dirt house near the governor's mansion. Their eyes are filled with extremely complex emotions such as excitement, tension, fear, and desire. They have various weapons in their hands, such as muskets, broadswords, and spears. Everyone, this is a once-in-lifetime opportunity that God has given us. Tonight we are going to drive away the hateful red-haired people and no longer be oppressed by them. Kill. The middle-aged businessman held a long knife in his hand and commanded the rebels from the dark, rushed out of the streets and killed the governor's mansion. Kill. This team of more than 100 volunteers was responsible for the fortification of the governor's mansion, while other teams were distributed nearby to block firefighters who were about to find that something went wrong. The Doge's palace is nominally a mansion, but in fact it is a small fort built by Spanish colonists in the city. It is afraid of retaliation and is tightly guarded. But just now a group of Spanish soldiers came out of it. Come, bang! A group of rebels slammed into the gate of the governor's palace holding a thick wooden pillar. The heavy wooden door was hit, and the door bolt creaked and cracked. Quickly, the middle-aged businessman urged nervously. As long as he opened the door of the governor's palace and captured the colonial officers inside, he believed that the Spanish army in Manila would be defeated without a fight. Karma. There was another sound of a wooden bolt breaking, and the wooden door of the governor's mansion broke in response, and was slowly pushed open by the rebel soldiers. As planned, the governor's mansion was successfully breached. The middle-aged businessman is full of enthusiasm, and he is about to complete the resistance of his ancestors to the red-haired man 30 years ago. But when the wooden door of the governor's mansion was completely opened, the middle-aged businessman suddenly became ashamed and froze there. Behind the wooden door of the governor's palace are the cold muzzles of 2 cannons. The Spanish gunner standing behind the cannons has lit the fuse and covered his ears. Retreat. The middle-aged businessman's scalp was numb, and the opponent's position clearly knew that they were coming, and he had already prepared for it. Boom, boom. The roar of the cannon rang out, and 2 solid bullets hit the rebel soldiers crowded in the doorway, and suddenly they became bloody. The huge kinetic energy of the solid bullet passed through the body of the rebel soldier and hit the opposite stone wall. The middle-aged businessman escaped because he dodged aside in time, but the brutal and bloody sight caused by the cannon made the rebel soldiers besieging the governor's palace chilling. Treasurer Wang, how do they set up guns inside? How do they want the brothers to rush in? The rebel soldiers hiding on the other side of the stone wall of the governor's mansion shouted to the middle-aged businessman. The ghost knew that they would have such a method. We were negligent. But after one round of firing their artillery, it takes time to reload, and now is the time to rush in. The middle-aged businessman Wang Treasurer also shouted loudly. Fuck, brothers. You are not afraid of death, and I rushed in to deal with their artillery. The few rebel soldiers on the opposite side saw Uruo unable to smoothly solve the 2 artillery frames inside the governor's mansion, and the rebels besieged outside the governor's mansion were unable to attack in any way, so they volunteered to rush in. Bang! There was another intensive gunshot in the governor's mansion. A few rebel soldiers had just rushed in and retreated. 2 people have been killed by muskets, and the rest were wounded with gunshot wounds. Inside there is a team of musketeers. The defense is too tight. They seem to know that we are coming and we can't conquer the governor's mansion. The rebel soldier who returned with the wounds said desperately, how could this happen? Shopkeeper Wang only felt a chill behind him. The governor's mansion was suddenly attacked. There was no reason to organize a counterattack in such a calm manner. Wang, Shopkeeper Wang, the man we sent to set the fire, was arrested by Hong Mao, and the rebels who ambushed them were defeated by them. They are returning to the governor's mansion for assistance. We are likely to be surrounded by them. The rebel soldiers ran back almost on hands and feet to report the terrible situation on their side to the leading treasurer Wang. When the shopkeeper Wang heard the defeat of the rebels on the other side of the fire, his heart became cold again, and he reluctantly leaned against the stone wall and looked at the brothers he led. and found that their eyes were waiting for his decision. At least take them out of here. The shopkeeper Wang thought to himself, brothers, the red-haired man is not afraid of danger. It must be something wrong with our plan tonight. But now is not the time to be afraid or frustrated. We must keep our money in time. The shopkeeper Wang swallowed a fear in his heart, and the people around him supported and stood firmly. I know there is a local aboriginal tribe in the forest outside the city, and I know their chief. We can go and ask them for asylum. We are waiting for the Kyushu army to rescue us. Under the leadership of the treasurer Wang, the failed rebels could only break through the East City, which had not yet assembled a heavy army. The colonists did not expect that the rebels would break through the East City, and some of the rebels took advantage of the night to escape under the neglect of defense. However, a considerable part of the rebels were surrounded, and each was annihilated. Some of them are equipped with Draeser rifles smuggled by the Kyushu army, but they are not trained and can only shoot simply. In addition, most of them are not professional soldiers or mercenaries, and their psychological quality on the scene is very poor, but was defeated by colonial soldiers using matchlock guns. When the early morning arrived, the rebels in Manila were basically suppressed, and the gates were controlled by colonial troops everywhere, and the rebels and Chinese businessmen who remained in the city had nowhere to escape. Old businessman Chen, your Chinese businessmen and indigenous people gathered to rebel last night. We suspect that you are also an accomplice. Come with us. A group of colonial soldiers broke into the old businessman's house and escorted him away. In addition to Mr. Chen, many Chinese businessmen and indigenous people were also arrested because of the soldiers last night, and the people in Manila were panicked for a while. The 660 chapters disrupted the plan 5 shifts. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Batavia, the Dutch stronghold in the Spice Islands, has become increasingly prosperous because the Dutch took over. However, all European merchants who want to buy spices must go to Batavia. At this time, Batavia gathered ships from the Netherlands, Spain, Franciscans and other countries, and the wind and clouds gathered. The Spanish galleon docked, and Manila Governor Acuna disembarked with a group of people. At exactly this time, the warship of the Franco robot arrived in Batavia, and the governor of Malacca, Mascaru, also brought a group of people down. Mascalaru, I didn't expect you this guy to be alive and well. When you were the governor of Macau, you weren't caught by the Easterners. Acuna teased. You old guy is still alive and kicking, and I can't leave you one step earlier. Mascaru sarcastically said, you guys in Manila are not having a good time, right? The local Chinese businessmen are getting stronger and stronger, and they have surpassed Spanish businessmen to become the most influential local. The merchants of the People's Republic of China have joined, but you are the ones to rule. I'm afraid they have long been dissatisfied. HMPH, it's not your turn to worry about our Manila affairs. We will naturally have a way to deal with them. Acuna and other Spanish colonists were obviously unkind to Franco. Although the two countries are now managed under the name of the Spanish Emperor, it was only the declining Franciscans being forcibly merged by Spain, and the Spanish Emperor became their king somehow. On the whole, the two sides are still very clear. The governor of the Netherlands, Cohen, who initiated the Batavia Conference, brought Putmans and other East India Company people to the dock to greet them. After the three Western nations met with the three tallest rulers here, they stared at each other. The relationship between them is really too complicated. The countries behind them have had peace in Europe, and the Netherlands gradually became stronger and became a maritime coachman, fought against the former maritime powers Spain and Francois to fight for hegemony. So when it comes to the Dutch issue, Spain and Francois are on the same front again at this time. Acuna, Mascaru, it's really embarrassing to see you two old guys again. Cohen took the initiative to greet them. Your Netherlands has been in full swing recently. You have repeatedly wanted to break away from the rule of our Spanish emperor, but you have to take the initiative to ask us for help. Isn't it a bit of a shame on the face of the Netherlands Federation? Acuna said. The governor of Malacca Mascaru and the franchise merchants he brought with him are even more dissatisfied with Cohen. You have wanted to capture Malacca more than once in the past 20 years, and you have robbed our Frankian ships in the waterway near the island of Java. The team has caused panic. We have time to calculate this account. My friends, can we calculate the previous accounts? Now the sleeping lions in the east have woken up. It is imperative to contain their momentum in time. Cohen said, if you let His Majesty the Emperor know that we will join forces with your Netherlands Federation, it is estimated that I, the governor of Manila, will also be removed after the war, said Acuna. You have been the governor of Manila for decades. You should have retired long ago. Before you leave, make a little contribution to your successor and the country. Please, some directors and generals of our East India Company are already waiting for you on the board of directors. Cohen greeted everyone. Follow him to the Parliament building built by the Dutch in Batavia port. In addition to you this time, I also invited envoys from Johor, Zia, Malay city-states, and even Siam to discuss major issues. Cohen said to everyone as he walked. The countries he was talking about were the Spice Islands and some small indigenous countries on the Indochina Peninsula. These backward natives, why are you looking for them? Many of them still have grievances with us, Acuna and Mascaru asked. War always requires some cannon fodder. Our biggest disadvantage in the Spice Islands is that there are few people. 1,000 or 800 people are enough. With these indigenous populations of hundreds of thousands, it is easy to pull out a cannon fodder of 10,000 people, Cohen said. Aboriginals will also help us. Marshajalu still has some doubts. As long as we give them a little benefit, and declare that the Kyushu army is a rebel army that dominates the Ming Dynasty, burns, kills and plunders all evil, these indigenous people will join hands with us. They still have a good impression of the former Ming Empire. They heard that the Kyushu army was destroyed. After Daming, they all expressed their dissatisfaction with the Kyushu army. Cohen said, Cohen, you are so insidious. Marshigaru and Acuna said, it's just a few small tricks, and the fighting power of the indigenous people is not on the table. If our countries are not fighting in Europe and can send a main fleet over, why worry about the Orientals infiltrating the Spice Islands? Unfortunately, internal fighting is human instinct. No one wants to see who gets bigger. I hope we can still guarantee our interests in the Spice Islands. If the people in Europe knew that we were forming an alliance here privately, they would be furious. They were obsessed with hegemony, but ignored the power of the Far East, thinking that the Far East, like the natives of the Spice Islands, could be easily conquered with hundreds of people. The three governors leave here one by one, and enter the Batavia port. On the dock, there was a lean and dark dock worker carrying a bag of cane sugar on the boat. He glanced at the western governors who were leaving the dock. What are you in a daze? Hurry up. A Dutch overseer waved his whip and drove the dock worker to work faster. The dock worker secretly spit. Selen Mew. What are you talking about? The Dutch supervisor didn't understand Hokkien, but knew that the dock worker must have said something bad about him, so he pulled a whip and made the dock worker scream in pain. The other indigenous and hand laborers in the surrounding area all shook their heads, so that they could not be offended, so why bother to offend the Dutch? However, Cohen and the others had already left the dock and did not notice the normal scene on the dock. Cohen pushed open the door of the Parliament, and more than a dozen high-level East India Company officials and envoys of the indigenous kingdoms stood up and looked at the coming Franciscans and Spaniards, more or less carrying some hatred. Everyone, we have all the powerful forces in the Spice Islands. The purpose of today's Batavia conference is not for anything else, but to restrain the evil Kyushu fleet from going south. According to our intelligence, they have already captured Annan and the Champa country, looted their royal family, ministers and nobles to the central plains. All the gold and silver treasures were looted, and they also massacred the city, bloodstaining the rivers along the coast. Cohen stood in the position of the chief of the board of directors and said nothing. Chapter 661 Threat. Half a month after the Manila businessman uprising, Liu Wang of the Kyushu army came to Manila under the escort of 2 sailing frigates. The colonial authorities of Manila were facing the enemy, warships and armed merchant ships moored in Manila burst out and confronted Liu Wang and the others at the port. When they learned of Liu Wang's intentions, they were a little relieved. Fortunately, the other party was not here to fight. Liu Wang wore a cloak, and behind him were a few hungrily soldiers of the Kyushu army. They went down to the port and stared at the defensive Spanish soldiers. These soldiers of the Kyushu army came from the north. They were Liu Wang's escorts, and they were no less physique than the colonial Northern European mercenaries. A colonial official brought Spanish soldiers over and saw the Kyushu soldiers who were alone in Manila. They didn't know if they were brave or were too confident of their strength behind them. But since the other party dared to go to the meeting alone, enough to explain a lot of things. I am the Viscount Castle, and our governor is not here. We will give me full power to negotiate. The leading colonial official asked. I don't know who your excellency is from the Eastern Empire. I am a general of the Kyushu army. You can call me General Liu. The person sent by the Nanyang fleet to negotiate with you. Liu Wang said, I don't know what you want to negotiate. Last time our stronghold in eastern Yizu was almost completely uprooted by you, just because you claimed your land for the time being. But the Manila we occupy is not your China's land. Castle said, although Manila is not our land but the people who make a living on the land are our people, and we need to ensure their safety. Liu Wang said, they lived here hundreds of years ago, paying taxes to the aboriginal kingdoms here, and paying taxes to us. They have nothing to do with you. Why should you come here to embarrass us for them? Castle heard Liu Wang's tone. Roughly for Manila businessman was arrested for coming. One day is a Huaxia, and you will be a Huaxia for the rest of your life. As long as they recognize that they are Huaxia merchants, I will guarantee their safety. Liu Wang did not show any weakness. Cold sweat spread on Castle's forehead, and secretly said that the Kyushu army was too domineering, and even really dared to come over with a big fanfare. It also directly claimed to protect the Chinese businessmen of Manila here. For a while, the two sides were at war, and the tension spread in the port. Some colonial soldiers had already taken the matchlock from behind. We Han people have a saying that we are guests from afar. Should we just stand on the dock and talk like this? Liu Wang said again. I really don't think of myself as an outsider. In order to show his gentlemanly demeanor, Castle had to say to Liu Wang, follow me and we will speak in the governor's mansion. Castle led Liu Wang and the others to the governor's mansion. The stone wall on the opposite side of the governor's mansion that was destroyed by the shells has not been cleaned, and there are scratches on the ground. It seems that because there are bloodstains on the ground that are difficult to clean, they have to be scraped off with iron or sand. In the city of Manila, some places were destroyed by flames. All show that a fierce battle broke out here not long ago. What do you do with the dead soldiers? Liu Wang asked. They are all rebels. According to our approach to dealing with rebels, the owl showed up for the first time. A few days ago, they were buried for fear of causing a plague. Castle said. Where is the captured businessman? Liu Wang asked again. All the guards are imprisoned, and the rebels must be found out before they can be released. Castle said. Half a month has passed. You don't plan to release them yet. When will they be erased? Liu Wang said. At least they have to confess that there are those who participated in the rebellion, and those rebels who have fled out of the forest to surrender. Castle said. Do you know how much loss is caused to our Kyushu army every day the Manila businessman is detained? Liu Wang snorted coldly. What does our arrest of the Manila businessman have to do with the Kyushu army? Castle couldn't help feeling depressed. First, the businessmen of Manila have the most trade with the chief secretary of the Cochin on the southeast coast of our country. After their arrest, many of our originally ordered goods have been unable to trade, and many businessmen have asked us for official help. Second, if even Manila, the Chinese merchants in Manila cannot be protected, and our merchants will be panicked and unable to trade with peace of mind. This is a huge damage to the enthusiasm of our merchants. Third, many of the merchants in Manila are not overseas Chinese, but are southeast coast merchants in the normal trade of Luzon Island. They are stranded here and arrested by you as rebels. This is not the wrong person or what it is. Liu Wang rebuked. After hearing Liu Wang's accusation, Castle couldn't help sweating and couldn't refute it. Liu Wang completely stood in the position of a businessman in China. It seems that he did not justify the local Chinese businessman in Manila, but he pointed the contradiction directly to the uprising of Manila businessmen. The general idea is that you must release people, otherwise it will cause great trouble to our Chinese merchants. General Liu, what if we decide not to release people? These rebels suddenly attacked the governor's mansion half a month ago, and arson in the city caused huge casualties. The houses collapsed, countless, and 31 soldiers died. There are more than 100 injured people. They must pay the price for their betrayal. Castle said, as far as I know, the rebels have been basically suppressed by you. The only rebels who escaped were a small group, which fled to the mountainous area where the indigenous people were. If you insist on destroying them, I have no objection at all. But in the city Chinese businessmen are innocent. You must release them immediately, or you will face retaliation from our Kyushu army. Liu Wang sat at the negotiating table and said coldly to Castle, retaliation? What a retaliation? Castle asked cautiously. We will declare war on Manila. On the one hand, like you, we will detain all Spanish merchants in the territory under our control and order all Chinese merchants not to sell porcelain, tea, silk and other commodities to the Spanish fleet. On the other hand, we will form a huge fleet, come to Manila to pick up our businessmen, and destroy Manila by the way. Liu Wang folded his hands across his chest and said calmly. You seeing Liu Wang threatened, Castle's tone became a little trembling. The Kyushu army is imposing economic and military sanctions. However, the invincible fleet of the Spanish Empire has been taught several times by Great Britain. It has fallen into the quagmire of war in Europe and cannot extricate itself. They really cannot bear the heavy consequences of losing the Far East market. Chapter 662, Guoqiang is strong enough. In addition to buying tea from your China, we can also buy tea from India and other places. As for your porcelain, we have also mastered the corresponding technology, and we can already produce porcelain similar to yours in Europe. Said unconvincedly. You said India should be the Mughal Empire. Although the tea there is stronger than our Chinese tea, it is a crude tea that is not influential. In the West, people at the bottom can drink it. From the top to the king, to the bottom. Even the declining nobles have used our Huaxi tea as the top grade, and the profit is 100,000 times that of the Mughal Empire. The porcelain they sought after was also the porcelain produced by China, not the counterfeit products you produced in Europe. Don't think we are far away. In the East, I don't know the situation of your Western market, and we are beginning to understand your situation. Liu Wang said. Castle was silent for a while. You are right. We can't leave your merchandise for the time being. But these merchants can't let it go easily after all. I want to ask the governor to let him make a decision. Liu Wang nodded. Okay. After Liu Wang left for Manila, Manila's defenders were forced to ask Governor Acuna, who was still in Batavia, for instructions. Acuna hurriedly left people to continue discussing the East India Alliance, and then quickly returned to Manila. Acuna quarreled with Liu Wang for a while, and the two clashed with each other and almost turned the table. But Acuna is the governor of Manila. I cherish my wings very much. I didn't want to be the first target of the Spice Islands to be attacked by the Kyushu army because of offending the Kyushu army, so I chose to give in. But he made two conditions. One condition is that Chinese businessmen in Manila must hand in a large sum of money as compensation and redemption. The second condition is that they will not let the rebels who fled to the indigenous tribes. Regarding these two conditions, Liu Wang unexpectedly made a compromise and agreed to Acuna's conditions. Chen Lao and other Chinese businessmen in Manila were released from prison by colonial soldiers, each with scars from the whip on their faces. Fortunately for you, you won't be so lucky next time if you have a bad heart. The colonial soldiers closed the iron gate heavily. Yeah, a young businessman muttered in native dialect. It's clear that we are not the one who rebelled. They brought us here, blackmailed most of our savings, and accounted for all the wealth we had accumulated over the past few years. It's okay for you as a young businessman. It's miserable if our old man's wealth for decades is gone. I don't know if we can pay the guy's wages. If we can't even pay the wages, we won't be able to do this business in the future. Old Chen said with emotion. I warned them not to act recklessly, but I didn't expect them to still mess around, but everyone was finished. In fact, their plan may not be unfeasible, but I heard that they had a traitor, and temporarily gave the plan to the people in the governor's mansion. As a result, the uprising was suppressed. A lame businessman whispered. Before entering the Spanish prison, his legs were still good, but now it is estimated that it will not be better in a few months. Do you know who the traitor is? Another businessman gritted his teeth. If you tell me who he is, I will definitely devour this dog food. Yes, you must pull out the dog stuff and throw it into the sea to feed the fish. The merchants were angry in private. The treasurer Wang led the rebels to revolt without permission, but his plan was not completely unworkable. But this traitor was the most hateful, because he caused the defeat of the rebels. All the Chinese businessmen of Manila were arrested, and they blackmailed a lot of their property. Everyone, are you okay? Liu Ang led the soldiers of the Kyushu army to greet them outside. The Chinese businessmen in Manila saw their clan from the Central Plains coming to pick them up, and thought that the Kyushu army would not be far away to rescue them, and his eyes suddenly became hot. Old businessmen, such as Chen Lao, who wandered from the southeast coast to Manila, were even more tearful. With a staggering footsteps, Chen Lao made a noise on the gravel road and walked towards Liu Wang, almost kneeling down. Thank the Kyushu army for coming all the way to rescue me. If it weren't for you, Manila might be a bloody storm again. Don't be like this for the elderly. We just do what we can. All of you present are our descendants of Yan Huang, drifting away. It is not easy to support the family. Help if you can. Liu Wang saw a Manila businessman with dark circles on his face. There are more or less scars, knowing that they have also suffered some torture. Oh, it's not easy for anyone these years. There was a drought in Fujian, and the people didn't have a living. I had no choice but to bring my family to Nanyang. Unexpectedly, after decades, there would be no chance to go back. Old Chen said. The only thing that hasn't changed is the local accent. Yeah, I fled from Shandong at the beginning. Our ancestors were taken here by Japanese pirates and we have been here for more than 100 years. A group of Chinese businessmen have traced their roots, and each of them has a bitter history of their own families when they leave the mainland. When they talk about excitement, they can't help crying. Originally Manila was a good place. Their king treated our ancestors kindly and treated our ancestors well. Our ancestors were all upper-class people here, until the arrival of Hong Mao decades ago. He captured Manila and hanged the local people. King, the status of our Chinese people is getting lower and lower, and then they continue to raise taxes and practice tyranny. Our life is even more difficult, a businessman said. In this way, I can understand your feelings and understand why the rebels can't wait to get up. Liu Wang thoughtfully. But you don't have to worry about it in the future. The Central Plains is no longer the Central Plains of the past. With our support, they dare not mess around. Unexpectedly, the Central Plains will be able to slow down and become stronger again. It seems that we can consider returning to the Central Plains after this incident. Chen Lai and other businessmen said one after another, all eager to return to the Central Plains. Most of them left their homes because of natural and man-made disasters, otherwise few would leave the prosperous Central Plains. Seeing that the Central Plains is prosperous again, they also have a little family background, so they have the idea of returning to the Central Plains. You don't have to draw conclusions so quickly. After a while, our Kyushu army also needs a group of people to be active in Nanyang. Liu Wang saw that the businessmen in Manila wanted to return to the mainland together, but felt uncomfortable. Their Nanyang fleet is currently plotting in Manila, and the 20,000 overseas Chinese in Manila are the people who the Kyushu army wants to establish in Manila. Unlike the Spanish colonists, the Chinese have a large population and huge influence in Manila. The future rule of the Kyushu army will definitely be stronger than that of the colonists. Chapter 663. The southwest frontier begins. The Menyan chieftain was once the most borderland territory of the Ming Empire in the southwest, but was invaded by the Tang dynasty at the end of the Ming Dynasty. The Wanli dynasty was unable to support the war in the southwest, and after fighting with the Tang dynasty for decades, it still acquiesced in allowing the Tang dynasty to take over. Several fast horses galloped fast on the mountain road leading from Menyan chieftain Tigzuan Fuzi, Longchuan, chief minister of Yunnan. The mountain road is located in the jungle and mountains, and many branches on the road are intertwined, leaving scratches on the clothes of the man next to him. Quickly, turn over the hill over there, it is the Tong bypass, they dare not chase it. The leader said, "Young master, do you say that the Han people and the chieftains in Yunnan will shelter us? We have no money or soldiers, and we are still hunted down. They will fight a powerful Tang dynasty for us. One person is full of the future worry. Trust me, we still have the value of being exploited, so they will not only help us block the pursuit, but the Yunnan chief secretary will be polite to us," said the leader. "There is still value to be used. What do we have left?" his men asked inexplicably. "Great justice." After a few fast horses passed for a period of time, a large group of soldiers armed with various weapons rushed here. They followed the horseshoe prints on the mountain road to catch up to the top of the mountain, and then watched the horseshoe prints submerged in the forest, pointing straight to the chief secretary of Yunnan, the direction of Tongbiguan. A general in armor came out surrounded by many soldiers and looked into the distance. Amidst the lofty mountains and ridges, a long wall is looming entwined. It was the Tongbiguan, one of the 8 major gates in the southwest built by Chen Yongbin, the governor of Yunnan in the late Ming Dynasty. If you want to enter the Yunnan chief secretary from this direction, you must break through the Tong bypass. General, the rebels seem to have fled to Tong bypass, seeking refuge from the Central Plains dynasty. "What should we do?" asked the surrounding soldiers. "The Central Plains dynasty is strong in foreign countries. 30 years ago, we captured Menyang and Mubang. What can they do with us?" We immediately attacked Tongbiguan and asked them to hand over Siwa and others. General Dongyu was confident in himself and decided we must raise troops and dignitaries. Tongbai gatekeeper General Dao Jiao was the son of a nearby chieftain. Later, the Kyushu army came to the chief of Yunnan to relocate. In order to compensate the chieftain, many chieftains were given a lot of compensation. Now in the system of the Yunnan chief secretary, there are people who use a large number of toasts to hand over the Tongbiguan, one of the 8 major gates in the southwest, to Dojiao, is the trust in their chieftain. However, the Kyushu army was busy opening up the territory, and the mass-produced muskets were equipped to the frontline army, ignoring these corner troops, and the southwestern border lost the Menyang and Mubang areas since there has been no large-scale war, so they are still using bird blows, bows and arrows. Originally, the defending general who had been going through the day steadily had a knife hand, but he didn't expect that there would be trouble in the southwest border at this time. "Boss, there are a few people outside the pass knocking on the pass, saying they are homesick people." A soldier ran into the pass and reported to the knife. "Don't call me the boss. Kyushu is here and I have to change the story. Do you want to call the chief to know?" Dojiao was enjoying the cold under the tree. It can be said that the life of the descendants of these chieftains can be said to be a good life. Although they do not have the power to appoint rules, they still hold important positions in the Yunnan chief secretary. And this Tongbiguan has nothing to do on weekdays, just wait for promotion. Even if it is not promoted, it is still a small leader of one party. A person who is homesick, ask him if he knows how many people named Sis are outside Tongbiguan. I just grab a few from the mountain people outside this pass, and there must be a clan of Sis, said Dojiao. Head sir, the people who came to knock at the pass may not be ordinary people, but the descendants of the chieftain of Menyang. The soldier said, "The descendants of Tusi Menyang." Dojia's pupils shrank. He is the son of a local chieftain in Longchuan. He knows the history and situation of the chief secretary of Yunnan. He knows that the chieftain of Menyang was one of the chief chieftains of Yunnan at that time. He once had an anal relationship with the Dongyu dynasty, but it was a pity that the Ming army was missing support, and was finally annexed by the Tong dynasty. At that time, Menyan chieftain Sai Hong was defeated and died. "Let them in and bring me to see," Do Jiao said without hesitation. Since it is a descendant of Menyan chieftain, Do Jiao thought about seeing him no matter what the other party wanted to say. Moreover, there were only a few people coming, and they did not pose any threat to Tongbiguan. Several people who soon claimed to be the chieftain of Menyan were brought to the front of the knife. One of them was in his 40s, with an inch-long beard on his chin, his clothes in tatters, and the bloodstains left behind after a long time had not been cleaned up. There is a short knife hanging from his waist. "You are the descendants of the Menyan chieftain? Why fall to the present look?" Do Jiao saw these people unkempt, more like hunters in the mountains, and a far cry from the once glorious Menyan chieftain. Since it was annexed by the Tong dynasty more than 20 years ago, our homesick descendants have become thorns in their eyes. We can only flee to the mountains and forests and resist them with the tribes who support our homesickness. After more than 20 years of encirclement and suppression, our people have become fewer and fewer. Even the tribes that originally supported us have gradually betrayed us. Now our military strength is only hundreds of people. We are still at the end of the battle. Not long ago, we had an internal rebellion. Only a few of us escaped. Sua, a descendant of the chieftain of Menyan, told the story of the descendants and subordinates of the chieftain of Menyan over the years. "It turns out that there are such twists and turns. So you are being hunted down and want to come to our Yunnan chief secretary to find refuge?" Dao asked. "You can say so, but it's not just that. I heard that the chieftains of the Yunnan chief secretary have all taken refuge in the Jiazu army, the emerging power of the Central Plains. The Yunnan chief secretary is establishing a new order. Is there such a thing?" Siwu asked. "That's the case. At the time of the Guilin War, our 100,000 coalition composed of hundreds of chieftains was defeated by Kyushu in Guilin and joined the Kyushu army. At present, many chieftains have been repatriated and returned to the government's management. If you to come here to seek asylum, we need to report to the local government office and let them decide." Do Jiao said. "Has the 100,000 chieftain allied forces been defeated by the Kyushu army?" Siwu asked. "More than that. There was also Nanming's Han army at that time, but it was indeed defeated by the Kyushu army. In this battle, all the chieftains were defeated and no one dared to raise objections." Do Jiao said. Siwa's eyes brightened after hearing this. "How many troops does the chief secretary of Yunnan have now?" Do Jiao's eyes were also a little weird. "What are you asking about this?" Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version URL, m. Chapter 664 Fighting at Tongbiguan. "I want to borrow troops from the Kyushu army to regovern Menyan," Siwa said bluntly, as if there was a blazing flame in his eyes. Do Jiao was startled by Siwa's words. Such things have exceeded the scope of his authority. He had 300 or 400 big soldiers under his command, including the husband. And what Siwa was talking about had risen to the level of national warfare. The area of Menyan was occupied by the Tao dynasty, and the recovery of Menyan was to go to war with the Tao dynasty. When it comes to the level of national warfare, not to mention that he can't call the shots of a small guard general, that is, the entire Yunnan chief secretary cannot call the shots. This request of yours is really, let me say it. First, we can't confirm your identity. It's hard to say whether you are a descendant of the chieftain of Menyan. Secondly, what you said is of great relevance. My humble status cannot make a decision." The knife took a breath. "Send someone to take me to see your governor of the chief secretary of Yunnan," Siwa said excitedly. "I can't let a group of you people of unknown origin see our Yunnan civil affairs officer. What if you are actually a killer sent by the Tang dynasty, trying to plot against our civil affairs officer?" The knife shook his head. "It's still hard to believe that the other party will be the descendant of Menyan chieftain." Seeing that the Tongbai gatekeeper didn't believe him, Siwa thought that the Kyushu army might be able to help him get revenge, and he was immediately anxious. He hurriedly took out a stack of papers from his arms, Here is a topographic map of the Menyang area. It was perfected by our chiefs in Menyang. It clearly records the local topography and villages. These maps are in hand. Can be an army of 30,000. Do Jiao took the map with Siwa's expectant gaze and opened it. It was indeed a topographic map of Menyang's Yuanhuizi, which recorded various mountains, villages, and rivers. There is no doubt about this. This map alone is worth $1,000. There should be no problem with this map, Do Jiao said, but you may have been sent by the Tang dynasty to deliberately lure us to you. Before the knife hand was finished, the soldiers guarding the gate came in anxious. Head sir, a group of soldiers from the Tang dynasty appeared outside the pass, preparing to attack the city. What? You soldiers are spies sent by Tongyi country? Do Jiao's eyes became fierce. Stared at Siwu and others. Those are the Tanga soldiers who hunted us down. Tanga has supported the new chieftain locally, and they have always wanted to get rid of us. Siwu quickly explained. You guys follow me to the wall to have a look. Don't want to make any small movements. The soldier ordered the soldiers to bring Siwu and others to the Tongbiguan, and found that a batch of Dongguo appeared below. Chinese soldiers are preparing siege equipment. Looking down at the Dongyu army with the sword, they were calculating the number of their men and horses, as well as the weapons they carried. About 1,000 people, most of them use cold weapons such as bows and arrows, but fortunately they don't carry artillery. Do Jiao patiently observed the Tanga soldiers who were busy building siege equipment, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the opponent doesn't have artillery, then the Tongbiguan with a strong city wall can be safe and sound. If you want to pile up with human lives, at least 10 times the army at Tongbiguan will do. Their artillery is in the back, but it's just too late to be shipped here. Siwa's words disillusioned Dao Jiao. How did you know? Dao asked suspiciously. In order to completely wipe out our homesickness, the Tutsi supported by Tanga has organized 4,000 soldiers this time and used 5 artillery to attack our stronghold in the mountains and forests. If it hadn't been for the army to suppress the border, we might not have done so internally. There was a rebellion, not to mention that I am now in exile. The thousands of people below are just their vanguard. Suicide. Do Jiao heard the 5 artillery, and felt a little confused. Tongbiguan still used the Ming army sold artillery, but only 4. The key is that the ammunition has not been replenished for a long time, and it is estimated that it will not last long. Sir, let's ask for help quickly from the Yunnan mansion. The other party is coming so fiercely, we can't resist it at all. The other guards said worriedly. Yeah? Immediately send King Kai to the Longchuan division and Yunnan prefecture. The rest of the soldiers rectified and prepared for battle. This is the first battle since I took office at Tongbiguan. Don't be ashamed of me, Do Jiao said, just persist. The army coming to Yunnan province must teach these Dong barbarians a bloody lesson. I will fight side by side with you, Siwa said. Kunming, Yunnan's prefecture, is the ruling center of the Yunnan chief secretary, and the Yunnan civil affairs officer Shen Yulong sits here. In the previous 2 years in office, he tried his best to do 2 things. One is the conversion of the chieftain. There were hundreds of large and small chieftains of the Yunnan chief secretary, although the Kyushu army conquered them by force in the Battle of Guilin. However, it is still quite a vast project to truly implement the reforms in every 2C site. Only after 2 years have passed, the land reform has been achieved on the whole. The second thing is to assist the Independence Corps to go south to Annan and provide troops and food for the Independence Corps. Regardless of how easy it was for the Independence Corps to go south, in order to establish a supply line and conquer Annan, there were 50,000 Yunnan civilians who transported grain and supplies to the soldiers of the Independence Corps who went south along the Red River. After finishing the 2 major events, Shen Yulong breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was able to live a stable life, and it was considered that he lived up to Luo Sheng's expectations. That guy Xun Wenken has been transferred to the newly established Jiaozi chief secretary. It's really hot. Shen Yulong heard that Xun Wenken was transferred to the south. The governor of Guangdong and Guangxi was also relieved of his position. The Chief Secretary of Guangxi and the Chief Secretary of Guangdong were promoted again. 2 officials were appointed as civil affairs officials. It's just that Xinjiang and Xun Wenkan have gotten used to it during this time. After the Guangxi Chief Secretary changed officials, he was not used to it everywhere. My lord, the Chief Secretary of Jiazi is outside southern Xinjiang. Those natives are even more rebellious and disobeyed. It is more difficult than our Reformation. Moreover, the miasma over there is rampant and many places have not yet been civilized. Lord Xun, if you are transferred there, you will suffer a lot. So why should you envy it? An official said. You don't understand this. The future of the Chief Secretary of Cochin is not only Annan. Its prospect lies in a large area of land south of Yunnan and Guangxi. The territory is equivalent to at least 4 Chief Secretary of Yunnan, regardless of the islands further south. Think about it carefully. This is actually not conducive to the capital's control of the South Vietnam area. I first wrote a memorial, stating that the entire South Asia should be divided into 3 chief ministers, not just under the control of one Jiazi chief secretary, and then take Siam, Zenla, Tongyu and other countries. I submitted it. Xinjiang paced, but thought of the annexation of the Southeast Asian countries in the future. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version URL, m. Chapter 665 Tusi Calling Order. Because of the invincibility of the Kyushu army in recent years, from officials and generals to the people of Li people, they are full of enthusiasm for expansion. Perhaps land was conquered to show national power out to take care of the emperor's majesty, but now expansion has become capital accumulation. Wherever areas are occupied, they must act in accordance with the regulations formulated by Kyushu. In particular, merchants can reduce the cost of trade, and their trade security can be guaranteed. It can also plunder a large amount of raw materials and return to the central plains for production. The most advanced factories and technology are in the hands of the Kyushu army. Therefore, although Xinjiang is a civil officer of the Chief Secretary of Yunnan, he covets the borders like most officials. In his opinion, the military owner who is used to expansion will definitely not let go of the fat next to him, so if you prepare the memorial in advance, you may be able to get a good impression of admonition. How is our ordnance factory set up? Xinjiang asked about a political matter. The first batch of 50 muskets have been produced. The ordnance factory is registering the muskets produced, and also tests to see if the muskets produced are good. If they are not good, they will need to arrange special personnel. Supervise and destroy, the official said. Luxury. It is luxury, Xinjiang said with emotion. When I was the governor of Fujian, I read the records of supervising firearms in the past. Not to mention it is not a sophisticated firearm. It is easy to blow up if it is defective in production. The muskets that are bought, they are used correctly, and they are deliberately lacking 2 pounds. How can they be so extravagant now? But any muskets that are not sophisticated must be specially destroyed? The military owner said that the lives of soldiers are more precious than all firearms. We must give them the best firearms so that our soldiers will have no worries. The officials said, well, now we are different from the past. The iron ore mine every year is increasing, and the technology for smelting refined iron is improving, and the output of refined iron is doubling every day. It is not a problem to produce with such specifications. It is that our China has too much territory. All the troops are in urgent need of muskets, and they simply cannot produce them. Our Yunnan Chief Secretary will not have enough new-style troops after the Independent Corps leaves. Otherwise, the military owner will not approve the establishment of an ordnance factory in the Yunnan Chief Secretary. Xinjiang talked about the reason. The ordnance factory is indeed something that the military ministry is worried about. Generally, the military ministry directly controls the ordnance factory. Good firearms are produced and then shipped to various places. Very few firearms are produced directly on site, which is not conducive to Beijing's control of this place. But this there is also no other way. Only direct airborne personnel from the military department can come over to supervise, and each musket is registered to control the local firearm production. An official from the Yunnan chief secretary said, "We also need to be a talented person, and we regularly count the whereabouts of the guns every month, and notify the military personnel immediately if there is damage, so that we can trust each other without guessing." Shen Yulong said, "Yes." The officials of the Yunnan chief secretary responded in unison. Outside the government office, an official walked in anxiously, still holding a letter from the post in his hand. "The big thing is not good. The Tonga dynasty attacked Tongbiguan." "What?" Yunnan chief secretary officials, including Shen Yulong, stood up together. "Tell me." Shen Yulong took the letter of help from the Tongbai gatekeeper and handed the knife to him, and he knew what was going on at a glance. "Get the topographic map here." At Shen Yulong's signal, an official hurriedly found the topographic map of the chief secretary of Yunnan on the bookshelf, and unfolded it on the wooden case. "This is the Tongbiguan, within the jurisdiction of the Longchuan division, and Mengding Mansion to the east." "What is the military strength?" Shen Yulong basically knew the topography of the Yunnan chief secretary, and immediately pointed out the location of the Tongbiguan. "Each checkpoint of the 8 passes in the southwest has hundreds of old-style troops. At the beginning, we fully supported the independent corps. There were no additional firearms to equip the local soldiers, so basically the original batch of Ming army soldiers maintained law and order everywhere. From Longchuan division it is possible to temporarily form a force of several hundred people. Mengding Mansion is a large mansion. It can temporarily pull up a force of 1,000 people, but the equipment may be big swords, spears and firecrackers." An official familiar there said. "How many troops can our Yunnan Mansion send out?" Shen Yulong asked one after another. "There are 3,000 defenders in the Yunnan government, which are dedicated to suppressing rebellions or bandits that may appear everywhere." Another Yunnan government official said. "That is to say, there are only 3,000 soldiers in Yunnan province. Other places are either old Ming soldiers to maintain law and order, or militia from the original local tribe." Shen Yulong frowned slightly. "Yes, originally our chief secretary had an independent corps. In addition, it has not fought with Tanga for 30 years, so there were only 3,000 standing troops and 8 guards." The official said. After hearing this, Shen Yulong closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about countermeasures. "Immediately send 3-way officials to Chengdu all the way to the 9th Corps, Xiangyang all the way to the 5th Corps, and all the way to Guangzhou to the 6th Corps. And then notify the military officials stationed in Yunnan, and let the military department decide how to deal with it in the end." In addition to asking for help, the chieftain near the Longchuan division immediately assembled soldiers to Tongbiguan for reinforcements. "After the war, our Yunnan chief secretary will reward them." The soldiers in Mengding House are different for the time being to prevent the Tonga dynasty from splitting into 2 ways. The Mangan area invaded the Yunnan chief secretary. In addition to the wartime system, all the chieftains of the Yunnan chief secretary mobilized all the retired chieftains, counted the tribesmen before they gathered in the Tenaiyu area, and before the military sent reinforcements to see if they could kill the group who dared to attack us. The Dongku people at Tongbiguan, Shen Yulong was like facing an enemy, and issued 3 orders. All the officials of the Yunnan chief secretary were also very cautious, thinking that the Tuniu dynasty wanted to find an excuse to invade the Yunnan chief secretary. The Yunnan government's call-up order immediately spread the news to the retired chieftains of the Yunnan chief secretary. After these chieftains were converted, although they lost their power, they still responded in their own tribe. Many people heard that the Tanga dynasty, which had invaded several times before, had come back, and immediately jumped out of their homes and brought the young and strong people of the clan Tenaiyu gathered near Tongbiguan. Suddenly, there was a surging crowd, and dozens of large and small toasts came. At the beginning, thousands of young people were brought in, and there were more and more distant toasts leading young people. The number quickly climbed to 10,000, 20,000. When Shen Yulong led officials and school officials to Tenaiyu, seeing the crowds here, he was shocked by the enthusiasm of the chieftains for participating in the war. Chapter 666 Fighting Wisdom and Bravery with the Air. My lord, there are 72 chieftains, big and small, Among them, there are more than 7,000 Minzwang who have been trained and able to go to the battlefield. And there are more than 20,000 people from various Minzwang soldiers and even women. In some places, there are no chieftains too far away. Let them come. The official in charge of counting the number reported to Shenyalong. There are 30,000 people in total. This Shenyalong was shocked when he saw the number of toasts reported below. The number of people on this scale far exceeded his expectations. There are also 3,000 soldiers in our Yunnan government. There are 10,000 soldiers who can fight. The rest are transporting grain, which just solves the problem of grain and grass turnover. This official was also overjoyed. Who can imagine that the former domineering chieftain showed such unanimity in the face of Tangu's intrusion? But the number of people is at least twice as large as we thought. Food turnover is a big problem. Our tactics must be adjusted flexibly. At first, we wanted to clear out the wall. Now it seems that we still have to fight quickly. Shenyalong gained a batch of troops. But at the same time troubles came. The soldiers and horses did not move, and the food and grass went first, and suddenly increased by 20,000 mouths than expected. That was a big deal. Coupled with the high mountains and rainforests in the southwest border, the roads are dangerous, and now food has replaced soldiers as the current number one problem. It can only be done quickly. Other officials agreed. Chen Yu, an official envoy of Guangnan government, brought Guangnan chieftain Nonshazu, Fuzu chieftain Shen Mingtong and others. Guangnan prefecture is in many places west of Mengguan prefecture. They received a call from the chief secretary of Yunnan and brought people there immediately. Each chieftain brought more than 100 people, and together there were more than 1,000 people. Because south of Guangnan prefecture is the weak Langkang country and the already conquered Nan country. So there is no opponent. So come here with confidence. Master Shen, what's the situation at Tongbiguan? Can it still be in our hands? Chen Yu asked. Tongbiguan has repeatedly been in emergency. 10 years ago, Longchuan Tusi and Xander Tusi had each reinforced hundreds of people in the past. Later, 3,000 soldiers from our Yunnan prefecture also went to Tongbiguan to defend, temporarily stabilizing the situation and giving us a plan. There is still a lot of time, Shenyalong said. Last time you Guangnan Mansion, Mo Jingyuan handled things very well. The military ministry praised your Guangnan Mansion and the original chieftains everywhere. It is estimated that some awards will be given to you in a short time. Master Xi. Chen Yu never thought that because of house arrest Mo Jingyuan, he would be credited for reporting the affairs of the Annan country. Guangnan chieftain Nonshazu, Fuzu chieftain Shen Mingtong and others also showed joy. They also did not think that they could get some share of it, and that their tribesmen would also have a higher position in the Yunnan chief secretary. Chen Yu slightly bowed his hand to express his gratitude to Shenyalong, and then asked about the situation. I saw that there were at least 20,000 or 30,000 people gathered here, and there were quite a few warriors among them. But I didn't know that Tangu was going out in full force. Come to attack us, or just attack Tongbiguan all the way? The situation is still unclear. Except for the Tongbai Pass, there is no beacon at the other 7 checkpoints, and there is no movement from Tung. At present, we suspect that there are 3 possibilities. The first possibility is that Tungu is very likely to just attack the Tongbai Guani Road, and the purpose is to capture the descendants of Menyang chieftain appointed by the Ming Dynasty who fled to Tongbiguan. The second possibility is that they use the descendants of Menyang chieftain to flee to us as an excuse to test our military power. Possibly, they use Tongbai Pass as a bait, pretending to attack Tongbai Pass, trying to attract all our troops here, and then from other passes, especially Shin Pass, Danma Pass, Hanlong Pass, etc., to be far away from Tongbai Pass. The fourth possibility is that they want to attack the Tongbai Pass to attract our main force, then ambush them in the mountains and forests to annihilate our main force, and then drive straight in. Shenyalong, who fought with the air, gave 4 kinds of guesses. The subordinate feels that the first one is the most possible. With Tangu's movement, if they attack us with great fanfare, we can't fail to notice it. Chenya said, based on their performance in the past 10 days, We also think that the first possibility is more likely, but our intelligence department and military intelligence department have not yet penetrated the country of Tongu, and our intelligence is likely to be wrong. In case of judgment mistakes, if we were invaded and looted by Tangu's army, our fault would be great," said the cautious Shen Yulong. "As seen by our subordinates, we are fighting on the mainland, and we occupy the right time and place, and we are not disadvantaged. We can let go of our hands and feet a little." Guan attacked, circling behind them, and attacked the enemy troops at Tongbiguan with the defenders of Tongbiguan. At the same time, we left a troop in the escalation to support the quartet. Regardless of whether there is still an army in Tangu, we can defend. To go in the 8 passes, Tongu will not be able to enter, Shenya said. Shen Yulong pondered for a moment. "Your tactics are a bit risky, but they are not unfeasible. If you can take the opportunity to attack Tongu Kingdom, let them not dare to invade northward in recent years, and buy some time for our main force to sweep the South Ocean. If I send troops, I can lead my troops out of the Iron Wall and attack them from the South Road." Chen Yumao recommended himself. "You stay with a few chieftains first, and we will discuss the counter-attack together." Shen Yulong was also a little itchy in his heart. Defeating Dongyu, who once robbed the land of Daming, was shameless, that these scholar officials would never refuse. Tongbiguan has been caught in a fierce battle unprecedented in decades. The follow-up troops of the new chieftain from the Menyang area of Tonga State arrived, with a total of 4,000 troops and 5 artillery pieces. Immediately plunged into the battle against Tongbiguan. In their view, the Tongbiguan with only a few hundred people could not withstand their attack at all. In the 10 years after the governor of Yunnan built the 8 passes at the end of the Ming Dynasty, it has not happened infrequently that the Tonyo Land Division invaded the chief secretary of Yunnan. They were almost familiar with the road. First of all, in the late Ming Dynasty, the government was too busy to take care of the borders of Yunnan and was busy fighting in the north. Secondly, there were many chiefs and chieftains in Yunnan who were not convinced by each other. Fighting for turf, water, and trade did not happen rarely. When invading, they are often broken by one, just to pray that the invading troops of Tanga will not come to their own territory. However, they are breaking their heads here. After the conversion of the former chieftains, they have changed from competing with each other to cooperation, and there is no difference in territoriality. Coupled with the grievances of the former chief secretary of the Tanga kingdom's repeated invasions of Yunnan, the chieftain close to Tongbiguan early on, he led his tribe to assist Tongbiguan. Chapter 667 The Hatred of the Crazy. Boom! The native artillery of Tanga country bombarded the closed door, and the heavy wooden door fragments splashed all over, and several large cracks appeared. If not, behind the door was temporarily nailed with wooden slats by the guards, and then blocked with a boulder. Maybe the closed door was bombed by earthen artillery long ago. Tanga soldiers held a cane shield, braved the fire and bows and arrows on the wall, and carried the ladder to attack the city in a primitive way. The Tongbai gatekeeper handed the knife to the wall and shot 3 quick arrows. 2 of them were shot on the shields of Tanga soldiers, and 1 shot a Tanga soldier's calf, causing the hapless Tanga soldier to fall on the ground. At this time, the arrows were shut down, the bullets flew around, and the calf was injured and fell to the ground. Even if he was not trampled by his companions, he still decided that he would not survive. But for the sword hand, shooting 3 arrows in a row is too burdensome. He leaned against the wall. Putting the bow and arrow aside, he grabbed a handful of blunderbuss. Birds were still firearms in the Ming Dynasty. There was a big problem with accuracy and power, and it was cumbersome to reload, but basically it didn't require much physical strength, so it wouldn't be sore after shooting a few arrows like a bow and arrow. It's been a long time since I was so happy. Suwa, a descendant of the chieftain of Menyan, who was offered a reward by the soldiers of Dongyu, held a firecracker and fought hard with the soldiers of Dongyu. Dojiao suspected that this guy was deliberately causing trouble to the east. After his rebel army was wiped out by Tangu, he came to fight with the armed forces of the chief secretary of Yunnan and Tangu, but reluctantly. The chief secretary of Yunnan has always been at odds with the kingdom of Tonging. I can only push the boat along the river, and I really got on with the Tong dynasty. With the power of a chief secretary, ready to fight against a dynasty, maybe only Huixia in the world can do this with the courage. The 4,000 soldiers of Tonga have been unable to attack for a long time, so they had to withdraw again, and the military spirit was quite shaken. They did not capture Tongbai Pass in time before the arrival of reinforcements. Now Tongbai Pass has the nearby chieftain and 3,000 Yunnan provincial standing army. The troops at the pass are very sufficient, and they can't attack it anyway. When the copper wall was closed, rows of fire guns protruded from between the wall stacks. Behind them were rows of recuperated archers. The banners of the Kyushu army spread out to show off their strength to the soldiers of Tonging. General Dong Menyan, who came to attack Tongbiguan, narrowed his eyes. Seeing that the enemy at Tongbiguan became bigger and bigger, and it seemed that a group of firearms equipped with firearms had been assembled, causing huge casualties to the siege of Tanga soldiers. Retreat. General Meng Yang couldn't do anything about it, and he knew how to break his wrist and retreat in gold. The Tanga soldiers crowded in front of the narrow pass retreated like a tide, leaving only 100 corpses. They retreated. The guard soldier on the wall cheered. Only Siwa, who is deeply resentful of Tangu, still feels uncomfortable, and even fired a shot in the sky with a bird claw. Brother Siwa, they would not dare to make a comeback in this retreat. I judge that they only brought these 4,000 people. They couldn't consume us at all. As long as the chieftain behind us is united, they will not be able to consume us at all. Us. The knife turned over and said to Siwa, "When will you counterattack?" Siwa's eyes were red, with red blood in his eyes. This is really a lunatic. The knife swallowed. He witnessed Siwa's Dongyu soldiers who had been obstructing the wall below for more than 10 days. He also slept against the wall. It is such a madman who is full of resentment towards Tonging. He has been alive and kicking after holding the wall for more than 10 days. This has to make people believe in the power of hatred. Even now Siwa still wants to fight back. Wait for the instructions from above. We are just guards at Tongbiguan. Now the officers from Yunnan province have arrived, and they have become the supreme commanders here. Do Jiao said, "Take me to meet them." The imprisoned Tanga soldiers are likely to run away. Believe me, they don't have other reinforcements. Siwa didn't know if he slept well and let out a low growl like a beast. Okay, I see. I'll take you to meet our officer. Do Jiao believed that Siwa was a descendant of Menyang chieftain, otherwise it would be impossible to hate Dong's soldiers so much. Do Jiao brought Siwa to see Leader Z, the general soldier of Yunnan prefecture. After the Kyushu army reformed the army, the main army corps is organized according to corps, brigades, and battalions, and the standing army commander in each province is still called the general army. But the power and troops of this general army are much smaller than those at the end of the Ming Dynasty. For example, the chief secretary of Yunnan is on the frontier, with only 3,000 standing soldiers for emergency response, and they use relatively backward firearms. Their mission is to maintain public order and clear up the bandits that may appear. For example, in some provinces in the mainland, there may be no more than 1,000 soldiers. So it's good to be able to hold the ground. Master Bing, I suggest that you should immediately set off to attack the Tanga soldiers outside the customs, and don't let them have a chance to escape. Siwa said bluntly. Your leader Z glared at him hysterically when he saw this man smelling of gunpowder. It seems that he wants him to agree to his request immediately. This is Siwa, a descendant of the Menyang chieftain appointed by the Ming Dynasty. He said this name to express his memory for China. Do Jiao said. Siwa stared longingly at Leader Z, and waited for Leader Z to nod. Leader Z was staring at the hair, but the civil affairs officers of the Yunnan chief secretary all intervened personally, and he was unable to make a decision on his own. The chieftain of Menyang Siwa, don't worry. Counterattack against a major event like Tongyu is not something that a small soldier can decide. It requires the civil affairs officer and other officials to jointly decide whether to fight or not to fight. I am responsible for how to fight well. There are thousands of them, and they can't run far. They dare to fight our Huixia's idea. If you don't die, You have to take off 3 layers of skin. Leaders, he comforted. I think your eyes are red. You probably haven't slept well for a long time. It's better to go and rest first. Brother Sewer, Master Soldier said that you should take a break first. Our army is coming from Tenayu. It is very likely that they will fight back. You don't need to worry. Dojiao also persuaded. No, I have to wait until the horn of counterattack sounds. Sewer seemed to be crazy. The descendants of the Menyan chieftain he had brought next to Sewer looked at each other, and suddenly someone attacked Sewer and knocked Sewer out. What are you doing? Leaders and Dizzy were very surprised. He is already too paranoid. If you don't stun him by such means, I am afraid that his body will not be able to hold it. In the past, when the Tangu army encircled and suppressed our stronghold in the jungle, he did the same. Several Menyan chieftains, the posterity said. So that's the case. Dojiao and Leaders wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads, and this hatred was not shared. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version URL, m. Chapter 668 Ambush each other. Return to Menyan, leaving one of the troops to ambush the enemy that may be pursued. General Donga seemed to be quite cautious. Seeing that Tongbiguan could not be attacked for a long time, he took the soldiers back to Menyan and divided a team. Moyo's army of 600 to 700 people behind the palace. Once the soldiers of the Kyushu army hoarding at Tongbiguan exit and track, the troops behind the palace will ambush them in the mountains and forests, and then retreat to Menyan after the Kyushu army has retreated. Seeing that the arrangement was properly done, General To left with the main force. Outside the Taibi Pass, a group of soldiers with only 1,000 men quickly shuttled through the jungle. They are out chieftain soldiers who have lived in the mountains and forests for a long time. They are familiar with the mountains and forests, and they can walk fast. The Guingnan government propaganda envoy Chen Yu, General Soldier Jiang Fu and others are going to suffer a bit. They are not physically weak, but they are not familiar with how to save energy by walking in the mountains and forests. Our tribe is the strongest warrior here. It's just that we lack weapons on weekdays. It is very difficult for us to forge a slightly better sword. The Guingnan chief Nonshazu, who also came over, was wearing a bow and arrow, light armor. Although he hasn't killed him for a long time, he still has the ferocity of his youth. In the chief secretary of Yunnan, there are a large number of chieftains, and it is too common to compete for territory with each other. These people who can serve as chieftains are not fuel-efficient lamps, and they all have to work hard. I hope we can cut off their retreat in time and don't let them escape. Chief Soldier Jiang Fu said, his body trembling. His commander only maintains law and order. There are 200 to 300 people, mostly to maintain the law and order of Guingnan Prefecture, to help the people deal with trivial matters, to replace the disbanded army of chieftains. But now the Yunnan chief secretary suddenly ordered his troops on the battlefield in autumn, and they volunteered to come to serve as the Tonga soldiers who were outflanked by the South Route army. Don't worry, they would never have thought that we would go round and round to their rear, and we will win this battle. Chen Yu inspired everyone. These tribesmen are all warriors who have followed me among our chieftains, and they were unambiguous when they were slashing with the Shin family in order to compete for the field. Nonshazu said proudly. Nonshazu, do you still want to fight? Speaking of which, our two families have been fighting for decades. Now we suddenly shake hands and make peace. I am still a little uncomfortable. Shin Mingtong, the chieftain of Fuzu, was trying to outflank. The adventurous Tangu army also came. Don't cut it. Don't cut it. If you have this energy, it's better to cut the Donga soldiers. Nonshazu waved the treasured knife in his hand. I have left this knife for several years, and it is about to rust. I don't know if I can't move it. The Donga army attacking Tongbiguan retreated 30 miles back. General Tunku rode on one of the few standing horses, unhappy. Although Siwu and the gang who were regarded as thorns in the flesh were wiped out this time, the rebel leader found the refuge of Tongbiguan, which will always be a confession. General, The ambush troops in the rear are at war with the Yunnan troops. They really intend to take advantage of our retreat and pursue us. A soldier from the rear came forward to report to General Tongu. We attacked the Tong bypass of Daming. Naturally, we slapped the face of the Ming Dynasty. Their emperor has always been the best face. If the guards do not pursue the symbolic pursuit, how can they explain to their emperor? I guess they chase 5 miles at most. If we are stopped by our ambush for a while, we will return to Tongbiguan. But General, it seems that the north of Tongbiguan is not the Ming Dynasty. They changed the emperor. They have been changing in the last 2 years. I heard that a large number of chieftains have lost power. It's nothing more than changing the soup or changing the medicine. I guess there was nothing to chant like 20 or 30 years ago. General Tunku seemed to be very familiar with the military style of the Yunnan chief secretary, and he was full of confidence. After half an hour, another soldier from the rear came forward. General, more enemies have poured out from Tong Bypass, from more than 1,000 people to several thousand. The ambush troops are ready to retreat quickly if they are defeated, and remind us to quickly withdraw to Menyan. General Tanga changed his color slightly, but he still determined his own judgment. They sent more soldiers out just to build momentum. Don't panic. Another hour passed. This time the soldiers in the rear brought back worse news. The ambush troops were successful in setting up an ambush at first. They killed dozens of opponents, but more and more soldiers came out of the other side. Instead, they formed an encirclement to the ambush troops. The ambush troops have been breached and are retreating. This time General Tau finally couldn't hold himself steady, and his face became pale. When will they dare to really start to fight back without asking the court? What should we do now? The troops behind our palace will soon retreat, and it may affect our main force at that time. The lieutenant next to him asked him, completely at a loss. If they really want to chase us, we might as well take this opportunity to teach them severely. When the nearby troops rout, if the enemy at Tongbiguan takes the opportunity to pursue them, we will set them ambush and take the opportunity to destroy them. General Tanga's soldiers and horses were broken, and a group of soldiers were killed under the Tong bypass, and they were divided into several hundred ambushes, leaving only more than 2,000 people. But he was extremely bold and wanted to use the method of virtual reality and reality to obtain great victory. Set ambush again? That's too risky. The lieutenant thought that this idea was playing with fire. A soldier's dangerous move is like a sword slant forward. Instead of losing, it's better to find a way to win. General Donga said. Just as General Tangu was hesitant to set ambush again, a rain of arrows suddenly shot out from the jungle. One after another icy arrows pierced the air sniffily. Sharp arrows pierced through the chest of the defenseless Tanga soldier. The soldiers who hit the arrow didn't know where the bound arrow came from before they died. Enemy attack. The panic-stricken Donga soldiers fell down, leaning on the bushes and trees to block the arrow rain in all directions. General Dongi pushed away the arrow that almost fell on his door with the iron sword in his hand, let out a cold sweat, and almost died. Counterattack. General Dongi leaned back against a tree trunk, shouting the soldiers next to him to fight back. But they didn't know how many enemies were and from which direction they came from, and they were full of panic. In the jungle, an officer was observing the situation of the ambushed Tanga army with the binoculars, and smiled with satisfaction. It seems that we are one step ahead of Chen Yu and Jiang Fu. The first contribution to intercepting the Tanga army is ours. We must prove to the world that we descendants of Prince Mu's mansion, we are not eating imperial food. Even if we join the Kyushu army, we can defend our honor with iron and blood. Chapter 669 Excuses for Living. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Sua, a descendant of Menyan chieftain, woke up in a daze. The red blood in his eyes had faded a bit, and the hostility on his body had also faded a lot. Are you awake? Seeing Sua waking up, the other Menyan chieftains of sea surrounded them. How long have I slept? Sua shook his head vigorously, a little confused. His companions looked at each other and stretched out 2 fingers. 2 days. 2 days. Has Tanga's army retreated? Siwa said eagerly. They did retreat, yes. Damn it, once they retracted back, I'm afraid the Kyushu army would not raise troops to help our descendants of Menyon Mansion avenge. Siwa unwillingly hammered the wooden bed fiercely. But the Kyushu army also pursued them, and attacked from the Jushi Pass, Taibi Pass, and Tongbai Pass. They successfully intercepted the Dongyu army and also caught the running dog of Dongyu, who betrayed a homesickness. Tai, his companions said again. Grabj Sintai. Siwa turned from regret to overjoyed. Where is he now? He has been taken to Tongbai Pass. 700 soldiers were captured along with him, and the other Tanga soldiers were dispersed. His companion said, follow me to see Chief Lee. I want to see the traitor Sintai, and it's better for us to clean the door. Siwa said. Now the top official of the Tongbiguan Kyushu army is no longer Li Zongbing, but the civil officer of the Yunnan chief secretary, that is, the chief minister. He personally sits at Tongbiguan. Even the chief secretary came here personally. I'm going to see him. Siwa, as a descendant of the chieftain of Menyon, knew that the chieftain of Menyon was under the management of the chief secretary of Yunnan in the same way when he belonged to the Ming Dynasty. Shen Yulong, the civil affairs officer of the Yunnan chief secretary, did not expect that this counterattack against Tanga would be a complete victory. He also captured their generals in Menyon. Originally cautious, he also piled the main force on Tongbiguan and dispatched it to the giant stone. The troops used to outflank the Guan and Taibiguan were only more than 1,000 people apart, and even if the strategy of outflaming the encirclement failed, it would not lead to the fall of Tongbiguan. However, Shen Yulong overestimated the military strength of the Tongyu dynasty this time, and regarded the dispatch of troops by the Menyon Mansion as the whole of the Tongyu dynasty wanting to invade the chief secretary of Yunnan. We also had a lot of casualties in this battle, especially when the defenders at Tongbai Pass went out and pursued them. I never thought that they had deployed an ambush in the rear. When they found our chasing troops, they rushed out. We killed dozens of brothers. Later, when the north and south sides flanked them, our soldiers also suffered a lot of casualties. A total of hundreds of people were killed and wounded, which was similar to the other side's casualties. However, our central army had an absolute advantage, so we were able to. They encircled and captured hundreds of prisoners of war. Leader Kui, the soldier in charge of the middle road, reported to Shen Yulong. It's a pity that I'm too cautious and conservative. If we double the number of troops engulfing the left and right wings, we may not have so many casualties, and we will have more prisoners, and none of them should try to escape. Shen Yulong sighed. The adults don't need to blame themselves for things like marching and formation. The person counts as 3 points, and the day is 7 points. Fortunately, no other troops from Tonga have been found for the time being. Leader Kui said, we dare to attack our Yunnan chief secretary's idea. No matter what considerations they have, they are the first to attack our Tongbai Pass. Whatever counterattack we make is all right. Shen Yulong held his hand in his hand. On the wall in front of me, there is a topographic map of Menyon Mansion sent by Siwa, which used to be the territory of the Ming Empire. My lord, what do you mean? Leader Kui asked hesitantly. We can even invade Tanga now and recover the territory of Mubang and Menyon that belong to us. If I can do it, I don't mind if I really do it. I will go straight to Huanglong, or even hit their royal city, Dower. It's a pity that I can't catch it. Do you know that 40,000 people, 100,000 horses, if you want to maintain, how much food do you need for 10 months of fighting? 400,000 she. Our frontiers are full of mountains and jungles, and transportation is particularly difficult. The war will inevitably lead to a war between the two countries. It is easier for them to supply troops, food and grass from the southern plains than we are, and we. The chief secretary of Yunnan was originally located on a rugged plateau, and grain and grass had to be transported from Guangdong, Lianghu, and Xiu. Shen Yulong is not worried about the morale of the current army, but about food. That is to say, even if we inform the military department will eventually come to a similar conclusion. After all, will it not be able to go to war with Tongyu? Leader Kui asked again. This is a fact. The last time we conquered Annan, most of the Yunnan chief secretary's grain storage was used up. Where can there be food for another battle to destroy the country? At least we can't conquer the Yunnan chief secretary to the south. Otherwise we have to across many mountains and jungles. For every soldier coming out, 3 civilians and 2 horses are required. If it is a flat plain, it would be better. Shen Yulong thought about it. Suddenly it seemed that he had caught some idea. Lord Civil Affairs Officer, Suwa, a descendant of Menyang Mansion you mentioned last time, wants to see you. Tong Bai Guanza sent a knife to him, interrupting Shen Yulong's thinking. Shen Yulong hurriedly wrote down something on the paper, and then said to the knife, "It was he who gave us the topographic map of Menyang Mansion and its surroundings. In this way, he has contributed to our Kyushu army." "It's okay." "Yes," Do Jiao said respectfully. Suwa was brought over soon. He saw Shen Yulong dressed like a Confucian student, and he couldn't believe how the seemingly weak Confucian student ordered the hundreds of large and small chieftains of the chief secretary of Yunnan to bring their troops to defeat the Tonga people. It was Ming Menyang Mansion where he was located. The chieftains always listened to the orders of the Ming court and acted according to their own interests. "I am grateful to the chief envoy for taking in our descendants from Menyang Mansion, leading his troops to drive out Tongia's army, and catching the traitor Jacintai who had betrayed us. I boldly asked the Lord Envoy to give Jacintai to us. Deal with it. I promise to let him die." Suwa explained his intention, hesitated a little, or said his request. Shen Yulong was quite surprised. In the Western Han Dynasty, Chen Tang has said that anyone who violates a strong man will be punished at a distance. Even without your business, as long as they dare to attack Tongbigun, we will give them the most ruthless blow. But I feel that Xintai still has some functions in our hands and cannot be handed over to you for the time being. What do you want to do with our traitor? Siwa puzzled. We need him to act as a living excuse for emergencies, Shen Yulong said. Chapter 670 Anti-Malarial Drugs. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. In the past 2 years, after our army entered Annan and Champa, the list of casualties and officers has been counted. The situation is really not optimistic. An official from the Staff Department counted the casualties in the Indochina Peninsula. Come up, compared with the vague statistical rhetoric in ancient times. Liu Sheng, who has traveled from modern times, is extremely sensitive to data statistics, or paranoid. When I was in the Department of History, when it came to ancient history in China, there was usually a lack of accurate data. The older the age, the more obscure data. There is an army of hundreds of thousands at every turn, but in fact there is a lot of water in it. In order to have a better control of his territory, Liu Sheng is gradually establishing a corresponding statistical system, not only the money and food, but also the detailed war damage report, and the files of each soldier. To avoid the phenomenon of empty pay in the late Ming Dynasty, he took over the statistics of the personnel lost in order to occupy the Indochina Peninsula in the past 2 years, and his face is not very good. Of the 10 people, at least 7 of them died of miasma. Liu Sheng scanned it roughly. When attacking Annan and Champa, the reduction in personnel caused by the war was not as large as imagined. Instead, the majority of people died of miasma. Miasma is a relatively general concept. Most soldiers, officials, and immigrants died of tropical and subtropical malaria. In ancient times, malaria was a serious obstacle to conquering the southern region. According to the report from the front, many soldiers have been stunned. Once contracted with this disease, they will get chills and chills. Later, they will have a high fever and become unconscious. 10 out of 10 will die, which is terrifying. The weather is hot and humid, and mosquitoes breed in summer and autumn. Soldiers are impatient with the hardship and complain, which has caused a big blow to the morale of the soldiers. An official worried. In the Mid-Tang dynasty, after Yunnan stayed in the middle of the Tang dynasty, Li Mi led a 70,000 army to conquer Nanzhao. As a result, the army was rampant with the miasma. The soldiers went to 7 or 8 with the miasma, and eventually the entire army was wiped out. The Nanzhao country was now in Yunnan within the territory of the chief secretary. Fortunately, Most of the soldiers enlisted by our independent corps were from Guangdong, Yunnan, Guizhou, Lianghu and other places. They are more adaptable to the hot and humid environment, and the loss is not large. Even so, they went to the southern countries such as Annan. Locally, they are still afraid of pandemics like tigers and leopards. Another official also had a headache when he said malaria. Liu Sheng knew that it was terrible, let alone ancient times. Even in modern times, countless people died of this disease, so the discovery of artemisinin was eligible for the Nobel Prize in Science. Is there any way to cure this disease? Liu Sheng launched his army from the north, and he didn't have many chances of encountering malaria, and he was not familiar with the ancient methods of treating malaria. Wang Tu's Wei Tai secret essential recipe of the Tang dynasty included as many as 85 prescriptions. Eastern Jinshong's Elbow Reserve emergency recipe contained 32 kinds of prescriptions. Renzong Wang waits for the folk prescription. It's just some officials familiar with medicine said hesitantly. It's just that the prescription has limited effect. People who get sick often have to wait and die. Otherwise, from Qin to Song, there will be no outbreaks of miasma during the southern expedition. The disease will be defeated, and many prisoners exiled to the south have died in their entire lives. The folk remedies are not credible, and the research on medicinal herbs is okay. In other words, there is no particularly good prescription to overcome the miasma. This is indeed a difficult problem. I will ask the Academy of Sciences to convene the world and set up the Department of Medicine to specifically overcome this problem. Liu Sheng can only pin his hopes on future medical technology. Speaking of the technologies that Liu Sheng started, most of them were pure industrial technologies, focusing on resource mining, smelting, military, and agriculture, while medical technologies were rarely used. In fact, it's not that Liu Sheng didn't want to start a very important modern medical technology. It's just that modern medical technology is based on a large number of chemistry and biology. Many important results appeared in the 20th century. For example, the antibacterial drug penicillin just came out. At the time, it was more precious than gold. If such a technology can be turned on, just by reselling the penicillin produced to surrounding countries, it will be richer than the enemy. However, modern medical technology is too short of time, so the required civilization point is an astonishing astronomical number, and Liu Sheng has no intentions. From the staff of the staff, he learned about the miasma he encountered during the conquest of Nanyang. When Liu Sheng was alone, he opened the Industrial Revolution system to check related technologies. The cinchona cream extraction technology, a technology used in the 19th century to extract the anti-malarial ingredient quinine from the cinchona bark used by the Indians to treat fever, requires 50,000 points of civilization. Artemisinin combination therapy. A combination therapy with artemisinin as the core discovered by a certain Chinese medical scientist, is a very effective means to treat malaria. By interfering with the function of malaria parasite membrane mitochondria, it requires 2 million points of civilization. Liu Sheng glanced over the medical technology of anti-malarial drugs and discovered important technologies discovered in his country in the 20th century. He couldn't help but miss the world he had traveled. He really wants to directly start the artemisinin combination therapy to solve the casualties caused by malaria to the soldiers of the Kyushu army. But artemisinin was discovered too late, and the required civilization points were astronomical. Liu Sheng faced the dilemma that the civilization points were not enough to open the technology. Let's turn on the cinchona frost extraction technology first. Liu Sheng thought for a while. Since he couldn't use the best technology at the moment, he could only retreat. It's like 100-point and 80-point technology. You can't turn on 100-point technology. 80-point technology is better than the current dilemma. However, Liu Sheng immediately thought that this technology needs to extract compounds from the cinchona tree, and he has never heard of the cinchona tree before or now. Will there be no cinchona tree in his own territory in this era? System, where is the cinchona tree? Liu Sheng had to ask the system. South America. The system replied. That's the same as when you called the rubber plantation last time. Summon a piece of cinchona tree to the place I specified. Luo Sheng is already familiar with the use of the Industrial Revolution system, knowing that as long as he has a civilization point, he can do whatever he wants. After the capture of Annan Kingdom last time, the Industrial Revolution system seemed to believe that it was a colony. Now the colonies occupied by Luo Sheng have 2 ports in Annan Kingdom, Champa State, and Dongying Kingdom, and 1 port in Zenla Kingdom. The colony has a population of more than 3 million. Historical achievement. The first stage of the rise of an empire, a colony with a population of 10 million and a population of 2 million. Earns 250,000 civilization points. The current civilization points are relatively abundant for Luo Sheng, as long as it does not involve the 20th century advanced technology. Chapter 671 Modern Medical Technology. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. It takes 10,000 civilization points to clone the cinchona tree plantation and its workers from the future time and space. The original 50,000 civilization points include chemists who master the extraction technology and the corresponding instruments. The system replied to Luo Sheng. The quinine provided by one plantation is not enough for us to use so many soldiers, and it would be better if it can be mass-produced for civilian use. Luo Sheng felt that a cinchona tree plantation was not enough. 10,000 civilization points per cinchona tree plantation. The Industrial Revolution system also seems to be very human. Then come to 3 cinchona tree plantations, 1 in the southern mountains of Yunnan, 1 in the southern mountains of Yizhou, and 1 in the northern mountains of Annan Kingdom. Luo Sheng thought about it, and asked for 3 in one breath. A plantation, so that it can cover the malarian areas in the south, and it's not enough to spend more civilization points to buy from the system in the future. Moreover, it's not a loss for 10,000 civilization points to change to a plantation. The anti-malarial drugs made can save many people's lives, and reselling them to other countries can also make a fortune. The system will automatically summon the plantation to be suitable for planting cinchona trees in uninhabited mountains. This is the map where they are located. The system summoned 3 maps out of thin air. Luo Sheng looked at the 3 maps. Good fellow, it turned out to be a very detailed map of the Chief Secretary of Yunnan, the Chief Secretary of Yizhou, and the Chief Secretary of Jiazi. It can be said to be an extra harvest. Give this map to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Households. Both can save a lot of manpower. To temporarily solve the problem of malaria, Luo Sheng briefly looked through the list of modern medical technologies, mainly focusing on the medical technologies of the 19th and 20th centuries. In the 19th century, medical technology included cell pathology, bacteriology, pharmacology, experimental physiology, diagnostics, surgery, preventive medicine, and nursing. For example, the extraction technology of cinchona cream initiated by Luo Sheng is a technology under pharmacology, which extracts active ingredients from some botanicals. It is worth mentioning that the discovery of artemisinin also used this concept. Stethoscope, blood pressure measuring instrument, endoscopy, anesthesia, pasteurization, autoclave, smallpox vaccine, and Luo Sheng also saw some of China's modern medical achievements, such as dog skin ointment. There are so many inventions in the 19th century. Luo Sheng didn't think it was much before looking carefully, but after looking carefully, he wanted to open up any technology, and couldn't help calculating whether his civilization point was enough or not. Later, Luo Sheng looked at the more advanced medical technology in the 20th century. At this time, the medical technology was even more powerful, including chemotherapy, antibiotics, endocrinology, nutrition, molecular biology, medical genetics, surgery, organ transplantation, and artificial organs, brain science, behavioral medicine, etc., are very close to the level of the 21st century where Luo Sheng originally lived. At this time, the proportion of the achievements of Huaxia medicine also rose rapidly, including synthetic insulin, traditional Chinese medicine anesthesia, artemisinin, and replantation of severed limbs. The civilization points needed for a small branch under each big branch are millions. They are all good things, but unfortunately, too many civilization points are needed. When Liu Sheng saw good things, he was tempted by things, but they were all too expensive. Let's first get the medical technology of the 19th century and pave the way for the technology of the 20th century. Liu Sheng looked at some 19th century medical technology, and clicked on all the technologies from the early 19th century. The medical technology in the early 19th century was relatively cheap, but the technology in the late 19th century and the 20th century was too expensive. Turning on these technologies will summon the corresponding medical talents. How can we set up a medical department in the Academy of Sciences to cultivate a group of local medical talents, and then point them to the direction of research? In this way, the top-pronged approach will make medical technology more advanced. Expect it to be much faster. 10,000 civilization points. 50,000 civilization points, 100,000 civilization points, 250,000 civilization points. Liu Sheng consumes a lot of civilization points without blinking his eyes. He insists on rapid modern medicine, which may be the most technologically advanced in this era. Quick moment. Soon the Industrial Revolution system called hundreds of modern medical talents and sent them to Tianjin by a ship, and then entered the Academy of Sciences in Beijing. Liu Sheng saw Westerners among these doctors and medical researchers, as well as some native medical scientists in the Ming Dynasty, as well as a few people from other countries. With these hundreds of doctors and medical scientists, Liu Sheng immediately asked the Academy of Sciences to organize the establishment of the Department of Medicine, set up many subjects, and then enroll students. When the Academy of Sciences heard that the Department of Medicine was suddenly established, it was also in a hurry. The Department of Medicine is different from ordinary departments, but once a large department is established, a large amount of scientific research funds will be invested in it. Hundreds of people were making noise. It took Liu Shengwang half a month to assign subjects and positions to these people and arrange the land for the medical school. However, this is not enough. A special instrument factory must be established to produce modern medical instruments for use by the Ministry of Medicine. Fortunately, when the system called for talents, it brought the prototypes, molds, and design drawings of the instrument with the ship, and it took a while to produce them. Summoning hundreds of doctors and medical scientists from the early 19th century to come, Liu Sheng sent 3 more detachments, asking them to follow the map to find the 3 cinchona trees that were summoned and distributed in Yunnan, Yizhou, and Annan plantation, and then send people to collect the corresponding anti-malarial raw materials, preparing to produce the first batch of anti-malarial drugs. Before he started rubber technology, he summoned a rubber plantation on Hainan Island. Later, he sent people to open up 2 rubber plantations. Liu Sheng has accumulated a batch of natural rubber, but the supporting technology for automobile technology has not yet been integrated. After recruiting a group of modern doctors, Liu Sheng always felt that he was still a little short. He also looked at the nursing sciences in modern hospitals and found that there was a technique called nurse training school. A whole nurse training school? Will the goddess of lantern Nightingale be summoned? Infections outside the battlefield and casualties caused by injuries on the battlefield without proper care are also a major problem of attrition of soldiers. Thinking of this question, Liu Sheng hesitated, but chose to immediately start the nurse training school technique. The host: you have chosen the nurse training school technology, and the available civilization points can be reduced by 100,000. The Industrial Revolution system will summon talents from different time and space to help you realize this technology linking. The cold voice echoed in Liu Sheng's mind. The link is successful. It will be the first batch of 15 students from Nightingale and the Nightingale Nursing School of the British Empire to help you realize the skills of the nurse training school. They will help you train local nurses. Chapter 672 Medical Transformation. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. the Academy of Sciences will establish the Department of Medicine, and the Department of Medicine will set up the first nurse training school, recruiting suitable talents from the Zili department and various provinces. A total of 500 medical students and 200 nurse students will be selected. The training period for medical students ranges from 1 year to 5 years. The training period of nurses varies from 1 year to 3 years. This is the first time in history. However, when recruiting talents from various provinces, we still encountered a problem. The status of doctors belonged to the middle and ninth streams of the 3 teachings and 9 streams, which was lower than the status of scholars, farmers, industry and commerce, and was not taken seriously. Therefore, the enthusiasm of the recruitment of the Academy of Sciences this time was not as high as Liu Sheng expected. Then Liu Sheng announced the transformation of Taiyuan Hospital and Military Hospital. Tai Hospital has a general hospital and branch hospitals. The general hospital is in the capital and the branches are set up in major cities. Doctors in the Tai Hospital have professional title assessments, and their status is equivalent to that of civil servants at all levels. The only difference is the evaluation system. Ordinary civil servants are promoted by their merits, while doctors in Taiyuan Hospital are awarded professional titles by virtue of their medical research, surgery, or medical qualifications. The military hospital is independent of the Taiyuan Hospital, acts with the military, has its own unique assessment system, and its status is equivalent to that of military attachés at all levels. Medical students and nurse students who enter the Academy of Sciences can choose to go to Tai Hospital to become civilian doctors, or to go to military hospitals to become military doctors, and their salary status is greatly improved. After this decision was implemented, some people on the sidelines were a little excited and began to apply for admission to the Faculty of Medicine. And those who were not able to enter the other departments of the Academy of Sciences also began to apply frantically for the Faculty of Medicine. The head of the Department of Medicine is an official from the Kyushu Army. Of course, this minister cannot understand all the various medical talents that Liu Sheng has summoned for research. He just exercises the power of management, so that the Department of Medicine should not be crooked and internalized. The principal of the nurse training school was called by Nightingale. In addition to the fact that Nightingale was able to train the first batch of modern nurses in the world, there was no more suitable candidate. People in the Academy of Sciences were shocked by the newly established Department of Medicine, because the Academy of Sciences suddenly had such a large number of people, and there was a faint tendency to become the largest department of the Academy of Sciences. The list of applicants for the Department of Medicine is currently being screened. According to the military owner, you should not exceed 30% of the disciples of the big businessman of the family, leaving opportunities for disciples from other classes. The head of the newly established medical school reported to Liu Sheng about the current recruitment of disciples in the Department of Medicine. Well, the UNIRA students are fast-track students, but they cannot be demanded with loose standards for this reason. Instead, they must be stricter than the multi-year system because they will go to the Nanyang battlefield to serve as military doctors, and they will encounter the most difficult problems. Even they themselves will die of malaria. Liu Sheng was quite worried. The tropical and subtropical areas where malaria is raging are the biggest obstacle to the Kyushu Army. Yes, the officials of the medical department felt a heavy burden on them. It seemed that Liu Sheng had high hopes for their medical department and seemed to want to launch a war to conquer the Southeast Asia in a year, so he was eager to train the first batch of modern military doctors. In addition, a malaria research team was quickly established, which is what the saying goes, to develop anti-malarial drugs as quickly as possible. Liu Sheng said again, we must develop it as soon as possible. Not only the medical officials, but also the doctors and others who were called are feeling the pressure. It took Liu Sheng a lot of time to solve the problem of the doctor and the miasma. However, there are still very bad issues waiting for him to deal with, and that is the problem of the Nanyang region. There are many small countries in Southeast Asia, which can be divided into 2 regions, the Indochina Peninsula and the Spice Islands, and now there are reports in both regions. In the Indochina Peninsula, Shen Yulong, the civil affairs officer of the chief secretary of Yunnan, reported the invasion of Tanggu, and also caught a general of Tanggu. The memorial that came up not only described the ins and outs of the incident, but also clarified the views of Shen Yulong and a group of Yunnan officials on the situation in Southeast Asia, and Liu Sheng was somewhat interested in one of them. The Spice Islands is the Manila incident reported by the South Seas Fleet and the Marine Brigade. It requires the military to decide what to do next and when to attack the Spice Islands. If it attacks the Spice Islands, take the lead from Manila, Malacca, and Batavia. A stronghold began to attack. These are things that can only be decided by the military department. Shen Yulong stated in his heart that if he wants to attack Tanggu, if he starts from the chief secretary of Yunnan, he will enter the mountainous area of Tanggu. The terrain is difficult to deploy, and the logistics are extremely difficult. If we want to dispatch, include the 40,000 army, including the handyman, needs to prepare at least 300,000 shi of grain. This is an unbearable burden for the chief secretary of Yunnan. Even if the grain is transported from Sichuan, Guangdong and Guangxi, a large amount of grain will be consumed in the midway turnover. I'm afraid it's laboring for the people and fortune. Liu Sheng received Shen Yulong's letter and went to the headquarters of the intelligence department. The headquarters of the intelligence department is in a courtyard in the capital. If it weren't for people coming in and out, soldiers with muskets were standing guard at the door. They thought it was an ordinary house. But here is actually the intelligence department of one of the two major intelligence departments of the Kyushu Army. Is to gather military intelligence department, more of a collection of military waters, enemy intelligence cases, assassination and other military-related intelligence, and the intelligence function are quite complicated. As long as there is an indication Liu Sheng on, you can intervene in any information you want, which is more flexible and makes many people frightened. In the past year or two, some envoys sent out were arrested by the intelligence department and executed. The reason was that they used changes for personal gain and handed them over to the supervision department for verification. Once verified, they would be sent to prison. In serious cases, they would be killed without pardon. The changes transition smoothly. When an official in the capital passes by the quadrangle courtyard of the intelligence department, he will get a hairy heart no matter whether he has a ghost in his heart or not. Military Master, did Master Shen say any countermeasures? Ella and Liu Sheng of the intelligence office sat opposite each other, and a boy shotcha stove was boiling next to them. Shen Yulong believes that if you want to attack Tongyu, you can enter Siam by sea and attack Tongyu on the fake road of Siam. Liu Sheng said, Siam to Tanggu is a plain area. If you invade Tanggu from the plain, it is definitely easier than to invade Tanggu from the mountain, and it is easier to transport supplies by sea than across the mountains. This idea is that, fortunately, it is excellent, but Siam is also not a small kingdom in the southeast. I am afraid it will not easily let our army pass through their territory. Ella said, this is the cleverness of Shen Yulong's strategy. His purpose is not to directly attack the kingdom of Tanggu, but when the kingdom of Siam refuses our request, he will accuse their king, and then aggressively attack the kingdom of Siam and take the kingdom of Siam first. Take it down, so that only Tongyu is left in the Indochina peninsula. Even Ella, who had planned a lot of big operations, heard of Shen Yulong's proposal, and was a little surprised. She was able to find such an excuse to attack the kingdom of Siam. Chapter 673 Jungle Gorillas Second More. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. On Luzon Island, in addition to the Spanish colonial army occupying Manila, there are also many indigenous tribes. These indigenous tribes cannot defeat the colonial army, but the number of colonial troops is not large enough to suppress all the indigenous tribes. The two sides maintain a balance in a special state. However, the indigenous tribes were dissatisfied with the colonial army, because the colonial army often required them to turn in fur, gold and silver, and often went to the indigenous tribes to rob the tribesmen as coolies. In the Manila incident, the king's shopkeeper escaped into one of the indigenous tribes that were extremely disgusted with the colonial army. Fortunately, he was taken in. Only 100 people were left beside him. There were less than 20 firecrackers in his hands, and the rest were big knives. Cold weapons such as bows and arrows. In the forest, a 300-man Spanish army is carefully exploring the depths of the jungle, holding a matchlock gun, and carefully staring at the dark jungle, not knowing where beasts or natives will emerge. The governor of Manila, Acuna, had a saber hung from his waist, and he also held a matchlock in his hand. At the front of the queue, on the left and right sides, there were more than a dozen captured natives. They were tied together by colonial soldiers with ropes and chains to act as a guide to the native tribe and as a shield. Acuna's expression is very bad. He learned about the Manila City uprising in Batavia and the Kyushu Army's request for the release of the Chinese businessman caught in the Manila incident. As the governor appointed by the Spanish emperor, he had to accept the Kyushu Army's conditions with a stern voice. Moreover, this incident happened just after the establishment of the East India Coalition forces presided over by the Dutch, which is equivalent to slap Acuna in the face, and put Acuna in front of the two governors of Coin and Mascaru. Can't look up. So after returning to Manila from Batavia this time, Acuna vented his anger on the more than 100 remnants of the uprising led by the king's treasurer who fled from Manila that day, as well as the indigenous tribes who dared to shelter them, and immediately set about organizing troops to enter encirclement and suppression in the jungle. According to the captured native confession, there are only 100 Han Chinese who fled into the jungle. The leader is a Han businessman named Wang Laosan. Their morale is low because of the failure of the rebellion. Adjutant Castle followed Aku. Next Tania said to him, Wang Laosan, has his family caught it? Acuna gritted her teeth. This Wang and Laosan is very smart as a businessman. He sent all his family to Annan before the rebellion. Now he is receiving the asylum of the Kyushu army. It is impossible for our people to enter Annan to arrest people. Kasser said, damn it, when I catch him alive, I will definitely hang him on the head of Manila City, in order to behave like you. Acuna said. 300 colonial soldiers marched in the jungle. Military boots left footprints on the ground. Some beasts that encountered them were all taken away. Only the mosquitoes bothered them. In the jungle, dozens of pairs of eyes are staring at these colonial soldiers, just like staring at a group of prey. A Spanish soldier felt that there were leaves shaking in the forest, wiped his eyes, and everything was normal. Acuna and others touched the indigenous tribe in the jungle, and then went around the foot of the mountain to enter the indigenous tribe. You guys took a native to explore the way first, Castle said to several soldiers. Several colonial soldiers nodded, and then led a captive around from the foot of the mountain and disappeared in front of everyone. After the war in Europe is over, I asked His Majesty the Emperor to send a large army to thoroughly clean up the tribes on the island that dared to rebel against us, and turn it into our colony. Keeping them will always be troublesome. This time they will take in. The rebellious Han Chinese exposed the shortcomings. Acuna sat down next to a huge rock and said to Castle, not only the indigenous tribes, but the Han people living in our Manila are also a hidden danger. In the past, the Han people had war in their homeland and frequent natural disasters. They left their hometowns and came here. Although they were ruled by us, they did not dare to go back to live a hard life. But now the East is stable, these people taking root in Manila again. My heart is bound to the East, and I am becoming more and more dissatisfied with our rule. Similar rebellions will happen frequently, Castle said. After the rebels are put down, we will expel the Han Chinese in Manila, seize their property, and completely eliminate their influence in Manila. Acuna said. Acuna and Castle waited on the spot for a few Spanish soldiers to return, but after waiting for a long time, a few Spanish soldiers had not returned, and there were worms in the jungle from time to time. Acuna, who always feels something is wrong, some of them who went to explore the way, why haven't they come back? Suddenly he noticed a cold light out of the corner of his eyes, and he subconsciously moved forward. Zheng. An arrow flew behind Acuna's neck and hit the boulder behind him, splashing sparks. This sneak attack arrow was like a signal. Arrows shot out one after another in the jungle, and occasionally there was the sound of firecrackers. The colonial army that was suddenly attacked used both hands and feet and hurriedly climbed behind the rocks and trees to block the arrow attack, while the fallen Acuna was almost dragged by Castle to hide under the boulder. Just being attacked in this way, a dozen corpses fell on the ground, and a few colonial soldiers with arrows in their thighs fell on the ground, desperately watching the second round of arrows falling. Damn fellow! They were almost killed by them just now. Acuna let out a cold sweat, frightened and angry. Fight back now, counterattack now. The colonial soldiers who recovered did not know how many enemies were in the jungle or where they were. They lit the fire rope, pulled the trigger, and fired in the direction where the bow and arrow came from in the forest. The sound of gunfire one after another, the white smoke produced by the burning of gunpowder filled the boulder pile with smoke. Both sides began to shoot aimlessly, and some unlucky soldiers fell under each other's arrows or bullets. The shooting between the two sides lasted for about half an hour. Many branches and leaves in the jungle were shattered by bullets or arrows, and the leaves were everywhere. Later, the troops who secretly attacked in the jungle saw that they could not reach the 300 Spanish musketeers. Pleased, they gradually dispersed, leaving some corpses. But on the whole, the colonial army that was attacked suffered a loss. These damn aboriginals, you don't need to protect the Han people, and you dare to resist. You follow me to attack the indigenous tribes and destroy them completely. No need to think about it. Acuna knows that it is the indigenous tribes and the escaped Manila rebels attacking them here. Even more annoyed into anger, he directly took the remaining colonial soldiers and attacked the indigenous tribes. They have not experienced such shame since they conquered Manila. Chapter 674, Burning the Village. Third more. When Acuna led the colonial soldiers into the indigenous tribe, the village here was already empty, and Acuna was so angry that he could not find a target to vent. The corpses of several colonial soldiers who had explored the way before were hung at the entrance of the village, mostly because the indigenous people humiliated them. The colonial soldiers smashed open the wooden door with their rifle butts. When they entered, they found that all the clothing, food, and livestock had been taken away except for some wooden tables that could not be taken away, leaving only the empty thatched huts. It seems that they were prepared for a long time, knowing that they were not our opponents. They fled ahead of time, and they didn't even leave us a bit of food. Castle came over with a hoe, which he was able to find in the village. The best thing, and it is very likely that the indigenous people forgot to take away and left it. Next time if I let me catch them, I will take them all to the market entrance of Manila and beheaded. Acuna looked at the empty village. The more I thought about it, the more angry he became, so he ordered, "Set the village here on fire." Castle changed his color slightly. "No, it's located in the middle of a forest. If it is set on fire rashly, it will cause a mountain fire, and it may be where it will burn. If I don't set fire to this ruined place, my anger is hard to vent, and I must razor it to the ground." Acuna still insisted on setting fire to the village. "Dig a trench around the village to prevent the fire from spreading, and then set it on fire." "Up." "Yes, Lord Governor." Castle thought for a moment, and after confirming that Acuna would never cause trouble to the colony, he took his men to set the village on fire. The thatched house is on fire. Soon black smoke rose up in the valley, so that the black smoke could be seen in a radius of 10 miles. On a hill, the shopkeeper Wang, who hid in the jungle, looked at the long-lasting black smoke hovering over the valley, and said to an aboriginal leader with tattoos on his face wrapped in a hemp skirt and said, "Great leader, thank you for sheltering us and for sacrificing your homeland. You Chinese merchants in Manila gave us generous and selfless help a few years ago when our tribe was in the most difficult time. It was a friend sent to us by the gods. We will always remember your friendship." The indigenous chief said. The tattoos on his face follow change as he speaks. "Please rest assured, although your thatched huts were burned down by the devil, once we seize control of Manila, our Chinese merchants will repay you. Hire good craftsmen to build houses for your tribe, as well as furniture. I will prepare it for you." The shopkeeper Wang said gratefully. "Thatched huts are easy to build. but if possible, please give us more tea and good iron at that time. The indigenous chief said, these are trivial things. Shopkeeper Wang said. A rebel soldier who was living in the jungle next to Shopkeeper Wang said, Shopkeeper Wang, in the jungle just now, if we weren't able to use the Kyushu army's rifles to support us, if it weren't for our lack of ammunition, their casualties were so few. Our bows and arrows can't kill. They killed and wounded about 20 or 30 of them, without causing them serious injuries. I am a little regretful that the incident was too early, and I underestimated the fighting power of the red-haired men. They captured Manila with more than 1,000 people, and destroyed the kingdom that originally occupied Manila. How could it be so easy to deal with? They brought it this time. More than 300 people came over, more than ours. It is normal for us to be unable to beat them. If we have enough ammunition in our hands, we will be able to consume them in the jungle. The leading king, the shopkeeper, faintly became the leader of the remnants of the rebel army, and couldn't help but cry out for regret. This was the case twice. Once in Manila because of the betrayal of the Spanish colonial army. This time it lacked sufficient ammunition and wasted the great advantage of the terrain. Some of our brothers do not adapt to the soil and water in the deep jungle. Several people have recently contracted miasma. I am afraid in addition to the hunts of colonial soldiers, these remaining rebels also encountered malaria, a common difficulty in the rainforest. Find a way to get in touch with our companions in Manila. We must get enough supplies to be able to continue dealing with them. The shopkeeper Wang said, let me sneak into Manila alone. You have a good relationship with this tribal leader. Avoid them in the jungle. But shopkeeper Wang, the wind has not passed yet. Their authorities will definitely want us in the city and search for us. If you entered the city, they will most likely be caught. With their resentment towards you, you will definitely not be pleased. Some members of the rebel army said worriedly, it is because of me that the brothers are in exile in the jungle. I must let as many people as possible go back alive, even at the expense of myself. The shopkeeper Wang said. Acunia, who entered the jungle for encirclement and suppression, damaged many troops, and still could not find the last remnants of rebels led by the treasurer Wang. Can only return to Manila city depressed. But what they didn't expect was that the leader of the rebel army they had been trying to arrest was far behind them and mixed into the city of Manila. The mansion of Manila businessman Chen Lao is in the southeast corner of Manila city. Since Chen Lao was released from the Manilan uprising, he has not been closed, and he has not even done business. Not only Mr. Chen, but also the younger generation of the Chen family in Manila stayed behind closed doors and temporarily gave up the family business. Old Chen's decision made many Chinese businessmen in Manila follow suit, and Manila, who lost the Chinese businessman, was paralyzed for a while. There are no Chinese merchants, and the Kyushu army has tightened the trade blockade against Manila. No Chinese products flowed into Manila. The income of Spanish merchants in Manila mainly depends on two channels. One is to buy Chinese tea, porcelain, silk and transport them back to Europe for resale. The other is to plunder the spices, sugar and other cash crops and furs from the Spice Islands and transport them back to Europe. The absence of China's commodity supply is equivalent to an economic sanction by the Kyushu army, which plunged the unprepared Spanish governor's house into an economic winter. I want to visit Mr. Chen. The shopkeeper Wang, who sneaked into Manila, did not ask to see Mr. Chen from the main entrance of the Chen family, but went around the back door of the Chen family to secretly beg to see him. Otherwise, the soldiers from the governor's mansion might come over and arrest him. Who are you? Why are you sneaking in through the back door? Asked the courtyard at the back door. Go and tell Lao Chen that the younger generation surnamed Wang has encountered some troubles and wants him to help. The shopkeeper Wang took off his straw hat and was a little embarrassed. It was because he did not listen to Chen Lao's advice that it led to the defeat of the rebels. Chapter 675, Supporting the Jungle Army. 4th. Old Chen, everything is my fault. That will lead to the failure of the resistance, and also cost so many lives in vain, so many businessmen in the city. I am really dead. The shopkeeper Wang saw Mr. Chen. Regret not at the beginning. Old Chen sat in the upright position, but didn't mean to criticize the treasurer Wang. Instead, he said, although your behavior was reckless at the time, it may not be unfeasible. In the meantime, we had a traitor and reported the incident to the governor's mansion, which led to the failure of the incident. Traitor, have you found out who it is? The shopkeeper Wang asked with a grimace at the corner of his eyes. It has been ascertained. Among the people who broke up that night, only the broker Jiang Sanlu did not arrive, and he disappeared after that. Recently, some of us saw him coming in and out of the governor's mansion. Although it was unrealistic to see it at night, it can be basically confirmed that it is Jiang Sanlu. Old Chen said. Jiang Sanlu is the brother who went north and south with me. I thought he had already sacrificed that night. How could it be him? The shopkeeper Wang was unwilling to believe this fact. Could it be that Jiang Sanlu was caught and tortured? Only then did we confess our actions. If he hadn't actively betrayed us, it would be impossible to enter the governor's mansion freely without anyone following. Moreover, we sent someone to his home and stole the correspondence between him and the governor of Manila Akana. It is already certain that he betrayed. This fact is beyond doubt for us, said Chen Lao. Furthermore, we guessed based on the correspondence between us that he not only betrayed us at this moment, but he has long played the role of the supervisor of the governor's mansion among our Chinese businessmen. They are afraid of the influence of our Chinese businessmen in Manila. Power. So we need to buy someone to monitor us. Unexpectedly, this guy Jiang Sanlu would actually be the minion of the governor's mansion. I will kill him. The shopkeeper Wang shook the table and was greatly furious. Don't worry, I'll show you someone. Old Chen said, General Liu, please come over. A burly man walked into the hall, and the shopkeeper Wang wanted to stand up vigilantly. Wang Si, you have caused our Kyushu army to suffer a lot. A good plan had to be adjusted, and it also alarmed the military. Liu Wang sat down in a seat. This is General Liu sent by the Kyushu army from Manan. He holds great power. If we want to seize Manila in the future, we still need General Liu's help, Chen Lao said. It turned out to be a member of the Kyushu army. The shopkeeper Wang was sweating. He did not act according to the Kyushu army's order to wait for reinforcements, but started his own affairs ahead of time. As a result, many of the arrangements made by the Kyushu army fell short. Such a crime was really something he could not bear. It's all to blame me for being confused. I didn't obey your instructions and lost the muskets you helped. The shopkeeper Wang was ashamed and looked at Liu Wang's attitude from the corner of his eye. The lost musket can still be produced, but the life of the dead warrior will never come back, Liu Wang said. Wang Si blamed himself and shook his head. Wait for me to kill the traitor first, then commit suicide and apologize to the dead brothers. What you did is even more confused. Liu Wang still shook his head. It's tantamount to sacrificing the lives of yourself and your companions in vain. If you can listen to the orders of our Kyushu army, you can alleviate your sins. When Wang Si heard this, he was slightly startled. What do you want me to do? I heard that you also led 100 soldiers to escape into the jungle, Liu Wang said. That's right, those 100 remnants are the few brothers who survived that day, but we are now encountering many difficulties in the jungle. The lack of food is one aspect. There are also some brothers who have a miasma in the forest and are dying. Wang Si told Liu Wang about their plight. So I risked my life to return to Manila this time to ask Chen Lao for a batch of herbs and food. Hearing Wang Si's words, Mr. Chen said, we are looking for you. No wonder you will come to the door. After all, you started to deal with the colonial army. We will find ways to supply you with food and herbs. Liu Wang made the decision for Mr. Chen. Could you please provide us with a batch of firearms and gunpowder? We lack gunpowder in the jungle. When the colonial army enters the jungle to encircle us, we can only borrow the bow and arrow from the natives to fight against the colonial army. Suppress. Wang Si originally sneaked into Manila. The most important thing was to find firearms. Now I see the Kyushu army general with the most advanced firearms here. Although he has let the Kyushu army down once, he still bites his head to Liu Wang for help. Liu Wang and Old Chen smiled at each other. Said, what I said, you want to listen to our Kyushu army's orders is to secretly provide you with firearms, gunpowder, food, herbs, clothing, and even soldiers can secretly provide you with them. Really? Wang Xi was overjoyed. Since I have said that, it is the adjustment made by our Kyushu army in response to the changes in Manila. As a price, you need to do one thing, Liu Wang said. What's the matter? Wang Xi asked. You need to use the materials we provide you to add some trouble to the governor of Manila for our Kyushu army. At a critical time in the future, you will attack Manila and drag the defenders of Manila city. Liu Wang said. When do we need to hold the Manila defenders? Wang Xi asked eagerly. At least 1 year up to 3 years. The specific time is related to military secrets. I have nothing to say. You only need to choose to accept or not. If you accept, you can get supplies, but you may encounter Manila. The defenders frequently cleared and suppressed them, causing heavy casualties. Liu Wang said. It's a dead end without materials and gunpowder in the jungle. It's better to fight with fate. Wang Xi saw that the conditions of the Kyushu army were just what he wanted, so he said, you can also use the materials we provide to pull up a troop among the local indigenous people to supplement your casualties. Liu Wang suggested. Wang Xi thought for a while, and with the connections he had accumulated in the jungle in previous years, he could indeed pull up an indigenous army. The operation of the musket is not difficult. Even a person who has never used a musket can barely become a qualified musketeer after 2 or 3 months of training. I promise you, but before I leave, I want to slash the traitor Jiang Sanlu with my own hands and cause panic in the city. By the way, Wang Xi said. Chapter 676 Advanced Musketeers. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. In the Manila governor's mansion, Acuna's right arm was tied with gauze and hung on his chest. In the hall where he was, 2 soldiers carried the body of a man. Why is there a peculiar smell? Acuna covered his nose with his left arm and tacked. A soldier said embarrassingly. This man was bought by us at a high price to monitor Chinese businessmen. He was found violently killed in the latrine this morning, so we carried him over. Unlucky? Just tell me about this kind of thing. There is no need to bring it up. Acuna ordered 2 soldiers to carry Jiang Sanlu's body away. Castle frowned slightly, and walked up to Acuna and said, this person is dead and dead. It's no big deal. But someone left a piece of paper at the scene saying that they had escaped during the rebellion. Those Chinese merchants still have their servants clearing the door. The damn guy actually sneaked into our city of Manila. Fortunately, I searched for them in the jungle for a long time. Acuna was recently burned by the few remaining remnants of the rebels, but he was a governor to clean up. Not being such a Han Chinese is really detrimental to his reputation. Should you block the gates and hunt for the murderer in the whole city? Castle asked. No, since they dared to blatantly commit murder and left a note, then they must be ready to escape. I think they have left Manila at this moment. The hunt for the murderer in our city will only consume a lot of manpower. Material resources have caused the people in the city to panic. Let them go for the time being, and then slowly try to encircle them. Acuna paced around nervously. I am worried about another thing now. What's the matter? Castle asked. The last time we quelled the rebellion, we seized more than 100 muskets in the city. The power, accuracy, and range of these muskets are far higher than those of our own arquebuses, but their musket standards are similar to ours. It is suspected that it is the 2nd-generation musket produced by China. But why they can make a musket so much more advanced than ours? This is really a thing that makes me puzzled. Acuna said he worries. When Castle heard about the Kyushu army's muskets seized from the rebels to support the rebels, Castle looked solemn. He also used the batch of muskets and found that the Kyushu army's rear muskets were better than he had imagined. To be easy to use too much, and the power is still strong. The 2 of them personally used the Draeser rifle for the first time, and they were shocked to find that the rifle could still be like this. What happened to that batch of muskets? Castle asked. Half of the muskets have been shipped back to Europe to see if our craftsmen can imitate them, or study the principles of the muskets they designed. Acuna said, The remaining half of the muskets are left in our own hands. We also have to learn how to deal with Oriental muskets. If the Orientals attack Manila, what should we do? It's really hard to imagine why the Easterners can invent such a powerful musket. We, the best craftsmen in Europe, cannot design even a musket with half the power of the Oriental musket. Castle said, "Do you think that Britain or France secretly produced a new type of musket, and then secretly sold it to the Easterners? Otherwise how did the Easterners produce such a musket?" Acuna said, "If Britain and France could produce such a powerful musket, how could they be able to restrain their ambitions? And Europe would not be able to fight until now." Castle said. Acuna nodded in agreement. He was just a whim, but think about it carefully. If a reliable rear-mounted rifle had been produced in Europe for a long time, it would definitely not be tucked and hidden. It has long been used to solve the anxiety. Europe is on the battlefield. We can only see whether our craftsmen can imitate their firearms. If we can imitate them, our Spanish Empire may be able to learn from the Eastern muskets and gain an advantage on the European battlefield. Say so. I don't know how many such muskets are left in the Eastern Army. Will there be thousands of them? Castle said. It should not be easy to produce such a musket. I think it is the limit of the Eastern Army to have 4 to 5,000. Acuna speculated. If he knew that the Kyushu army had produced tens of thousands of Dreiser rifles that surprised them by relying on the mining field in Liaodong, he wondered if he would simply abandon Manila. If tens of thousands of infantrymen preparing Dreiser rifles land on Luzon Island, it is estimated that 10 Manila cities will be razed to the ground. The city of Thanglong has now become the home of the Chief Secretary of the Cochin, governing the original narrow land of Annan and Champu and 3 million people. The Independent Corps was stationed in Thanglong City, while the Nanyang Fleet and Marine Brigade were stationed in Hoi An Port, forming two large military towns in the north and the south. Actually, to suppress the original forces of the Zheng family and the Ruan family. Corps Commander Cheng Yi received an order from the military, which surprised Cheng Yi, who had originally thought that he could be stable for a period of time. He found Xun Wenken, the civil affairs officer of the Chief Secretary of Kosi, because one of the orders of the military was to set up the Chief Secretary of Cochin's own security forces. The Chief Secretary of Cochin was very different from other provinces because it was conquered by the Kyushu army from outside the territory of Ming Dynasty. In other provinces, there are at most some bandits and bandits who harm one party. As long as there are 2 to 3,000 security forces in the province, they can go to suppress it after an accident. However, Annan, Champa and other places are newly occupied places, and rebellions may occur at any time. Therefore, the military department has given more places, with 5,000 people in the security force of Thanglong and 3,000 people in the security force of Hoi An. The 8,000 strong security force has not been able to deploy advanced firearms. The vast majority of the weapons used are the backward weapons left over by the Zheng family and the Ruan family. However, even if there are rebels, the weapons of the rebels are not necessarily better. For Duya's Kyushu army, it is just a second-line security force. 2 new regular security forces were established. Thanglong City stationed 5,000 people, and Hoi An Port stationed 3,000 people. The weapons in the Zheng family and Ruan family arsenals are enough, but the source of troops is a big problem. Xun Wenken a little worried. In fact, the Chief Secretary of Jiaozi currently has the most concentrated group of the Kyushu Army, the Independence Corps, the Nanyang Fleet, and the Marine Brigade. There are 50,000 people in total. Xun Wenken is not afraid of the rebellion of the Chief Secretary of Jiaozi. As long as someone dared to rise up, the rebels would not be able to resist the advance of the most elite troops of this era by waterways of 50,000. Chapter 677 The difficulty of sources of arms. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. However, the military department suddenly wanted the Chief Secretary of Cochin to establish its own security force, indicating that the 3 true main forces of the Kyushu Army, the Independence Corps, the Nanyang Fleet, and the Marine Brigade, had to take new actions and did not have enough energy to stay in Annan. The Champa State and other places suppressed the careerists here, and the chief secretary of Kosi began to rely on his own security forces to maintain the stability of the chief secretary of Kosi. Master Xan, you mean that the security forces of the chief secretary of Jozi cannot recruit soldiers from the remote central plains? We have to recruit soldiers on the spot, Chang Yi said. Exactly. Not only is it not easy to recruit soldiers because of the remote terrain of the central plains, but even the people from Guangdong, Guangxi and other places don't necessarily come to the hotter Annan kingdom. They live well in their homeland unless they have to. Will come to Annan, and most of the people who come to Annan to live are businessmen and farmers, and not many people want to enlist in the army. This time the military has suddenly approved 2 security forces with a size of 8,000. Except for the Zheng family, Ruan's previous army and some local civilians, I can't think of where so many troops were recruited. Sun Wenkan said about his worries and the difficulty of recruiting soldiers. The Kyushu army encountered many problems when it opened up its territory. These problems were often more difficult than defeating the local kingdom, such as malaria, unacceptable water and soil, and supply of troops. As more and more territories were occupied, the Kyushu army had to start recruiting soldiers from non-Daming areas to fight for itself. In most cases, recruiting soldiers from non-Daming regions will cause great trouble to the Kyushu army, which has the Daming region as its core. Master Xung is the loyalty issue of the Vietnamese soldiers who are afraid of recruiting. Chang Yi realized Xun Wenkan's worry. The original soldiers of the Zheng family and Ruan family are not of our ethnicity, and they have not been influenced by our Chinese culture. Their loyalty is very problematic. If they are recruited, they will easily betray us and even become rebels in the future. Xun Wen can name the most worrying issue. It is said that the disciples of the church starve to death the master. The same applies here. If they betray, they will be driven into the sea to feed the fish. Put a big knife on their necks so that they can learn what obedience is. Chen Yi's subordinate Huang Degong snorted coldly, planning to solve this problem with iron and blood. This will intensify conflicts. Although there is no problem in the short term, it will leave hidden dangers in the long run. Xun Wenkan shook his head. Cheng Yi patted his head suddenly, and said, "The military has also attached a suggestion." Oh? Xun Wenkan took another document attached by Chang Yi and glanced at it a little. It seems that the military department has also thought about this problem and already has some countermeasures. What are the countermeasures? Because this document was actually for Xun Wenkan and other civil officials, Hongwu was not opened, and Chang Yi did not see the content, but was somewhat interested. The Ministry of the Army recommends setting up teachings in the security forces to promote Chinese culture and loyalty to the local recruits. We will give a small talk every day and a big talk every month. Xun Wen can read Liu Sheng's proposal, and he felt like it. Some creeps specially set up instructors to brainwash the recruited soldiers every day. This is pure brainwashing. Cheng Yi felt terrible after hearing this. It's really hard to imagine what it would be like with such a brainwashing effort. Secondly, you can control this army by means of checks and balances, and recruit soldiers from all ethnic groups in Annan as much as possible, so as to avoid letting a certain ethnic group occupy the majority of the army, so that they will not unite as one. Recruit soldiers from Hoyan Port and other places to garrison in Thanglong City, and recruit soldiers from Thanglong City area to garrison in Hoyan Port, so that their families will be controlled by the other side and they dare not have two hearts. Xun Wenkan also listed there were some suggestions from the military. Of course these are methods used just in case, and the most important thing is to teach them. This method should be effective, and it is also a last resort. If our independent corps cannot be separated from the chief secretary of Jiaozi, it will not be able to enter a new battlefield. Cheng Yi said. Yes. Xun Wenkan seemed to have thought of something. Does the military already have new combat targets? When will the independent corps and the Nanyang fleet raise troops? troops. Do we need the cooperation of the Chief Secretary of the Cochin? It must be the cooperation of Master Xun. It is very likely that most of the food and grass will be supplied by the Chief Secretary of Cochin. I believe the military will issue an order to you soon. Our independent corps will also be reorganized, Shang Yi said. Reorganization of the independent corps? Xun Wenken was a little surprised. Yes. The independent corps will be changed to conquer the Southern Army, divided into 3 corps, and conduct cooperative exercises, and take the lead in controlling the large-scale combat cooperation between the corps and the corps. Chen Yi said. The combat target is Siam, Xun Wenken asked. Chen Yi shook his head. Is that Dongyu? Xun Wenken asked again. Chen Yi still shook his head. That's weird. On this land, with the exception of Siam and Tanggu, the kingdom of Zenla has been breached by Deng Qianlong, and the king of Zenla obeys us. The kingdom of Langkang has no sense of existence, and it is almost the same as the kingdom of Zenla. As long as we want to take it, we can take it down at any time, and we don't have to use all our military power to attack. Xun Wenken was a little confused. The children only make the choice. We will attack Siam and Tanggu at the same time. Once we take the royal city of the kingdom of Siam, we will attack the kingdom of Tanggu, and finally turn around and destroy the kingdom of Zenla and Langkang. Come, all the territory south of the mainland will be the territory of our Kyushu army, Shang Yi said. Destroy the 4 kingdoms. Xun Wenken couldn't believe the decision of the military department. Since the annihilation of Annan and Champa, the Independence Corps hasn't moved much, and once it has moved, it will sweep the rest of the Indochina Peninsula in a squally stormy trend. If 4 countries are not destroyed at the same time, how can we use 50,000 troops? Shang Yi asked back. But in this way, I am afraid that the entire Nanyang will be earthquake. It is the first time that Xun Wenken has seen strong winds and waves. It is the first time he has encountered such a situation, and he can't help but wipe his cold sweat. He could already imagine that once the Kyushu army captured the 4 Southeast Asian countries, together with the occupation of Annan and Champa, it was equivalent to occupying the territory of 6 kingdoms. Then the Westerners on the Spice Islands would probably go crazy. If the Kyushu army swept the 6 Southeast Asian countries, it would remind them of the horror of Europe being dominated by Attila, the whip of God, and Genghis Khan, the arrogant generation of heaven. The Nanyang earthquake will be an earthquake, but in the letter from the military department, I just thought of the excuses for attacking Siam and Tanggu. There are also excuses for attacking the kingdom of Zenla and Langkang. I didn't think about it. You may need Lord Xun. Come to think about it, Chen Yi said. Chapter list 678 chapters. Purchase of grain. In the autumn of 1633 AD, the Chief Secretary of Cochin purchased a large amount of surplus grain from the local people after the rice harvest was completed. Because the dispute between the Zheng family and the Ruan family became history because the Kyushu army annexed the 2, Thanglong City and Fukhun City have only 8,000 security forces that also serve as soldiers and farmers, and do not need to support a large number of troops, so the labor force is quite sufficient. In addition, the Kyushu army collected all landlords' land to the Chief Secretary of Jiaozi, and then distributed it to civilians for planting. Only half of the grain tax levied by the previous big landlords was collected. The harvest in the first year was quite good. Of course, the surplus grain purchased was to supply the reorganized conquest army. A large amount of grain was collected from various places of the Chief Secretary of Cochin to Hoyan Port in the south. Although Thanglong City is the home of the Chief Secretary of Cochin, the location of Hoyan Port is more conducive to food turnover. In order to purchase surplus grain more conveniently, the Far East Trading Company of the Kyushu Army and local Chinese businessmen set up a special grain company to use private forces to purchase and transport grain from the villages under the Chief Secretary of Jiaozi. The government sets the purchase price, and the merchants earn money from it. Some shipping and handling fees. Not only did they buy food from the former states of Annan and Champa, but the Chief Secretary of Cochin also bought food from Yizi by sea. After 6 years of development by the Kyushu army, Yizi has hybridized a batch of good lodging-resistant rice, which has become a relatively large granary on the southeast coast. It can not only meet the local food needs, but also support it in times of severe drought along the southeast coast. Food. Large-scale grains were transported to Hoi An port. Hundreds of grain merchants and water merchants participated in this grain purchase operation. It was difficult to cover up such a large-scale operation, and it still alarmed some people. A big-belly Dutch businessman who came to Hoi An port to buy tea from Chinese merchants twisted his moustache, and looked thoughtful at the bags on the wharf that had been brought down from the Chinese merchant ships. He saw a shirtless man on the pier with a rag clothes around his waist, so he waved at him. This red-haired man, "You have a lot of money to do, jogging over?" asked respectfully. In their eyes, as long as the clothes are luxurious, they are all uncles. Here, what did the ship move down? The belly-bellied Dutch businessman pointed to a few dockworkers carrying sacks. If you go back to Lord Hong Mao, this is the secret of the boatman. We little ones can't say it. Kihaha said. Yeah, the Dutch businessman with a big belly frowned slightly, and took out a piece of silver the size of a fingernail. Kihaha excitedly took the broken silver in his hands, and said in a low voice, "The boatman didn't tell us what it was, but based on my years of experience in moving goods on the wharf, it should be rice." Rice. You are very short of food. The big-belly Dutch businessman seemed to have spotted a business opportunity and asked. In some years there is a shortage of food, especially during wars. But there should be no shortage of food this year. Even a poor person like me working on the wharf can fill the old snacks at home. Just eat. It's not easy to be good. I blamed my illiteracy and didn't want to fight as a soldier. I had to be a coolie and couldn't get promoted. As soon as I opened the Kihaha chat box, I kept talking. Enough is enough. You can go. The belly-bellied Dutch businessman drove away the bitter ha-ha impatiently. Thank you Hong Mao. Kihaha excitedly took the broken silver and left. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing today. The big-bellied Dutch businessman's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. Cruz, we have almost bought the tea, plus the spices we received in the Spice Islands. This time we can make 4 times the profit when we return to Europe. And it will not be a waste of more than a dozen sailors who died on the voyage. The Dutch merchant walked over with a few strikers. Let's not return to Europe in a hurry. Let's go to Batavia first, said the belly-bellied Dutch businessman. There is no need to return to Batavia. We can completely replenish the dry food, fresh water and fruits on the way in Hoi An port. Plus the goods have been purchased. Why waste time to Batavia? Another Netherlands. The businessman said dissatisfiedly. There is an important news to tell the governor of the East India Company. Otherwise, next time we come to the Spice Islands, the Spice Islands will not necessarily be in the hands of the East India Company. It will be even more difficult for us to buy spices, or spices. The price is going to rise, said the big-belly businessman Cruz. What happened? Another Dutch businessman heard that the spice business would be difficult to do in the future, and his own interests were touched, so he couldn't help but rush. The Easterners are hoarding food on a large scale here, and now it is not a catastrophe year for them. They must be actively preparing for war in order to start a war, Cruz said. Will they store food in the year of peace and open warehouses for disaster relief in the year of disaster? Another Dutch businessman still couldn't believe that the Kyushu army was preparing for a large-scale war under their noses. No, I have been observing here for several days. If it is just a normal storage of grain, would it be possible to buy grain from other places and hoard it in this port? Cruz said. If this is the case, then we must return to Batavia and explain the situation here with the governor in detail, lest the Spice Islands fall into the hands of the Orientals, and then we will have to pay taxes to the Orientals. The more the other Dutch businessman thought about it, the more he got right. He also noticed that the Kyushu army was preparing for war. We will inquire about more information at Hoi An port, so as to give some help to the East India Company and deepen the relationship with the East India Company, which may be able to give us some convenience in the future. Cruz said, I agree with your approach. Another Dutch businessman also intends to stay in Hooienpoort and continue to observe the actions of the Cusue army. Not only Dutch businessmen noticed the turmoil, some Francophones and Spanish businessmen also noticed the unusual actions of the chief secretary of Cochin. Master Xung, now our grain company has tried every means to buy a lot of grain from our company in Yizu, but there is still a gap between the amount of grain required by the military. The head of the Far East Trading Company established in the Chief Department of Geozi come to Xung Wenkan to complain. Is there no other way to collect food? Xung Wenkan said. Some provinces in the north are suffering from drought, and the surplus grain from other provinces is taken to support it. It is difficult to buy grain from other provinces, said the person in charge of the grain company. Let me think. If the difference is not much, maybe we can ask our dependent countries to provide food. Xung Wenkan said. Chapter list 677. Chapter Bullying the King. Zenla. Phnom Penh City, located on the bank of the Langkang River, was originally the capital of Zenla Kingdom. Because the Langkang River once flooded the city, Zenla Kingdom moved its capital to Udong City, which is 80 miles away from Phnom Penh City. After the Nanyang fleet captured Udong City, it looted King Jinla's silver vault, forced King Jinla to sign a series of treaties, and then can station troops in Phnom Penh City. After the main force of the Nanyang fleet left Zenla, 2 artillery pieces and 200 soldiers were left in Phnom Penh City to guard the capital of Zenla for the Cusue army. The kingdom of Zenla was originally defeated by Siam. After the entry of the Cusue army, it was even more afraid of the Cusue army that broke the capital. Knowing that the Cusue army only left 200 troops in Phnom Penh, he just swallowed his breath. I dared not make any movement, nor did I dare to raise any objections to this. King Chenla thought that he would cede the city of Phnom Penh to the Cusue army, and other powers would still be controlled by him, and everything was as before. But he obviously thinks too much. After the two sides lived in peace and calm for a year, the Cusue army sent envoys as the suzerain country. King Zenla learned that the envoy of the Cusue army had come, and was so scared that he immediately summoned all the princes, nobles, monks and warriors, and personally went to Udong City to meet the envoys of the Cusue army with the highest standards. The envoy of the Cusue army was originally just a middle-level official of the chief secretary of Geozi. He did not expect that the Zenla Congress was so afraid of their Cusue army that he would let the king go out to meet him in person, and he was shocked. King Zenla cautiously brought the envoy of the Cusue army into the city, and then held a banquet and treated the beauties in a caravan, for fear that the envoy of the Cusue army was dissatisfied. And then the Cusue army sent troops to attack the city. The civil officer of our Geozi chief secretary sent me to talk to King Zenla about 3 things. The envoy of the Cusue army was surrounded by beauties at the big banquet, and there were delicious wines and delicacies, and couldn't help secretly saying that Zenla was so luxurious. Little did they know that even King Zenla's own birthday banquet had never been like this, but King Zenla was afraid that the Cusue army would once again enter the capital to rob him of his treasure, so he did everything he could to please. What are the 3 things? King Zenla hurriedly sat down. He knew that the Cusue army must have an order to send an envoy, otherwise he would not suddenly send an envoy after living in peace for almost a year. The first thing is that our civil affairs officer thanked King Zenla for being in peace with our Cusue army for a year, and heard that King Zenla will soon be the birthday of his birthday, so I asked me to send a birthday gift. Take a mahogany box and offer it to King Zenla. Zenla Wangling opened the mahogany box left and right, and it turned out to be a gold-framed glasses inside. Although glasses are not new in this era, most of them are handheld single-lens lenses, and the gold-framed glasses lying in the mahogany box have a complete spectacle frame, which is unprecedented in this world. It is said that these glasses can not only solve the problem of ambiguity, but also solve the problem of ghosting. The frame is made of gold wire, which is very precious. The Cusue army envoy said. King Zenla took the gold-rimmed glasses, and then looked at the courtiers below in the banquet, It turned out to be very clear. King Zenla has eye problems, and now it is nearsightedness and astigmatism. This is the information that the Kyushu army has learned, so the craftsman specially asked the craftsman to polish a pair of gold glasses. The lack of complete spectacle frames for glasses in this era is a problem. Another major problem is the inability to correct the ghosting caused by astigmatism. This has caused great inconvenience to King Zenla and other people who have this problem. King Zenla was even more ashamed to mention this matter with his courtiers or others. If it's not a rare thing in the capital, this kind of technology is simply a free gift to Luo Shenlai, who has the Industrial Revolution system. Mass production has already begun to solve the myopia problem of some people, and it has solved the use of lenses to solve the problem of astigmatism. But in the distant realm of Zenla, it was like a treasure for the king of Zenla who had astigmatism. Good things, really good things. After King Jinla put on the glasses, he let go of his hands, and the glasses were still hung firmly on the bridge of his nose. He found it extremely convenient, and the more precious he became. Congratulations to your majesty the king for the treasure. A group of ministers congratulated King Zenla. The envoy of the Kyushu army wiped a cold sweat in private. He boasted that these gold glasses are very precious, but in fact, even a little more wealthy people in the capital can afford it, and the only precious gold wire can be bought. What's the matter? Heavenly Kingdom bestows this kind of treasure to this king. How should this king repay the kingdom of Heavenly Kingdom is good. The king of Zenla really regarded his practical and majestic gold wire glasses as a treasure. Taking it down, this feeling of being able to see things far away made him feel like a new life. Your Majesty's 2 new night pearls may be used to thank the Celestial Kingdom. The courtier has a pot of 1,000-year-old red coral, which is of great value, and he is willing to dedicate it to repay the kingdom of heaven. The courtier has a piece of jade of this size, which may be comparable to these gold glasses. The princes and nobles of the Zenla kingdom have volunteered, and they don't know if they are really willing to contribute such treasures or just show off their wealth. The envoys of the Kyushu army also did not expect that a group of people from the Zenla country could hold these gold glasses so high, and even felt a little ashamed. For the other 2 things, you may have to ask your country. What's the matter? King Zenla slapped his head, remembering that the envoy sent by the Kyushu army had 3 things. And then he said one thing. The noisy kings and nobles of Zenla also gradually calmed down. The second matter and the third matter are actually the same thing, so we'll talk about it together. We asked the kingdom of Zenla to cede the Angkor Wat area to us for 10,000 troops for half a year. At the same time, the kingdom of Zenla needs give us enough grain. As a consideration, we will purchase your grain at a reasonable price, and all of this grain will be shipped to the Angkor kiln. The Kyushu army envoy said the biggest purpose of this trip. The king of Zenla and many princes and nobles of Zenla kingdom changed their colors together. You garrisoned the Angkor kiln and bought grain again. What is your intention? King Zenla's tone was a little trembling, and some bad thoughts had already occurred. Oh, we want to attack Tanga country. We want to pass by the real country, Siam country, and buy some food by the way. Do you want to refuse? Said the envoy of the Kyushu army. It's not like that, King Zenla said in a low voice. Chapter 680 Configuration Machine Gun. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. 10,000 troops are stationed in Angkor Kiln, and they want to cross Chenla and Siam to attack Tonging. What do they think? Angkor Kiln was the former royal city of our kingdom of Zenla. Because it was close to Siam, we couldn't beat Siam, so we moved here. But after all, it was our former royal city. How could we allow outsiders to garrison troops there? Isn't it detrimental to our king's face? Siam is a powerful land power. Even if we let the Heavenly Kingdom garrison troops at Angkor Kiln, I am afraid that Siam will not let the Heavenly Kingdom's army pass through their territory. A group of princes and nobles of Zenla suddenly exploded. Apparently, the decision of the Kyushu army to station in the Angkor Kiln area made them very puzzled and uneasy. Everyone, Sheoan, don't worry. King Zenla stopped the impetuous princes and nobles. turned his head and said to the envoy of the Kyushu army, "How much food does your country need?" 1 year's food can be used by 10,000 soldiers and 10,000 civilians, said the envoy of the Kyushu army. "It's too much. Our kingdom of Zenla has fought with Siam and other countries for years. Every year we don't have one grain in 10, so we can't provide you with so much grain. Otherwise our subjects will be hungry." King Zenla said, "How about the food for 20,000 people in half a year?" The envoy of the Kyushu army seemed to have made a compromise. "We will use silver to buy food from you." King Zenla's heart collapsed. The Nanyang fleet led by Den Qianglong invaded the city of Wudong in the kingdom of Zenla and looted about 80% of the treasures of Zenla's treasury. It is estimated that this batch of gold was used to buy food. The silver property was snatched from their treasury. Using the robbed gold and silver treasures to buy food is equivalent to giving away for nothing. "I need to discuss with many ministers before replying to your envoy." King Zenla was very troubled by the two requests made by the Kyushu army. "Please also your country to give us a reply within 2 days, because 3 days later the army will land on the banks of the Langkang River in Phnom Penh city so that we can make the right choice," said the Kyushu army envoy. When he said this, the king of Zenla and the princes and nobles of Zenla were shocked. Reply within 2 days. The troops dispatched by the Kyushu army to Angkor Kiln will land from the banks of the Langkang River within 3 days, which is equivalent to cutting first and playing later. In other words, regardless of whether the kingdom of Zenla refused or accepted, the 10,000 troops of the Kyushu army landed in Phnom Penh city and forcibly garrisoned the Angkor Kiln. There is also a subtext that if Zenla does not provide food, the Kyushu army cannot guarantee that these 10,000 troops will do anything frantic. It would be miserable if Deng Qianglong's Nanyang fleet invaded Wudong city last time. "The last time I robbed the property was okay, but this time I robbed the granary and emptied the granary would kill people, and many people would still die." The envoy of the Kyushu army left the venue after the banquet. The officials of Zenla who led the way for the envoy were even more in awe of the envoy, leading the way cautiously, and even dared not look at him. Behind the messenger represented a powerful country, and this country was able to break through their royal city with only a part of its forces, so how could they not be afraid? King Zenla left behind many officials, princes and monks. A group of people. "You look at me and I look at you, and my heart is extremely distressed." Small countries have no diplomacy, and all choices must be swayed by big countries. If they form alliances with countries such as Siam and Toungoo, they can be slightly better, and they can have room for bargaining with the Kyushu army. However, countries such as Toungoo, Siam, Annan, Chenla, and Langkang on the Indochina Peninsula are vying for supremacy. The relations between the countries are not harmonious. Now even if they want to form an alliance, it will not help. Everyone discussed countermeasures, but after much deliberation, there is still only one way. That is to follow the meaning of the Kyushu army and then react accordingly. 3 days later, the Third Corps of the Southern Expeditionary Army led by Cao Bianjiao landed from Phnom Penh city. This Third Corps of the South Expedition was formed by part of the troops of the 6th Corps led by Cao Bianjiao and part of the Independent Corps. After landing in Phnom Penh city, the 3rd Army Corps of the South Army first went to Wudong city to show off its strength. The Zenla defenders in Wudong city were scared to death, and they quickly sent officials to contact them. According to the agreement between the Kyushu army and their Zenla kingdom, the Kyushu army first took a part of the grain to garrison at the Angkor Kiln, and then their Zenla kingdom continuously transported the supplied grain to the Angkor Kiln. As a price, the Kyushu army needed to pay for gold and silver treasures. This gold and silver treasure was really plundered by Deng Qianglong from the Zenla royal family. Cao Wenzhou, this time you will be stationed at Angkor Kiln alone, which is close to the kingdom of Siam. If we go to war with the kingdom of Siam, the pressure on your side will be slightly greater. Are you confident? Deng Qianlong led the fleet to conquer the South Dai. The 3 Corps was transported to the city of Phnom Penh and will return to Hoi An port. Everything is acting in accordance with the original plan. Our 3rd Army Corps will attack the Siam state from the west of the Kingdom of Siam. If it fails, I will make atonement with the head of the army. Cao Bianjiao patted his chest and said, when you are young and energetic, you still have to leave a little bit of leeway to speak, otherwise I will help you intercede. Deng Qianlong said, I took a look at the equipment of the Zenla National Army. It was very poor. The vast majority of people still use big swords and spears, and the armor is very few. The only unique feature is the elephant soldiers. Elephant soldiers used to deal with them. Infantry and cavalry armed with cold blade weapons are still effective, but in front of our musketeers, the elephants seem to have thick skin, but in fact they are wounded with one blow, let alone we have cannons. Cao Bianjiao said of him, according to the observations of Yu Dongqing, according to the intelligence collected by the Military Intelligence Department, there are also many elephant soldiers in Siam. The elephant soldiers are too heavy. When the chieftain of the Tuniu Kingdom invaded the Yunnan Chief Secretary, Xiao hailed Deng Zilong as the guard general of Yongcheng in Yunnan and lured the elephant soldiers into the narrow valley to curb the actions of the elephant soldiers and horse teams. When the enemy arrived, the fire crossbows were fired and the arrows were like rain, and the enemy suffered heavy casualties. Deng Qianlong said, a few decades ago, we had to rely on resourcefulness to destroy the elephants, but now we have enough firearms to resist them, such as this good thing. Cao Bianjiao patted a cold Gatling machine gun next to him. Since the Kyushu Army's first batch of Gatling hand-operated machine guns were used in the western regions against the Russian Allied forces, mass production began. In order to end the war in the South Seas as soon as possible, the second batch of Gatling hand-operated machine guns were transported to South Seas, and they were the first to equip the South Seas. However, Gatling hand-cranked machine guns have more stringent requirements for supplies, and they have a large volume and weight. Most of them are erected on a towering large wheel frame to ensure stable shooting. They are also 6-barreled barrels and use metal shell ammunition, which can maintain stability every minute. The rate of fire of 200 bullets recharges as difficult as a cannon. There are currently 3 regiments of the Southern Army, and each regiment is equipped with 20 hand-crank Gatling guns. Chapter 681 Soldiers are sent to the Gulf of Siam. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The troops of the 1st Army Corps of the South China Army got on the ship at a high speed. If they missed the time and delayed their journey, they will be dealt with by military law. From the aerial view of the pier of Hoi An port, a group of soldiers lined up like ants into the troop carrier, and there are horses hauling smoothbore guns, Gatling guns, and food on the troop carrier. Up and down. This large-scale battle was a big test for the Kyushu Army. It used the most advanced weapons of the Kyushu Army, and it still fought across several Southeast Asian countries. Cheng Yi was the commander of the 1st Army Corps in the south of Zhengzhou, and in order to check and balance, Huang Degong, the subordinate of Cheng Yi, became the commander of the 2nd Army Corps of the South Zheng. The corps commanders of the 3 corps of the Southern Army are equal, and it is rare to achieve a war of annihilation through mutual cooperation. The 1st Corps of the South Expedition will take the lead to go to the Gulf of Siam, and the 2nd Corps will advance afterwards. The main reason for landing in batches is insufficient capacity. Regardless of the Kyushu Army's corps only has about 10,000 combat troops, but the use of guns, artillery, and machine guns requires a large amount of firearms and gunpowder. In this era, the combat troops that can drop 10,000 by sea at one time are only rare. Only one country can do it. General, I wish you victory. Huang Degong sent Cheng Yi at the dock. You don't need to call it so politely anymore. Now our positions are similar. Your talents were enough to command the army, but you are not familiar with the new tactics of our Kyushu Army. Now after the military exercises in Guilin and the war to conquer Annan Kingdom, The military department already trusts you very much." Shang Yi lamented that time was lagging. He was originally the first group of generals of the Kyushu army who came from Luosheng. Later, after a group of Ming army generals surrendered, they became the second group of generals. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, there was no shortage of good generals. That is, the whole situation was collapsed by the rulers. With the Kyushu army provided enough troops and firepower, they would soon be able to grow up. At present, Huang Degong and Cao Bianjiao were all commanders of the Ming army, occupying two of the three. The general has the grace to help, which is unforgettable. Huang Degong said, "See you in the kingdom of Siam." After pushing the kingdom of Siam, and then pushing the kingdom of Tongyu, there will be our fortune in the history books. After Chen Yi finished speaking, he took a few soldiers and boarded the troop carrier. This time, the Kyushu army used more than 200 troop carriers. A large number of merchant ships and ships from the Zheng family and Ruan family navy divisions were used. The Nanyang fleet served as a guard in front of the troop carriers. This huge fleet sailed south along the coastline of the Indochina Peninsula, then bypassed the port of Priango and entered the Gulf of Siam. In Siam, the wide Jiao Phraya River flows into the Gulf of Siam at Samut Prakan. Most of Samut Prakan province are low-lying areas, and the local people mainly rely on fishing for their livelihoods. On both sides of the Jiao Phraya River in Samut Prakan province, there are several bunkers with coastal defense artillery mounted on them, and Siamese soldiers patrolling the bunkers. These bunkers were built by the previous king of the Kingdom of Siam to resist the invasion of Westerners along the Jiao Phraya River. In fact, Westerners have been trying to infiltrate the Southeast Asian countries over the years, and some Southeast Asian countries also have mercenaries from France. The Jiao Phraya River is too important for the country of Siam. As long as the Jiao Phraya River is opened up, the Westerners' fleet will be able to drive straight along the Jiao Phraya River, and the capital of Siam is on the Jiao Phraya River. This is also why the Nanyang fleet chose to attack Samut Prakan, along the Mekong River for hundreds of miles, and then be able to attack Ayutthaya, the capital of the Kingdom of Siam. "Look! What is that?" The Siamese soldiers who were patrolling the bunker screamed because they didn't know who it was. They all climbed to the top of the bunker and looked at the sea level. I saw that on the sea horizon, first sails appeared, and then a huge hull came out of the sea. Huge sailing battleships and frigates appeared one by one. Behind these sailing battleships, there were 200 large and small troop carriers and supply ships. There are so many ships overwhelming the sky, like black clouds suddenly appearing on the sea. The black pressure makes people feel scalp numb, more than all the Western ships that these Siamese soldiers have seen together. The enemy. Is it an enemy? The Siamese officer who came late hurriedly climbed up the wall. When he saw the huge fleet that had already appeared at the mouth of the sea, his face became pale and his head buzzed blankly. This fleet has covered the sea in his sight. General, they hundreds of ships. At least tens of thousands of people. A Siamese soldier stammered to his officer. "Who are they and why are they here?" The Siamese officer roared hysterically. He garrisoned the bunker for several years without any wars. When he woke up just now, a powerful fleet suddenly appeared. It was a hell of a ghost. "I don't know, General, but they must be bad." "Should we resist?" Another slightly calm Siamese soldier asked for instructions, his tone full of unconfidence. "Resistance? We have a few bronze guns here, but are they useful?" The Siamese officer's mind was still buzzing. After all, the impact of the Nanyang fleet was too great for him to wake up from the shock. Could it be that they are Western ships? The hull looks like Western ships. It seems that Westerners want to attack us. Damn. Didn't we just send envoys to their Batavia meeting? Why did they betray us all at once? Another Siamese lieutenant who had come up earlier slammed the wall angrily. When he saw that the sailing battleships of the Nanyang fleet were similar in standard to that of the Westerners, he thought they were Westerners, so he cursed the Dutch. Not only the Siamese garrison above this bunker, but the Siamese garrison on the opposite side of the bunker was also in panic. They also used flags to ask the Siamese garrison here how to deal with the sudden terrorist fleet. whether to fight or to surrender. "Where do I know what to do?" The Siamese officer saw the opposing ally and asked himself for instructions, completely desperate. Deng Qianlong, the commander of the Nanyang fleet, stood on the bow of the battleship Darkin and observed the bunker of the Siamese army in the Chao Phraya estuary with binoculars. Not long ago, the spies from the military intelligence department disguised themselves as merchants and went deep into the Chao Phraya river, and basically figured out the defenses along the river. Therefore, this time the Nanyang fleet was operating with sufficient intelligence. "Commander, should we send someone to persuade them to surrender?" the deputy asked Deng Qianlong for instructions. "You don't need to persuade them to surrender. First destroy them with artillery. If the defenders inside are interested, they will naturally surrender. Without showing our strength, it is impossible for these barbarians to completely surrender," Deng Qianlong said. Chapter 682 Cannon and Destroy the Fortress. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Boom! A huge boulder slipped from the bunker, and splashes of water rose high in the Chao Phraya River. One shell fell on the Siamese bunker, like a meteor shower falling from the sky, so that the Siamese who were stationed above the bunker could not lift their heads. More than a dozen warships of the Nanyang fleet lined up into the Chao Phraya River, and the single-estering artillery fired together, covering several Siamese bunkers on both sides of the Chao Phraya River. "Fuck, shoot back." The Siamese officer lay under the wall. His ears shook with the sound of the shell hitting the wall and the explosion. "Our bronze cannon has been destroyed." The gunner was also lying behind the city wall, and a piece of rubble that was blasted by the cannonball fell on him, causing him to curl up into a ball in pain. A Siamese soldier crawled over and complained to the Siamese officer, "General, the bronze cannons were all destroyed. Although our artillery also hit the other side, it would not be able to cause fatal injuries to their ships, or say not even serious injuries. This battle cannot be fought, and when they land, none of us can escape. The bronze cannon was destroyed. It doesn't make any sense for us to stay here. We can't stop them at all. Should we run away?" Another soldier crawled over. The armor worn by the Siamese officer had no idea where it was going. His hair was covered with crushed stone foam, and he said breathlessly, "If we escape, we will be executed by the king." The other soldiers said anxiously, "But if this continues, we will become captives of Westerners." The Siamese officer hesitated for a moment, and there were still artillery roaring nearby. It seemed that the incoming mysterious fleet possessed inexhaustible ammunition and would not stop until the bunker was completely razed to the ground. Boom! Another cannonball exploded above the bunker, but this cannonball was not a solid bullet, but a shotgun with a fuse. But when the fuse ignites to the end, it will detonate the gunpowder inside, causing the cannonball to become a dozen or 20 pieces of high-speed spinning shrapnel. The Siamese officer looked around the top of the bunker, and the soldiers who dared to come to the garrison were killed or injured 7 to 8, and there were few who were lucky enough to survive like him. "Let give up resistance and surrender them," the Siamese officer with a numb scalp said with difficulty. Deng Qianlong observed the shelling of the bunker on the deck. The sail battleship Darkin was hit by 2 artillery shells in the previous battle. One shot hit the hull and bounced off the hull and landed in the Chao Phraya River. Another shot hit a mast, which caused a bit of trouble for the Darkin sailing battleship. "The white flag is raised on the bunker on the right bank," said a crew member who was observing from a height. Deng Qianlong turned his head and looked at the fortress on the right bank. As expected, someone raised a white flag behind the wall. After seeing the surrender of the main bunker, the other 3 bunkers also raised white flags one after another, and their powerless resistance ended there. Originally, the bunker was only to stop Westerners' armed merchant ships, But the Nanyang fleet was a battleship specially built for naval warfare. The intensity of firepower could not be the same as that of armed merchant ships, and the hull was not strong enough to be easily destroyed by the backward artillery on the bunker. The Nanyang fleet opened its way, and troop carriers from behind began to land and seized several bunkers. When they boarded the fortress, the Siamese soldiers were surprised to see the black-haired and dark Kyushu soldiers. "Which country are you from?" The soldiers of Siam are still at a loss. They don't know the origin of the army that defeated them. The reason is also very simple. Siam and the Kyushu army are separated by a kingdom of Zenla. They had no idea that the fleet of the Kyushu army would bypass Zenla by sea and take the capital of Siam directly from the Jiao Freya River. "We are the Kyushu army from China, and we now declare that you have become our captives." It was Cheng's subordinate Zhao Gairong who led the troops to the shore. He led the troops to attack Goping in Annan and was considered the second batch of the Kyushu army. Generals. Kyushu army. The Siamese soldiers learned their identities from the interpreter next to Zhao Gairong, and were shocked. "Our Siam country has something to offend you. Why should we attack our fortress? We are here to take advantage of your country to attack Tongyu, but we are afraid that your bunker thinks that we are the enemy, so we destroy it in advance to avoid accidental injury." Zhao Gairong said coldly. The Siamese officer wanted to strangle Zhao Gairong, believing you were a ghost, and was afraid of being injured by the fortress. So he simply destroyed the fortress! There is no such logic in this world. Put them on the ship and replace them with our soldiers. Although the artillery here is out of service, the location is very important. Keep some people here to observe the situation of the entrance to the sea. In case Westerners want to interfere, we will also inform in time. Zhao Gairong escorted these Siamese soldiers captives aboard the ship. The Siamese officers and Siamese soldiers were all downcast, and they could only admit that they were unlucky, who let their bunker block the way of the Kyushu fleet. Go on. After sweeping away the 4 bunkers on the banks of the Jiao Freya River, Deng Qianlong drove straight into the Jiao Freya River, basically without rivals. The warships and troop carriers led by the Nanyang fleet appeared mighty on the sea, and suddenly shrank and poured into the Jiao Freya River, blocking the flow of water. Focus on driving in the middle of the river and make way for the fishing boats. For the first time, Deng Qianlong had a headache that he had so many boats. And there were some Siamese fishing boats on the Mekong River. Some Siamese fishing boats fishing in the Jiao Freya River ran into a huge fleet passing by, causing waves to make them look up. "Father, where did these big ships come from?" On a fishing boat, a 7 or 8-year-old Siamese girl pointed at the passing battleship Darkin. The big waves pushed up when Darkin passed by made the fishing boat sway slightly. "Hush!" The Siamese fisherman did not speak, and he covered the girl's mouth with his big rough hand, seemingly afraid of the huge fleet that suddenly appeared on the Jiao Freya River where they depended for their livelihood. The icy muzzles exposed on the hull of the battleship Darkin sailed past his eyes, making him sweat. The Nanyang fleet went upstream along the Jiao Freya River, and the fishing boats on the Jiao Freya River did not dare to move, nor did they dare to return to Ayutthaya to inform the king. The other Siamese troops on both sides of the Jiao Freya River did not want to find that this fleet of more than 10 miles was in difficulty. They quickly increased their whip and reached Ayutthaya by 800 miles. The people of Ayutthaya were suddenly panicked. Firstly, they didn't know where this powerful fleet came from. Secondly, they didn't know whether the opponent was a friend or an enemy. The most important thing was that they found that they did not have enough confidence to defeat this powerful ship. Team. Chapter 683 Overseas Chinese in Siam. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Have you found out which country this fleet is from? King Basit of Siam was sitting on the magnificent throne with a few trembling generals kneeling below. On both sides of the palace hall, there are also princes, nobles and monks. Their expressions worrisome. "I don't know," the generals below said tremblingly. "Is the opponent an enemy or a friend? How about the fortresses in Bilan?" King Basetan asked again. "I don't know." Waste. King Basetan threw the inkstone in his hand into the incense burner, the incense burner overturned, and the incense inside scattered all over the ground. Several Siamese generals were still kneeling on the ground, not daring to look up at the angry King Basiton. King, the plan now is not to pursue these wimps. You should immediately summon the navy to guard the royal city, and then send an envoy to find out what the other party is coming from. A monk said to King Basiton. King Basiton was still angry. Are there any suitable envoys? The Chinese businessman Lin Feng is in Ayutthaya at the moment. He has always dealt with Westerners and Ming people. He has a very wide network of contacts. No matter what the origin of this fleet, he should be able to deal with it freely. The monk said. King Basiton thought of this person and nodded. The Nanyang fleet took a troop carrier along the Jiao Freya River and broke into Ayutthaya after half a day. Originally, the river basins were mostly plains, suitable for the establishment of large cities as national capitals. But in the era of great navigation, these large cities built along the rivers turned out to be exposed to dangerous cities with powerful naval guns. The Siamese naval forces in Ayutthaya nervously huddled on the river beside the capital, relying on the city to confront the Nanyang fleet from north to south. A small boat came from the other party. How are we going to deal with it? Deng Qianlong and Cheng Yi were both aboard the battleship Darkin. They had long expected that the Siamese Congress would send someone to figure out the situation, so they said, let them come. A small Siamese boat slowly sailed into the huge South Seas fleet, making the Siamese Navy crews in the back sweat coldly. The mysterious fleet on the opposite side is willing to let their negotiators in, indicating that the two sides still have room for negotiation. If the Nanyang fleet fires without saying anything, then the two sides will have no room for maneuver. An old man leaned on a cane and was hoisted up by the sailor on the Darkin in a hanging basket. Several officials from the Kingdom of Siam followed. Although the old man had white hair on the sideburns, his bones were still very strong, and there were scars on his face. He stood there with a fierce spirit. When he was young, he could see that he was a ruthless person. Although Deng Qianlong and Cheng Yi knew that the Kingdom of Siam would send people to inquire about the situation, they did not expect that the other party would send an old man who seemed to be 60 or 70 years old. Are you Han Chinese? The old man who arrived saw the looks and costumes of Deng Qianlong and the others, and immediately recognized their identities. Are you also a Han Chinese? Deng Qianlong and Chang Yi were quite surprised. They did not expect that the Kingdom of Siam had made a mistake and sent a Han to act as an envoy. It turns out that it was the Kyushu army who recently replaced the Ming Dynasty. I thought it was a Westerner who came. The old man said. I don't know the name of Lao Jiang. Why did the King of Siam send you to act as an envoy? Deng Qianlong asked. The old man's withered lips slightly opened, as if he was thinking of the past. The old man was named Lin Feng. The ancestors were from Kashan in Guangdong. In the early years of Wanli, my father was a pirate in Guangdong. Later, he was besieged by officers and soldiers and fled to Nanyang to seek a living. After arriving in Siam, I joined the local overseas Chinese in Patani and established a lot of prestige here. It turns out that there were frequent floods and droughts that year, which coincided with the sea ban, and many people had no choice but to do so, said Deng Qianlong and Cheng Yi. Since the Ming Dynasty, sea hazards have always been serious, and even Zheng Zilong, the commander of the northern fleet of the Kyushu army, was born as a pirate. Yeah. It is not easy to live in a mixed life in troubled times, and it is not easy for us overseas Chinese to work hard here. Decades ago, the most powerful merchants in Siam were Eastern merchants, who controlled all ports and waterways in Siam. At one time I wanted to influence the kingship of the Kingdom of Siam. Until more than 10 years ago, the King of Siam was afraid of Dongying merchants, so he began to expel them. And then our overseas Chinese merchants took over their privileges. Of course, there is no way that we overseas Chinese merchants and their struggle. The old man still has some prestige among the overseas Chinese in Siam, and he can eat well among Westerners, so the King of Siam sent me to serve as an envoy. the old man Lin Feng said. Deng Qianlong nodded and understood the reason. This time it was Lin Feng's turn to wonder about the behavior of the Kyushu army. I have heard of your deeds when the Chinese merchants who came to Siam, and I also know that the homeland has undergone earth-shaking changes. I don't know how the Kyushu army came to Siam this time ago, and sent so many ships. Oh, Lin Lao, do you know that our Yunnan chief secretary was invaded by Tangu? Shang Yi said. Can this happen? If it happens in the southwestern border, then I don't know it is possible. Lin Feng said in surprise. Tongyu is so bold that dozens of them dare to attack the Yunnan chief secretary? This is absolutely true. Our army leader was furious and wanted to crusade against Tongyu, so we sent a large army to attack Tongyu. Cheng Yi said seriously. The crusade against Tongyu? Why did you come here a long way? The crusade against Tongyu by sea is separated from the kingdom of Siam. If you don't get the consent of the king of Siam, it will be difficult for you to supply it. Lin Feng said. So didn't we come to Ayutthaya to find the king of Siam to borrow it? Deng Qianlong smiled. Lin Feng showed a bitter expression. Such a huge fleet. I don't see that I want to borrow it. Even if I believe it, the king of Siam will not believe it. Old Lin, let me just say it straight. We will definitely borrow the road, no matter if we use strong means or any means. There are only two roads before the king of Siam. Either borrow the road or we use it. The army opens a way. Deng Qianlong said. Lin Feng's face became paler. Let a powerful army go up and down next to his own royal city, like the side of a couch. How can you allow others to sleep soundly? The king of Siam is impossible to agree. Then there is no way, only a battle. Deng Qianlong said. I think we need to have a good talk. Fighting against Siam may not be the only option. We may still be able to resolve the contradictions between the two sides through peaceful means. Lin Feng still wants to fight. Cheng Yi said from the side. Old Lin, you are here just right. You are the leader of the overseas Chinese in Siam. We may not have anything to talk about with the kingdom of Siam, but we are somewhat interested in you. We need your help. We need your help. It can be guaranteed that even if the kingdom of Siam is gone, your interests will be properly protected. Chapter 684 Undeclared War. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. That's what the Kyushu army said to me. Lin Feng returned to the Siam palace and told King Basetong about the Kyushu army's request. King Baset's face looked like constipation. If he agreed to borrow the way for the Kyushu army, it would be equivalent to allowing the Kyushu army's troops to move in and out of his territory, and the Siam state would be equivalent to becoming a semi-colony. But the problem is that the kingdom of Siam may not be able to defeat the incoming Kyushu fleet. The princes, nobles and monks of the kingdom of Siam were as blue as their faces, and they were very dissatisfied with the proposal of the Kyushu army. What else did they say? If we use treasure to redeem the city from them and ask them not to pass through our country in Siam, is it feasible? King Baseton asked. They said, there are only two ways of agreeing or surrendering, and they will not negotiate in any other form. Lin Feng said. Too much deception. King Basetong once again smashed the inkstone on the table over the incense burner. Wang, how should we deal with the unreasonable demands of the Kyushu army? Lin Feng asked cautiously. You go down for the time being. I want to discuss with the ministers. King Basetong was not mad at Lin Feng, who is influential among overseas Chinese, and because Lin Feng is a descendant of Han people, he asked Lin Feng to retreat. Yes. Lin Feng respectfully left the palace under the leadership of the court guard. Several of Lin Feng's entourage had been waiting for Lin Feng anxiously outside. After Lin Feng came out, an old entourage whispered to Lin Feng, Master, the king didn't bother you, right? It didn't bother me, but the king himself was in big trouble. Arrange the carriage immediately, and we drove back to the Baidanian mansion round the clock. Lin Feng also whispered. Seeing that the situation is not good, Lin Feng hurriedly left the turbulent Daking mansion with his entourage, and hurried to the Baidanian mansion, where the Chinese businessman had a great influence. The Nanyang fleet has no intention of negotiating with Siam at all. Deng Qianlong looked at his pocket watch, and it was almost time for Lin Feng to leave Ayutthaya. Has each formation been filled with gunpowder? Deng Qianglong asked. All parts have been filled. After the semaphore officer contacted several formations, he was confirmed. Has the South Army Corps landed? Deng Qianglong asked again. They have taken control of the East Bank, and they have already signaled to us that they are ready to attack the Ayutthaya mansion, the semaphore officer said again. Then Deng Qianglong took a deep breath. His decision will lead to the destruction of a dynasty that has lasted for several hundred years. Fleet attack. The whole army is attacking. The first formation moves forward. The officers on the battleship drew out their command knives and held them forward. The huge sail rose, and the helmsman squeezed the rudder. One by one, the Navy soldiers were deployed on both sides of the deck with guns in their hands. The gunner was already in place, and the machine gunner held the rocker in his hand. The Darkin and other main sailing battleships have deployed several hand-operated machine guns to make up for the lack of close combat firepower. On the north bank, Chengyi landed with the 1st Army Corps of Zhengnan, and the Siamese soldiers stationed on the north bank dispersed in a rush. The Kyushu army came too suddenly, and their army was too late to mobilize. The garrison on the north bank was only a part of the defenders of the Ayutthaya mansion. The infantrymen of the 1st Army Corps of the South Army drove their horses, led artillery and hand machine guns to march towards the Siamese capital, which was within easy reach. The troop carriers have dropped them to such a close distance. If they cannot capture the capital of Siam, then they are not the part of the Nanyang fleet. The Siamese army had no idea that the Kyushu army would suddenly launch an offensive. They had not announced that they would reject the Kyushu army's request, so the Kyushu army directly launched the attack. The Siamese soldiers were in a mess, preparing for battle on the deck like ants on a hot pot. Some small boats hurriedly adjusted their positions in the fleet, but they collided with each other instead, and a fishing boat that had been temporarily requisitioned unexpectedly collided with its own warship, and then flipped to the side. The Siamese navy was in a mess, and the defenders deployed outside the city were also messed up. Under the suppression of the Kyushu army's infantry muskets, their hands and feet poured into the city. Boom! 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 A thick water column splashed, and the Nanyang fleet started intensive artillery strikes against the Siam fleet on the opposite side. A Siamese naval soldier on a deck watched the howling shells descend from the sky and landed on the deck where he was. With a bang, the deck was smashed into a hole. The soldier was unstable and fell. The bottom tank is flooded. The sailors and handymen in the cabin hurriedly crawled out of the cabin. The roar of hundreds of naval guns in the Nanyang fleet made the residents of the big city panic. The royal palace heard the muffled sound of artillery. What happened? King Bassett heard the sound of the artillery, frightened. He already had some bad premonitions in his heart. After a while, a general ran over, sweating profusely. The Kyushu army is fighting undeclared. What? King Bassetong and a group of Siamese noble monks stood up, and most of them were scared to nothing. You say it again. King Bassetong still couldn't believe it. The Kyushu army has launched an offensive. They have already exchanged fire with our navy and the land defenders, the Siamese general said. His voice became lower and lower. They went to war without waiting for our reply. This is impolite. King Bassetong shouted. Perhaps they never thought that we would agree. I even suspect that they are not trying to attack Tangu, but to attack us. A monk said. It's really hateful that you are in the Celestial Kingdom, and you should use gangsters. What about Lin Feng? He is a Han Chinese. Let him go to negotiate with the Kyushu army. We are willing to give them an excuse to attack us without any excuses. King Basuiton said. When I entered the city just now, I saw old Lin and his entourage have left in a carriage. This general obviously knew Lin Feng, who had a huge influence among Chinese businessmen. King Bassetong heard that Lin Feng left the Ayutthaya mansion without stopping. He seemed to understand something, and tightly grasped the seat of the throne. I just drove away the Dongying merchants, but the Huexia people came, and they were so ruthless. You follow me to see. King Bassetong rushed to the wall with a group of nobles and the king's guard, and witnessed the crushing of the Siamese navy by the Nanyang fleet. After the Nanyang fleet defeated the Siamese navy by long-range artillery, it used sailing battleships as a line to insert the Siamese navy into the Siamese navy to block the approach of the Siamese warships. The artillery on the left and right sides fired simultaneously to destroy the Siamese ships nearby. The hand-cranked machine gun fired. The Nanyang fleet soldiers on the deck were condescending. Muskets, machine guns, and artillery simultaneously suppressed the small Siamese warships, and in an instant, the intense firepower engulfed the Siamese warship deck and the Siamese soldiers on it. Chapter 685, Waterway Advances Parallel. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. A machine gunner on the deck of the Darkin Red Eyes, holding the handle of the improved hand machine gun. He couldn't stop at all. The sail battleship Darkin relied on its tall hull, and high-speed metal bullets fell on the heads of Siamese soldiers, shooting them mercilessly. Before the Siamese sailor had time to shoot at the deck of the Darkin with firecrackers and bows, his companions fell down like fallen crops, and the thin wooden boards of small ships would be penetrated by metal bullets. Originally, these Siamese soldiers thought that the artillery of the Nanyang fleet was ferocious and should not be blasted at a distance. As a result, it became the target of the Nanyang fleet's slaughter after close combat. A temporary formation consisting of 4 battleships of Darkin, Doi, Dazao, and Dahan with more than 50 artillery pieces formed a black line and plunged into the dense Siamese navy. The small Siamese warship cannot stop the huge hull, and the 4 large battleship tow-string guns together have nearly 200 guns, many of which are 24-pound naval guns, which penetrate deep into the enemy's navy camp, can shoot unscrupulously. Dozens of artillery fires are not volleys, but are connected and fired continuously to form continuous firepower. There are so many ships on the other side, and even close shelling can hit with closed eyes. King Bassetorn watched the slaughter on the Jiao Freya River. The river was full of broken skulls and splints. The fallen Siamese soldiers held the floating wooden boards on the river and swam desperately to both sides of the river bank. Isn't this king only allocated 200,000 tals of silver to the navy last year? And he also purchased 6 of the most advanced Franco machine guns from the Franco robot at a high price, plus the successive allocations in recent years. How did you become like this? King Bassetorn couldn't believe it. The navy that he carefully trained was like a group of dwarfs facing several giants in front of the Kyushu army, completely crushed. Wang, you should have seen several of their warships. In the eyes of Westerners, they are all of the highest specifications. Our navy is not strong enough, but the opponent is too strong. A Siamese general wearing a light armor witnessing this massacre on the water on the city wall, he felt unwilling but resignedly sighed. This king remembers that the Daming navy has already declined in these years. They can't even defeat some coastal pirates. Where did such a powerful army emerge from it? King Bassetorn wondered. There is often a saying among the Chinese diaspora, Hexi in 30 years, Hedong in 30 years. Time has passed, and the heaven and the land are vast and rich, and any miracle can happen. However, they are rarely interested in our peaceful country of Siam. This time, they are crazy and want to capture us. Maybe an ambitious leader has appeared in the Central Plains, who wants to spread his name through the way of opening up the frontiers. A monk who can talk to King Bassetorn said, "King, their infantry is ready to attack the city. You should leave the city wall immediately to avoid it, and be ready to leave Ayutthaya at all times. With you, everything can make a comeback." The Siamese general defending the city respectfully responded. King Bassetorn said, "This king wants to coexist and die with Ayutthaya." King Bassetorn said angrily, "Although this king does not understand why the heavenly kingdom wants to attack us, this king is the king of Siam and wants to coexist and die with Siam." The Siamese general was a little constrained, but he didn't dare to use it hard. After all, this was the person with the highest status in Siam. The monks and princes who came to the wall with King Bassetorn looked at each other, and then gave a wink to the general defending the city. The general defending the city shuddered, and said to the left and right soldiers, "Please go down the king, so that you won't get hurt when the two sides go to war." A few hapless soldiers had no choice but to bite the bullet and put King Bassett up and down the city wall. The general defending the city did not relieve the tension because of the king's departure, but looked anxiously at the bottom of the city wall. This location in Ayutthaya is located on the Jao Phraya River plain. It is the granary of the Siam country. It is a good location in peacetime, but in times of war, the enemy can be attacked by water. At present, the Siamese navy on the Jao Phraya River is almost out of play, and the 10,000 Kyushu soldiers who landed have reorganized their forces and approached the Ayutthaya city area. The Siamese defenders outside the city were driven into the city by the Kyushu army like ducks, while the defenders who had not had time to escape into the city were abandoned to prevent Kyushu soldiers from following the retreating defenders into the city. These abandoned Siamese soldiers either fled around the city, or they simply surrendered to the Kyushu army. They couldn't wait for the two sides to go to work and become cannon fodder under the city. A 12-pound smoothbore gun was lined up, and the gunner, and handyman were all in place, making the guards panicked. "You soldiers must calmly challenge. Our royal city's artillery is not necessarily weaker than them." The defending general stroked the thick city defending artillery that was placed on the city gate. Aside from its power, the defense cannon is 2 to 3 meters long, and the whole body is like a copper pillar, which looks very scary. There are more than 10 guns on each side of the city wall. In contrast, the Kyushu army only uses field guns, which are more advanced in performance, but worse in size. "General, when will they launch an attack?" the Siamese lieutenant who defended the city asked nervously. "The artillery of the Kyushu army below looks relatively small, but there are dozens of them, and they have an advantage in number. They don't know how destructive the artillery of the Kyushu army can damage the city wall, and they can't help but feel a little frightened. It should be an offensive soon, but the strange thing is, how can their artillery be so far away from us? Even our defense cannon can't hit so far." The Siam general was a little puzzled. How can the artillery of the Kyushu army surpass the range of the defending artillery? Even if the Kyushu army really wants to bombard the Daking mansion, how can it beat the wall? However, this Siamese defender is preconceived. On the walls of the city are 16th century Franconian naval guns, while the Kyushu army's guns are used 200 to 300 years later. The power, range, and accuracy are all. It's not the same. The Siamese soldiers guarding the city wall are waiting nervously for the Kyushu army's attack. A quarter of an hour passed. 2/4 of an hour passed. An hour passed. The Siamese defenders waited nervously for the Kyushu army to attack, but after the Kyushu infantry set up positions under the city, they stopped moving and confronted the defenders. They formed a formation. Why didn't they fight? The Siamese general was driven crazy. "General, maybe I know their attempt. Look, their fleet has been freed up." The lieutenant pointed to the Jao Phraya River in horror. Chapter 686 Tense Atmosphere. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Compared with the 6-pound and 12-pound field guns commonly used by infantry, the 24-pound and larger caliber naval guns used by the Nanyang fleet are more suitable for breaking the city. When the Nanyang fleet destroyed the Siamese navy, smaller warships cleared the battlefield back and forth, and the remaining Siamese navy had fled to the upper reaches of the Jao Phraya River. The battleship loaded with heavy artillery approached the riverside area of Ayutthaya, and began to bombard the capital and city walls of the Kingdom of Siam. The Siamese defender saw the Nanyang fleet's heavy artillery wailing on the wall on the side of the river, and his face turned pale. He understood why the Kyushu army's infantry had been waiting, and it was to cooperate with the fleet on the Jao Phraya River and attack together. Empire. They want to minimize the casualties of the siege, and let us face the pressure from both sides of the waterway at the same time, but we can't let them be too arrogant. Let them see the power of our Siam country. After all, it is a powerful Western country, and it is still very different from a small country like Zenla that is often suppressed. Even if it is now attacked by the Kyushu army, soldiers are still full of luck. When the Kyushu army attacked the king city of Siam, the escaped soldiers and civilians spread the news to the surrounding area. For a time, the Siam country was surging, and the generals, nobles, and monks of various provinces raised their troops to serve the king, as well as some ambitious princes. Taking advantage of the chaos, the hatred that usually accumulates between some local forces also broke out at this time. In short, the entire Siam nation has spread from a steady state to a war, and the flames of war have begun to engulf this once powerful kingdom. At the same time, the Kyushu army that attacked Siam was also facing a certain degree of trouble, and they were likely to face the siege of King Kin's divisions all over Siam. After all, the kingdom of Siam is a country with a population of 1 million. King Kin's army and farmers may reach more than 100,000. In the Angkor Kiln area in the east of the kingdom of Siam, adjacent to the kingdom of Zenla, 10,000 soldiers led by Cao Bianjiao have been hoarding soldiers here for a long time. When they received the turmoil of the kingdom of Siam, Cao Bianjiao immediately summoned all the soldiers of the Southern Third Corps and prepared to go. The yellow dragon banner, which symbolizes the Kyushu army, hunts in the wind. Horses and mules are pulling artillery and machine guns. Soldiers below are carrying muskets, waiting for Cao Bianjiao standing on the wall of the Angkor Kiln. His eyes are full of combat exploits. Desire. The Independent Corps was originally just a corps organization. Because of the war, it was promoted to the Three-Corps organization, but the Three-Corps organization is temporary. They still need military exploits to stabilize their positions and gain more military exploits. Cao Bianjiao took a military flag from his own soldiers, brushed and waved the yellow dragon flag. Go out. This trip will pacify Siam, and let Siam be our vassal. Put down Siam. Put down Siam. The fanatical soldiers of the 3rd Army Corps of the South Army began to advance into the territory of Siam. All the way, at the port of Thanglong City, a Dutch merchant ship docked, and Putmans of the East India Company hurriedly got off the ship. He was originally the governor of Yezu appointed by the East India Company. Later, the Kyushu army came, and he became the governor of the East India Company in Annan, and then the Kyushu army came again. If he is now in Batavia, he will be lost again. After completing the position, it is estimated that I will return to Europe. Don't have too many princes and nobles in Europe. Returning to Europe is not as good as being a native emperor in Southeast Asia. He heard the news of the Dutch businessman crews returning from Hoi An port, saying that the Kyushu army was accumulating food in Hoi An port and was likely to launch a military operation against the Spice Islands. So he hurriedly requested Governor Cohen to send an envoy. The ruler of the chief secretary Sheng Longqing. However, when he got off the ship, he discovered that the atmosphere of Thanglong City was very subtle. Workers on the dock were going up and down, moving supplies, and the atmosphere in the city was also a little tense. This atmosphere is not rush, but a very subtle sense of tension, not like the people spontaneously, but a sense of tension generated from the top down. It seems that the above is preparing and expecting something, causing the people below to prepare busy. Putmans had a bad feeling. What are you moving? Where are these things going to? Putmans called a dock worker. Master Hong Mao, none of this can be said, and we don't know anything. The dock worker seemed to be quite jealous, dare not say more, and hurried away. Putmans was even more confused. What the Kyushu army was doing mysteriously, he couldn't understand at all. Putmans of the East India Company of the Netherlands. Take me to see the civil officer of the Chief Secretary of Cochin. Putmans had to look for the Kyushu army garrison in the port and let them take themselves to meet Xun Wenken. Xun Wenken brought a group of officials from the Chief Secretary to Nanyang, pointing fingers and paintings on it. And then a letter came in and out of the office of the Chief Secretary of Geozi, and the officials were very busy. Putmans came to the palace of the Chief Secretary of Cochin, and saw a pair of huge stone lions in front of the palace, and the constant flow of officials coming in and out, making him even more bewildered. Please come in, but our civil affairs officer has been busy with official business recently, and the time given to you is limited. When the time comes, we will make a long story short. An official of the Cochin chief secretary who led Putmans said to Putmans. Putmans was in a bad mood. In the eyes of officials of the chief secretary of Cochin, he, a high-level executive of the East India Company, had to summon him within a limited time, which meant that the status of the two sides was very unequal. However, Sun Wenken is an official who manages several million people, and he is only one of a group of high-ranking Westerners in the Spice Islands. There seems to be no problem with Sun Wenken with such a high posture. Sun Wenken saw Putmans in a side room. East India Company, I heard that your company has strongholds in many places and its influence is not small. But we don't have any conflicts of interest at the moment. I don't know what it's expensive to come to me, Sun Wenken asked. I want to know whether your army is buying food on a large scale recently. If so, what is the purpose of your move? Does it mean to attack the Spice Islands? Putmans asked straightforwardly. When he arrived at Shenglong City, the strange atmosphere here made him a little panicked. Oh. It turns out that the East India Company has noticed this. Don't worry, our Kyushu army's purchase of grain this time has no intention of attacking the Spice Islands. Sun Wenken said. Putmans secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then what are you buying food for this time? Ahem, we are buying grain, as long as it doesn't harm your army's interests. There shouldn't be any need to inform you, Sun Wenken said in response. Chapter 687. What are they trying to do? The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. His civil affairs officer, no matter what the purpose of your large-scale purchase of food is, it poses a huge threat to our East India Company. I ask you to provide a reasonable explanation. Putmans protested. After he came to Shenglong City, he always had an ominous premonition in his heart, and he must figure out the evil purpose of the Kyushu army. Explanation. Do we have to explain it to you? An official of the chief secretary of Cochin who was dealing with government affairs nearby said in a low voice, preventing Putmans from being able to hear clearly. Although Sun Wenken wanted to say this in his heart, he, as the highest civil servant of the chief secretary of Cochin, of course cannot speak to Putmans like this. He always pays attention to etiquette. Mr. Putmans, our Kyushu army is in our own. It's not your turn to do things on the site. Just like you won't give us the details of the East India Company. It's impossible for us to tell you what we're doing. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Come here. See a visitor out. You are trying to cover it up. I protest. Putmans yelled, but was blasted out by several government officials. After Putmans left, Sun Wenken said to the officials on the left and right, the noise we made from the purchase of grain was too great, and it was discovered by the Westerners. I am afraid that we will not conceal the fact that we invaded the kingdom of Siam for long. My lord, our army has already set off. When the Westerners react, they must be besieging the royal city of Siam. After the Westerners reacted, they would spend time building a fleet and bargaining with us. There is a time difference. It's enough for us to do a lot of things, an official said. Yes, this time we are prepared to be unprepared, and we have made a time difference. We hope that the Nanyang fleet can quickly withdraw from the battle against the Siam King city to deal with the Westerners, or let the Westerners' warships block Hoi An port. On the sea route to the Gulf of Siam, we can only provide supplies to the front line by land, Sun Wenken said. After Putmans left the government office of the chief secretary of Cochin, he was very depressed. Not only did he fail to get a satisfactory explanation from the Kyushu army, he was blasted out instead. Could it be that he had to run from Batavia port in vain? Putmans, this time we went for nothing. The Kyushu army must be planning a major event. I am increasingly worried that they will plot the Spice Islands and take away our interests in the East Indies. Merchant crews followed Putmans to Thanglong City and unknowingly was also involved in the battle between the East India Company and the Kyushu army. As for his fellow Dutch merchants, they left the Spice Islands early. They said that this incident will not harm the interests of our East India Company, so the purchase of grain should not be to attack the Spice Islands. To some extent, I am relieved, Putmans said. The Han people are always cunning, and what they say is not enough to believe. I have been in business for many years, and among the businessmen I have encountered, the Chinese businessmen are the most savvy. They are only spontaneous private business activities, and their influence in Nanyang countries may still be in or above the East India Company. The big belly businessman Cruz's eyes flickered. Obviously he was afraid of the Chinese businessman. This Putmans also suffered many losses under the Kyushu army. Thinking of it, he had lingering fears, so he said, "We will stay in Shenglong City for a while and ask around. We must find out the intentions of the Kyushu army. Came here for nothing." Putmans then lived in Thanglong City. The atmosphere of Thanglong City is getting more and more tense every day. Pedestrians on the street are in a hurry, busy with production and transportation. Putmans and his men are searching for information everywhere, trying to find out from the locals what they are busy for. Where Putmans lived, a group of plainclothes men stared at them in secret, watching their movements at all times. Upstairs on a stilted bamboo floor next door, a big man is sipping tea carefully. A middle-aged man dressed as a hawker who walked through the streets walked up the stilted bamboo building, came to the big man, and said in a low voice, "Sir, these Dutch people are buying people's hearts with silver, and want to find out about us. The purpose of buying food on a large scale. Do they have the purpose of figuring out us?" The big man asked indifferently. "Not yet." The man dressed up as the hawker replied. "Try to provide them with false information, fool them first, and buy time for the frontline army to attack the kingdom of Siam." How to provide false information and what false information to provide. You have worked under our intelligence department for many years. You should know what to do. Up. Yes. The man dressed as the hawker leaned slightly, and then went down to the stilted bamboo building. "Sir, why don't we just kill these Dutch people directly? By then, throwing their bodies into the sea, as if they are hitting a rock and sinking or being looted by pirates. Isn't it more thorough?" "Plainclothes on a stilted bamboo building," the man said. "That would be too much." This Putmans was one of the governors of the East India Company. He died inexplicably in the waters near Thanglong City. In addition, we wanted to buy food on a large scale. It was too much to cover up. It's better to fool him first. Makes him dizzy. If he is not sure about our intentions for a day, he will not be able to report to the East India Company, but can buy us time. When he finally understands it, it will be too late, said. Putmans was anxious now, wishing to find out the intentions of the Kyushu army immediately. His subordinates scattered around, asking passers-by or the vendors on the surrounding streets, but it seemed to have no effect. These civilians either don't know what they are doing at all, or they stubbornly don't know what they are doing, and they don't know anything worthwhile. Putmans' men returned to report to Putmans. "Is there no way for them to speak with Silver?" Putmans said. "Then they need to know the whole story." Cruz said, "I think we've found the wrong person. We shouldn't ask some people in the market, we should ask the merchants here. There is something in Thanglong City. There are many food sellers, and some of them are greedy. We can use their greed to get intelligence from them." Cruz, "I didn't expect you to know so much about Chinese businessmen. If this matter is resolved smoothly, I don't think you need to go back to Europe. Our East India Company can hire you as our consultant and agent in the Spice Islands, and we will conquer together." Nanyang. Putmans threw an olive branch. No, I just want to go back and be a rich man." Cruz declined. Chapter list 688. Chapter False Information. "This is the shopkeeper, he who has done business with me." Shopkeeper, he is a small well-known grain merchant in Nanyang, and this time the Kyushu army's large-scale purchase of grain also has the power of the shopkeeper. Cruz served Putman at the banquet. He introduced a Chinese businessman. "Good meeting, happy meeting." Putmans learned from the hand to say to the grain merchant, Cruz, "I'm just a small businessman, I really don't dare to be, and I'm far from the big businessmen who have a lot of money." The shopkeeper, he stroked his beard, and although he said something humble, but with a demeanor He looked arrogant and seemed satisfied with Cruz's flattery. Why the shopkeeper needs to be humble. As far as I know, every time you make a deal is more than 1,000 pebbles in grain, you can make a huge profit. Look at your face ups and downs. The people take food as the sky. You can say that they are the secret kings of the Southeast Asian Chinese. Cruz still cheeky licking his shopkeeper. If it were before, you can still say that. But our big grain merchants have had a hard time in the past year. Shopkeeper, he raised the wine glass in his hand and drank it with his head up. My friend, have you encountered any problems recently? Putmans keenly noticed the change in Treasury's tone. In the last year, the Kyushu army established a grain company in Hoi An port. The government temporarily took over the sale of grain. The grain company had the final say on the price of grain and the purchase and sale of the chief secretary of Cochin. We, the big grain merchants, are already relying on reselling. The grain price difference is used to make some meager profits. And the grain company, they use very low grain to buy grain from us. If we do not agree, our grain shop will be closed up and our grain will be confiscated. We have no choice but to remove it. Grain purchased at a high price from farmers is sold to grain companies at a low price, with almost no price difference and a loss of labor. Under this constant loss, that is, we have the savings of previous years as a base. No bankruptcy, but not far from bankruptcy. The treasurer, he thought of his recent difficulties and couldn't help complaining to Putmans and Cruz. Putmans sensed the opportunity for the cliché and winked at Cruz. Cruz knew it, and asked, I came to Southeast Asia from Europe to trade. I also heard about the grain company established by the Kyushu army. It was a pioneering work in the Far East. I just don't know what the purpose of the Kyushu army's grain company was. The reason for this is also very simple. Shopkeeper, he was going to say something, but suddenly it seemed that he had thought of something, and he stopped talking, just bowed his head and drank dull wine. This Putmans was shaking anxiously, and Nima was about to say this. Why did he hold back again? It was really anxious. Cruz held the eager Putmans with one hand, so that he didn't have to worry about it. Cruz obviously knows how to deal with Chinese businessmen. Then he stopped asking shopkeeper he about the grain company, but talked about the daily routine, and only asked shopkeeper he for wine. Shopkeeper he used the wine to dissipate his sorrows, and he refused to drink the wine from Cruz, and soon became drunk. Shopkeeper he is good for drinking, come again, come again. Cruz took turns toasting to shopkeeper he to other Westerners present, still secretly surprised that shopkeeper he has a good amount of alcohol. Finally, under the wagon of Westerners, shopkeeper he's cheeks were red and his eyes were a little confused. Treasurer he, it is true that we, the East India Company, recently wanted to purchase a large amount of grain, but we knew that the grain merchants had been bought by the grain company established by the Kyushu army, so we wanted to buy grain from the grain company. I don't know, Mr. Ho. Can you recommend it on your behalf? Cruz asked. Introduction of non-grain companies only accepts and does not sell what you can't buy. The shopkeeper he shook, stuttering, and his throat became dry. Why do they only accept and not sell? Putmans and Cruz asked almost at the same time. Central Plains and the Central Plains failed to harvest grain during the drought, and the rebels looted the above in order to cover up the incident, gathered the Nanyang grain in the Hoi An port, and then smuggled it from the Hoi An port to the Central Plains without announcing it, the shopkeeper he said intermittently. It turned out that it was not Anano who was short of food, but Putmans and Cruz, the base camp of the Kyushu army, somewhat relieved. If there is a drought in the Central Plains, it makes sense that the rulers of the Central Plains have always paid attention to their own face and secretly searched for grain in Nanyang and transported them back for disaster relief. You said that the Central Plains is short of food and they can't take care of themselves. we take the opportunity to seize the Kyushu army's colony in Nanyang and force them to withdraw from Nanyang. Can't it? Putmans suddenly thought of a crazy idea. It is completely feasible that all the grain that the grain company collects from Nanyang is concentrated in Hoi An Port. If we succeed in attacking Hoi An Port, then Central Plains will fall into the predicament of food shortage. At that time, Central Plains will be overwhelmed and will give up in Nanyang, the colony of the region. Cruz agreed with Putman's ideas. Well, I will write a report to the board of directors later, so that the board of directors will consider formulating a combat plan against the Kyushu army, summon the East India Coalition forces, and join the Spaniards and Francis to attack Hoi An Port. Putmans said boldly. But they still have the Nanyang fleet. Our main fleet is on the European battlefield. The warships of the East Indian Allied forces may not be able to defeat them. Cruz was a little worried. So we still need to figure out how to figure out the ships and deployment of the Nanyang fleet, and formulate a winning battle plan for our sneak attack on Hoi An Port. Putmans seemed to be led in a strange direction. Shopkeeper, he said to Putmans and the others in a daze, I seem to have drunk too much. Let's say goodbye. Treasurer Ho, we will talk again when we have time. Putmans and Cruz were thinking about the huge plan of attacking Hoi An Port in their minds, and they wished that the shopkeeper would leave sooner. Shopkeeper, he arched his hands toward the two of them, and then left the restaurant with the wooden wall. Oh, shopkeeper, he came to the corner and found a wooden barrel. He really drank too much. A hawker walked over. The shopkeeper is good at drinking. Shopkeeper, he vomited while cursing. It's not easy to step on horses for the sake of false information. These Westerners don't know the severity of their shots. If they change to a poor drinking person, they will faint. The hawker smiled and said, our intelligence department will remember your contribution from shopkeeper. You have also participated in the shareholding in the grain company. Naturally, we can't let the Westerners ruin our shipment of grain to Siam. Chapter 689 finally got the information. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Cruz, what do you think of this battle plan? The Kyushu army and the Spaniards had conflicts in Manila. As long as we let the Spaniards suppress the Chinese businessmen in Manila, the Kyushu army would definitely respond. If the Spaniards were more aggressive, they used bloody methods to deal with the Chinese businessmen who came to Manila as they did decades ago. The Kyushu army, which claims to be the protectors of the South Seas, will definitely send their fleet to support the local Chinese businessmen. At that time, we will set up ambushes in the Luzon waters in advance. The local water conditions and wind direction are very likely to cause severe damage to their main force. In the past few days, Putmans has been thinking about how to use this once-in-lifetime opportunity to combat the forces of the Kyushu army in Southeast Asia. The Kyushu army is in Nanyang, and the East India Company is undoubtedly the Nanyang fleet. The Nanyang fleet has more than 20 large and medium-sized warships, which can be ranked in Europe. Unless all the warships and armed merchant ships that gather Westerners in the Spice Islands can merge with the Nanyang fleet. If they can inflict heavy damage on the Nanyang fleet, they can also restore their former hegemony over the Spice Islands. Cruz flipped through Putman's report to the East India Company's board of directors, and shook his head at the proposal to ambush in the Luzon Sea, instead of attracting the Kyushu army's fleet to the Luzon Sea and annihilating it. It's better to do it in there. Attacking them at the door will be even more unexpected. What better strategy do you have? Putmans asked. I heard that the fleet of the Kyushu army is stationed in Hoi An Port all year round. They rely on their own boats and guns. They think that they are the strongest fleet in Southeast Asia. They would definitely not think that anyone would dare to attack their base camp. Cruz said, think about it carefully. If we send people to figure out the timing of their fleet's sailing, rest, and training, and find an appropriate time to attack Hoi An Port, it will definitely damage their unprepared fleet. On the contrary, if we take the initiative to attract them to ambush, they must be equipped with ammunition before going to sea, and they are well prepared. and our ambush will not necessarily be able to guarantee to defeat them," Cruz said. Putman's thought for a moment. "What you said is not unreasonable, but there are two major difficulties. First, there are fortresses and infantry garrison at the port of Hoi An. We take the initiative to attack the port, and we must attack their turrets and fleet at the same time. I am afraid that the firepower is not enough. Second, the attack on the port is extremely confidential. Our operation needs to cooperate with the Spaniards and the Franco robots at the same time, and the intelligence is likely to be leaked. Once the intelligence is leaked, the Han people's words are catching turtles in the pot again." Cruz said, "I have also considered these 2 points. On the day of the surprise attack, we can send a few merchant ships full of gunpowder in advance as the forward. Once they get into the Hoi An port, they will find a way to get close to the Hoi An port." The battleship was set on fire and detonated. When the fire broke out, we could lead the fleet to enter, and the Kyushu army's fleet would be self-defeating in the chaos. As for the issue of intelligence, the news can be blocked in advance, and the crew can be with the crew on the day of departure, saying that we are going to lose on. The actual destination is Hoi An port. If you plan well, this is a good plan. Putmans was quite surprised. He was rushed from Taiwan to Batavia by the Kyushu army, and he couldn't wait to find the face of the Kyushu army immediately. This time he finally had a chance. However, Cruz's plan is based on the knowledge of the activities of the South Seas fleet of the Kyushu army, and it is necessary to find someone to observe and record the activities of the South Seas fleet. Putmans specifically sought out his subordinates and asked them to go to Hoi An port in advance to make arrangements, and he still stayed in Thanglong City to stabilize the people of the Chief Secretary of Cochin. When his subordinates arrived at Hoi An port, they found that something was not good, so they returned to Thanglong City, which was delayed for a lot of days. Putmans was very surprised when he saw the men who turned back. "I didn't ask you to go to Hoi An port to listen to the situation of the Kyushu fleet. Can you send someone back to spread the message when everything is settled? Why did you come back by yourself?" The subordinates said anxiously, "Sir Putmans, we went to Hoi An port, and everything followed your instructions. However, according to the local dockworkers' statement, 7 days before we arrived at Hoi An port suddenly appeared. A large number of empty ships, carrying soldiers who arrived at Hoi An, headed south under the escort of the warships. They didn't know exactly where they were." What? Putmans and Cruz almost died on the spot. This news is tantamount to a bomb exploding in front of them, leaving their heads buzzing blankly. The Nanyang fleet, which they had been trying to eliminate these days, left Hoi An port early and was missing. Putmans could hear himself swallowing his saliva and his lips were dry. How many ships, how many soldiers were taken away? At that time, many residents witnessed the unprecedented grandeur of the expedition, so it was easy to find witnesses. The subordinates compared several witnesses who said that there were almost 200 ships and 10 to 20,000 soldiers at that time. 200 ships, 20,000 soldiers. Cruz was a little frightened by the terrifying number of words. If you don't consider the indigenous tribes of the vassal, the sum of their Western powers in the Spice Islands, I don't know if there are so many. The subordinates continued to say anxiously, "Not only that, we also saw the infantry camp of the Kyushu army at Hoi An port, and there are almost 10,000 soldiers stationed there. It seems that they are reserve troops, and it is too late to be transported." Putmans heard that there were still 10,000 infantrymen left untouched, and his whole body collapsed weakly on the armchair, and his eyes were lost. Damn, we were deceived. They bought food on a large scale because of drought in the Central Plains. It is to supply the army for the expedition. Cruz seemed to have 10,000 drafts in his heart, rushing past, wanting to swear at the shamelessness of the Chinese businessman, so that he and Putmans had been entangled in how to calculate the Kyushu army's fleet during this period, wasting so much time in vain. Manila is east of Hoi An port. If their fleet is heading south, then their goal is Malacca or Batavia. Putmans thought of this and jumped up. 200 ships carrying elite troops to march to the south will certainly not be for sightseeing in Southeast Asia. There is only one possibility, that is, the Kyushu army has begun a large-scale raid on Nanyang. In Putman's view, the Spice Islands has only two geographical locations that are most important. One is Malacca from the Franciscans, and the other is Batavia from the Netherlands. No matter which stronghold is lost, it will be a huge loss to Westerners' power in Southeast Asia. Chapter 690 was pitted second more. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Putmans and crews were waiting anxiously for the news from the man stationed in Hoi An Port in Thanglong City. They finally found out that Thanglong City, which was the seat of the Cochin Chief Secretary, was already under the close control of the Kyushu army spies, and they couldn't get any useful news here. Putmans regretted not going to Hoi An Port, but came to Thanglong City, which was clearly the enemy's den of thieves. However, they also underestimated the Kyushu army's control over Hoi An Port. The Dutch people sent to Hoi An Port could only collect information that the civilians saw, but they had no clue about the military's secrets, such as they knew that the fleet had left, but they were not sure where the fleet had gone. Putmans was uncomfortable with this feeling of aggrieved feeling. He was like a person with eyes tied, ears covered, and unable to move. He knew that the Kyushu army was dispatched, but he could not get any useful information. When he sent people to Hoi An Port, he also sent people back to Batavia Port to inform Governor Cohen of Batavia. Although they don't know where the Kyushu army's fleet has gone, it is undoubtedly the most correct choice to notify Batavia in time. Where did the Kyushu fleet and soldiers go? Putmans paced back and forth in his cabin, his expression haggard, bloodshot eyes, and he still hadn't heard of the Kyushu fleet. Putmans, the Far East is too dangerous. I think I'm just a businessman. I shouldn't wade in the muddy waters. Tomorrow I will leave for Europe. The big belly businessman Cruz played with an ivory wood sculpture in the room. Tired, said to Putmans. He only took part in the battle between the East India Company and the Kyushu army on a whim. He did not expect the Kyushu army to have such a strong control over his own territory. He felt that if he did not leave the dragon city of Longton Tiger Den, he would probably not be able to leave. Cruz, we have been in friendship for many years. Are you willing to abandon me in such a crisis and run away alone? Putmans asked sadly. This is not the way to go. We can't find useful news at all, and I won't be of much help if I stay here. Cruz shook his head. Crunching, the wooden door was pushed open, and a sweaty Dutchman broke in. I have news. I finally learned where the Kyushu army's fleet has gone. Is it the news from someone arranged by Hoi An Port? Putmans and Cruz stood up at the same time. No, it's news from Batavia. This is a letter from Governor Cohen. Our businessmen who traded in Siam returned to Batavia braving the flames of war. They claimed to have seen the Kyushu army in Siam. Fleet and infantry. The army of the Kyushu army is attacking the capital of the Kingdom of Siam. The incoming Dutchman kept panting with his hands on his knees, and almost exhausted his energy in order to convey the news. It turned out to be the Kingdom of Siam. Putmans, who finally knew the whereabouts of the Kyushu army, felt that these days were in vain. He came to Thanglong City to inquire about the news. Instead, Batavia first learned about Kyushu, the dynamics of the army. How should we deal with it now? Although it was the Kyushu army who attacked not Malacca or Batavia, but attacked Siam, this is not a good signal. They fight Siam today, and they dare to attack tomorrow. Hit the Spice Islands. Cruz said. Look at what the governor said first. Putmans opened the letter sent by Governor Cohen of Batavia and glanced at it. Roughly. Let's go to see the civil affairs officer of the Chief Secretary of Cochin. In the palace of the Chief Secretary of Cochin, Putmans and a group of Dutch people yelled to enter. In fact, they wanted to find Xang Wenken more than once during the period, but Xang Wenken deliberately avoided them, so they really couldn't see Xang Wenken. Let us in. We already know about your attack on Siam. It's useless for you to hide it. Putmans shouted outside the mansion, so that some residents of Thanglong City on the street noticed here the movement. What is that red-haired man called? He seems to be talking about the kingdom of Siam. The residents of Shenglong City couldn't help coming over to watch the fast that took place in front of the Chief Secretary's Yemen. Let them in. Lord Chief Secretary is willing to meet them. It seems that Sun Wenken was also afraid that the matter might cause some rumors in the market, so a small official let them in. Putmans led a group of blonde Westerners into the office of the Chief Secretary of Cochin, and all the busy officials in the office looked up at them. "A few here, please." The officials who led the way led them to the side court, not allowing them to disturb other officials in handling government affairs. In the arched stone path of the courtyard, a businessman dressed in silk walked out with a folding fan in his hand. This person looked embarrassed when he saw Putmans and others coming in. This person turned out to be the treasurer of Putmans and Cruz's idiom that day. Itsu Cruz pointed to shopkeeper He, wishing to go up and slap him to death. Shopkeeper He is haunting the Yemen of the Chief Secretary of Jiozi, and with his toes, he can imagine that he and the Chief Secretary of Jiozi are in a fight. Two friends from the Netherlands. "How are you doing these days?" the shopkeeper He said with a slight shame to Putmans and the others. "Despicable fellow." Putmans spurned. "It's all about it. He has thanked both of you for the hospitality of the day." Shopkeeper He said that he patted his butt and left. He was afraid that he would stay here a little longer. Maybe Putmans and Cruz and others would really beat themselves in full view. When Putmans and Cruz saw the shopkeeper He slipped away with oil, they couldn't help gritting their teeth. But there is no way. This is the office of the Chief Secretary of Jiozi. There are officials guarding them, and they are powerless. "I don't know if the two of you are looking for the officer again. What's the matter?" Sun Wenken waited for Putmans in the passenger compartment. "Master Sun, you are too much. You dare to set a trap to deceive us." As soon as Putmans came in, he stood on the moral high ground and accused Sun Wenken and others. "What happened that made the two of you so angry?" "I have a good pot of Westlake Longjing tea. I don't know if you are interested in having a cup." Sun Wenken didn't know the reason, but pointed with two fingers instead. The purple clay teapot on the mahogany table beside him. Putmans and Cruz looked at each other, and although they were very angry, they sat down and drank a cup of Longjing tea. "Good tea. No, it's not time to drink tea now. Who is the treasurer of yours who went out just now?" "Oh, shopkeeper He has cooperated with the Kyushu army for a long time. As early as in Liaodong, he transported grain from Jiangnan to the Kyushu army. It has been 6 or 7 years, and it is much older than my qualifications," Sun Wenken said. Puff. Putmans and Cruz almost squirted out the tea from their mouths. Chapter 591 Strong Protest. Third More. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Now Cruz really wants to die. The businessman he found for the idiom turned out to be a grain merchant who has worked closely with the Kyushu army. He has also cooperated for so many years. His own interests have been tied to the rise and fall of the Kyushu army. It is impossible to tell them even a little bit of real information about the Kyushu army. Putman's eyes on Cruz were full of grievances. He believed in the grain merchants that Cruz had found. These days, they had been kept in the drums by the Kyushu army, and they were under their noses by trying to hide from the sky. He ran to attack the Kingdom of Siam until the Dutch merchants of the Kingdom of Siam reported back, and the strategic intentions of the Kyushu army were discovered. "Our East India Company Governor General Cohen has sent us a letter stating that your Kyushu army has sent a large fleet to attack the Kingdom of Siam and the army encircles the King of Siam. Is there such a thing?" Putmans, still straight to the point. Sun Wenken nodded inconspicuously. "Since you all know, then we are not afraid to tell you straightforwardly that the Kingdom of Siam has offended our Kyushu army. So we started fighting against them." "How did the Kingdom of Siam offend your Kyushu army?" Cruz asked. "Tongyu invaded our territory. We originally planned to borrow the way from the King of Siam to attack Tongyu, who knew that they didn't know how to promote it, so they would dare not agree. Therefore, we planned to take down the King of Siam city first. and then go to crusade. Tonga country, Sun Wenkan said. Putmans and crews rolled their eyes when they heard it. This kind of reason for attacking the kingdom of Siam was simply unreasonable. It was clear that the Kyushu army simply found a reason to prevaricate the world in front of their old rivers and lakes. How can they accept such a rash reason? For this matter, we Dutch people absolutely disagree. Putmans patted the table vigorously and accused the Kyushu army's behavior. I am here to express our strong condemnation to you on behalf of our East India Company. Siam the country is an independent kingdom. The people there obey the orders of the King of Siam and live happily on the Jau Freya plain that the gods have given them. Why do you bring war, panic, and plague there? Huh? Sun Wenkan put on a puzzled expression. When you Dutch occupied Batavia, Batavia was not called Batavia, but Jakarta, which was then called by the Kingdom of Banten. Rule. Don't their people live there unhappily? Putmans was asked about the pain point and hesitated. It's not the same. We just occupied their royal city. The Kingdom of Banten still exists, and we are now trying to get along with them in peace. Sun Wenkan snorted coldly. Forget it. You just lack the troops to control the entire Spice Islands, and controlling those deserted islands is too cost-effective for you. As long as you control a few places in and out of the Spice Islands, you can do it. To monopolize the trade of all cash crops in the Spice Islands, why conquer every place? And keeping these indigenous tribes, enslaving them by force, forcing them to work, or regularly paying what you need, is it more cost-effective? Putmans and crews listened profusely. This is indeed the colonial tactics used by the colonists. It only takes very few troops to control a huge population. That is our last resort. Only India and the East Indies have the spices and some crops we want. India's overseas trade is controlled by Franciscans and the British. We Dutch people even have soup. If we don't have a stronghold in the Spice Islands, we won't be able to get these things. Putmans saw that he couldn't justify the other party, so he had to play the emotional card. According to what you mean, people who are as small as a thief, or as large as murder and arson, all have their own difficulties, so some of their evil deeds can be forgiven? Sun Wenkan asked rhetorically. Putmans was speechless for a while. Therefore, this world is a world where the weak and the strong eat the weak. There is no need to set up a memorial hall after going down in the dust. The big fist is the last word. What our Kyushu army said is what it is. Sun Wenkan beat the two Putmans and crews, who had originally planned to express their strong dissatisfaction with the Kyushu army, were speechless by Sun Wenkan and could not find a suitable entry point to refute. In the colonial era of great navigation, strength was everything. The colonies between the western countries could be robbed of each other, and they were taken from the hands of the natives in the first place. Are you not afraid that we Westerners will intervene in your war with Siam? Although you have a lot of warships, if our fleet of armed merchant ships intervenes midway, it will cut off your sea routes and allow you to stay in Siam. Luo's army became a lone army. Putmans saw that neither protest nor complaint could shake the Kyushu army even at all, so he had to speak with the Kyushu army on the table. You can try if you send out a fleet to help the kingdom of Siam sometime sooner, it may work. But now, our fleet should be about to conquer King Siam City with the army. Be your fleet. When participating in the war, our fleet will patrol the channel, and you can only choose to fight hard with our fleet. Sun Wenkan said. Despicable. If it weren't for your design to delay us here for more than half a month, how could we miss the opportunity? Putmans could not help but be furious when he thought of his being trapped. Mr. Putmans, you have to pay attention to the attitude of talking to us adults. We adults are civil officials of the Cochin Chief Secretary, who manages a vast land and a population of 3 million, which is no more than yours in the Netherlands. Not to mention that the Chief Secretary of Kosi is just a province just established by our Kyushu army. The official next to him reminded. Sun Wenkan waved his hand and said that he didn't need to care. The army of war has been written in the beginning, and the soldiers are also tricky. We make the move, and you are free. After all, We just want to reclaim the land that has belonged to us since ancient times. We are not interested in the Spice Islands or anything. We have a vast empire. What do we want? I don't want to reclaim our land since ancient times and trigger conflicts between us and the West. I hope we can continue to maintain peace. Siam was your territory before? Putmans asked in surprise. Yes. Please look at this map if you don't believe me. In the Han Dynasty more than 1,000 years ago, the Indochina Peninsula was our territory. Sun Wenken made people unfold a map with the Han Dynasty's territory covered. Countries such as Tangu, Siam, Langkang, Annan, Goryeo, Dongying, etc., and more than half of the Siberian plain. Chapter 692 Machine Gun Sweeping Elephant Soldier 4th. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. 10 hand-crank Gatling machine guns lined up, and the machine gunner frantically shook the gun. A round of metal bullets were shot out and landed in the group of elephants on the opposite side. The thick-skinned war elephants are as fragile as tofu in front of metal bullets. The bullets can easily penetrate into them, causing the war elephants to scream. A cumbersome battle elephant was shot and fell heavily to the ground, throwing several Siamese soldiers riding on it from the wooden frame. Bloody. Some of the bullets on the war elephant also fell off because the war elephant fell, and the broadswords, spears, bows and armors fell to the ground. With a chirp, several grenade shells fell on the sky above the war elephant group, detonating. The letter Q burned out, and exploded. Dozens of iron pellets scattered inside, killing the Siamese soldiers riding on the elephant on the spot. The wild elephants tamed behind were panicked by the loud noise of machine guns and artillery, and they trampled on each other without following the command. Some elephants turned their heads and trampled on their infantry phalanx, trying to escape the battlefield. The Siamese soldiers in the infantry phalanx instinctively gave way, while some farmers who had not had time to escape were trampled on by the out-of-control elephants. Don't mess up the formation. The Siamese general was tearing his throat, riding his horse back and forth in the phalanx, trying his best to stabilize the Siamese army's formation. In the plain area of Prachinburi, Siam, nearly 10,000 local troops of the Siamese state set up their positions here and fought a decisive battle with the 3rd Army Corps of Zengnan, who invaded from the direction of Angkor. 100 war elephants are placed in the middle of the army as the main force of attack. These war elephants have wooden stands used to fix the soldiers. Some soldiers on them hold bows and arrows and fire blunders for long-range shooting, and some hold spears for close combat. In the vision of the Siamese generals, the plains of Prachinburi are very suitable for large-scale elephant operations. As long as the elephants penetrate the opponent's formation and the soldiers behind cover up, they can defeat the evil Kyushu army. However, when the elephant soldiers began to charge, the artillery and machine guns of the Kyushu army began to bombard the elephant soldiers' phalanx at a distance of a few hundred meters, knocking the elephant soldiers proud of the Siamese state. The artillery battalion adjusted its attack target, and the target was the opponent's infantry position. All infantry battalions are ready to attack. Cao Bai and Jiao successively issued orders. The artillery has destroyed the fighting spirit of the opponent's elephant soldiers, and their elephant soldiers can no longer control the war elephant. The next step is to destroy the opponent's infantry. After several rounds of artillery went down, the local infantry of Siam quickly collapsed like elephant soldiers. In other words, as early as when their killer elephant soldiers collapsed, they were already tense, and under the attack of the Kyushu army's artillery, they directly fell apart. Charge! The battalion officers of each infantry battalion drew out sharp command knives, and the soldiers lined up around them with Dreiser rifles in their hands to start a crushing battle to reap the heads. They charged forward while shooting, and the dense bullets killed the Siamese soldiers in the forefront with a better range. After getting closer, these Kyushu soldiers took out their bayonets and put them on their rifles, and began a bloodier hand-to-hand battle. In order to avoid accidental injury, the artillery in the rear has been extinguished, and the gunners in the artillery position stayed there to see how the infantry reaped the battlefield. Compared with bullet shooting, the bayonet array formed by the Kyushu army, which has a stricter military discipline, has a higher killing efficiency, but any Siamese soldier who blocks their advancement will become a dead soul under the sword. A Siamese soldier holding a shield with a broadsword saw a wall of bayonets oppressing him, and was so scared that he stepped back a few steps, tripped over the corpse behind, and watched the bayonet wall drown him. Originally, the Siamese army was in front of a 3-meter-long spear phalanx, which might be able to block the bayonet charge of the Kyushu infantry in hand-to-hand combat. However, the phalanx of spears collapsed during the firing of the Kyushu army's artillery and muskets. The melee infantry behind and some farmers who made up the number were exposed, and there was no resistance at all. "General, where's the general?" The Siamese lieutenant with a dusty face went back and forth in the chaotic army to find the general who was still commanding the battle not long ago. "He's already running away with his soldiers." A low-level officer removed his armor, drew his clothes from a dead soldier, and changed to himself. "We should run away too. It can't be this at all." The opponent of Huaxia people. "Damn, don't take me with you when you run away." The lieutenant saw the entire line collapse, and was so angry that he threw the iron helmet to the ground, and then squatted down and took off his clothes. About 2 hours later, the 3rd Army Corps of the South Zhengzhou ended its raid on the local troops of Prison Mansion, and then they had to bury the corpse to avoid causing plague here. The South Army Corps did not have many horses, and did not have enough energy to intercept and kill all Siamese troops participating in the war, so some Siamese soldiers were allowed to escape. However, Cao Bianjiao did not intend to destroy the local Siamese army at once. Now his task is to defeat the Qin army assembled in various places as much as possible and buy time for the main force attacking the royal city. This time we beheaded more than 1,000 people, captured more than 2,000 people, and a considerable number of Siamese soldiers escaped. An officer reported to Cao Bianjiao on the results of the battle. "We only wounded and killed dozens of people. Try to keep this state as much as possible. March towards the government of Bazan Mansion, and let this mansion return to us." Cao Bianjiao led the army to continue advancing. There are more than a dozen important provinces in Siam, each with a local general, and the local power is very strong. After Ayutthaya was besieged by the main force of the Kyushu army, the generals in various places raised their troops, each carrying ghosts. Among them, many generals who are loyal to Ayutthaya are organizing troops to support Ayutthaya. Cao Bianjiao, the partial division that invaded Siam from land, disrupted the plan of the local general in Siam. They had to consider whether to rescue Ayutthaya or block this partial division that appeared. The country of Siam became a pot of porridge, especially the Ayutthaya of Siam. The outer city wall has been destroyed by the artillery of the Kyushu army, and some blasters appeared in it, almost destroying the outer city of Ayutthaya. The 20,000 kings of Ayutthaya shrank into the inner city, relying on the crumbling inner city to make the final resistance. Looking from the inner city to the outer city, you can see the flames everywhere, and the burning wooden houses and thatched houses in the outer city are still emitting black smoke. There were also sporadic sounds of artillery and muskets, which were the remnants of the Kyushu army sweeping the outer city. A group of Siamese generals knelt in front of the king of Siam. "King, it will be a matter of time before the inner city is lost. Please escape out of the city in time with you princes. As long as you are still we can still make a comeback." Chapter 693 Relocation to Bangkok. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. One by one, Kyushu infantry armed with rifles wiped out Siamese soldiers who were still resisting in the outer city of Ayutthaya. Occasionally, a few gunshots sounded. Siamese soldiers hiding in the wooden house fell into a pool of blood, while several Siamese civilians huddled in a corner of the wooden house in horror. With a bang, the wooden door was kicked open, and Kyushu soldiers armed with rifles broke into the wooden house. He shot and killed one of our brothers with a crossbow just now." A Kyushu army soldier pointed a rifle at the Siamese soldier who fell on the ground, and a hunting crossbow was scattered around him. "These soldiers are fighting really tough. We were outside the city and still break resistance, although it is our enemies who are also worthy of admiration." A junior officer said. "What should we do with these civilians?" A Kyushu army soldier pointed a rifle at the Siamese civilian huddled in the corner. "They are just civilians, but it is not safe here." Some remaining Siamese soldiers are still fighting against trapped beasts in the alleys of the outer city, sending them to the refuge area outside the city. The lower-level officer said. "Yes." 2 Kyushu soldiers signaled to the Siamese civilians to let them out. Several Siamese civilians looked very nervous. I don't know if the Kyushu army soldiers would slaughter them. They kept shaking their heads in horror. The elder among them was protecting the Siamese girl behind him and kneeling on the ground to Kyushu. The soldiers kowtowed desperately. Several Kyushu soldiers looked at each other. One of them said, "They seem to have misunderstood our meaning. What should we do?" Lower-level officers are also extremely troublesome, and communication is the biggest problem encountered during foreign wars. It is only natural for soldiers to attack each other in a war, but it is very difficult to let everyone on the other side know their intentions if these unarmed civilians cannot be hurt. Just when the Kyushu army squad was helpless, a man in Siamese costumes walked in. "My army, I am an overseas Chinese living in the Kingdom of Siam. Your corps commander summoned us to help evacuate here." "Civilians, leave it to me." The lower-level officers were a little surprised. "It's great to have you deal with this kind of thing. Those of us don't speak the words of their country of Siam. When we communicate with them, our eyes are blackened." After this overseas Chinese from Siam came, under his persuasion, a few Siamese civilians in the wooden house left under the escort of 2 Kyushu soldiers. The lower-ranking officers walked out of the wooden house and looked at the black smoky inner city wall. When the Kyushu army dismissed the civilians in the outer city, the Nanyang fleet had shelled the inner city's western wall from the water. Only the inner city is left. Unless there is a miracle, the city will be broken sooner or later. Even if he is just a lower-level officer and does not know the specific strategic deployment of his superiors, he has intuitively realized that the capture of the royal city is only a matter of time. Cheng Yi, the commander of the 1st Army Corps of the South China Army, was on the Jiao Freya River to greet Huang Degong of the 2nd Army Corps of the South China Army. After the 1st Corps and the Nanyang fleet razed the outer city to the ground, the troop carrier transported the 2nd Corps from Hoi An Port to Ayutthaya and merged with the 1st Corps. The Kyushu Army's shore combat force in Ayutthaya, Siam has now reached 20,000. Leader of the Corps: "We have deported tens of thousands of families in Ayutthaya and temporarily relocated them in nearby villages or towns. However, many of them were very angry. During the demobilization process, conflicts broke out with our soldiers and many of them died." "People," a statistician said to Cheng Yi, with some worry in his tone. "This is also something that can't be helped. Some of the soldiers who resisted are still hiding in the outer city and don't know where they need to be cleaned up. Ayutthaya will become a big battlefield here, and I can't tell when the war will end. Wait for it to be broken." After the inner city, it is very likely that this place will become a battlefield with the troops of King Qin everywhere. Farmland within 100 miles will be destroyed. If they stay here, after a few more wars, they will end badly. At that time, 10 people may not survive 2 or 3. Chang Yi said with emotion. "Relocating tens of thousands of households is very difficult, and a lot of manpower and material resources are wasted. In fact, the Kyushu army can completely ignore them and allow them to fend for themselves in the outer city. Have you thought about how to arrange them?" Huang Degong asked Cheng Yi curiously when he first came to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Siam. "The military department has made arrangements. After the ravages of war, Ayutthaya is difficult to recover in a short time. Moreover, it is still a place where the Siamese nobles are deeply rooted. and it is no longer suitable to serve as the governing office of the state of Siam. Therefore, the military department intends to the residents inside moved to a place closer to the mouth of the Chao Phraya River, which was named the fishing village of Bangkok by the army owner. Chang Yi said, Bangkok fishing village? Why use a fishing village as the new governing office of Siam? Huang Degong was a little surprised. I guess there should be several reasons. Bangkok is near the mouth of the sea. If there is a rebellion, our fleet can arrive as soon as possible and put down the rebellion. Secondly, there will be a lot of refugees after the war, and we cannot be wasted. The food relief of the People's Republic of China was just in time for them to go to build a new city. There is also a question worth considering to build our power away from the influence of the original Siamese nobles. Finally, of course, this is the idea of the military owner, and there should be nothing wrong. Chen Yi said, I understand a little bit. The military department has considered too much. Huang Degong said, this time the main force in the attack on the inner city is your first corps. Our South Second Corps is responsible for blocking the reinforcements of the King Qin army from the outside. Well, the Third Corps should have already captured Pran Mansion and is coming from the east. I believe it will soon be able to pacify several mansions in the southeast. At that time, our 3 corps will be with the north after they have captured the Ayutthaya mansion. The King Qin's army came here to fight to the death. Chen Yi opened the map of the kingdom of Siam and said to Huang Degong, look here, the kingdom of Siam can be divided into 2 parts, the north and the south. The land in the north is vast, but the south is bordered by the sea and is a prosperous plain. So the south is more prosperous than the north. The population is also larger. Many of us Chinese chose to live in the south when they migrated to Siam. We can exercise strong control over here. The north is close to Tangu, where wars often break out. The local people are strong and the local power is strong. Even if we after conquering Ayutthaya, it is very likely that the state of Siam will not be able to surrender. Huang Degong nodded, I understand what you mean. At that time, it is very likely that a situation will be created. Siam is divided into 2 halves, the northern part is controlled by the local army of Siam, and the south is controlled by us. Chapter 694, Conquering the Royal City of Siam. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. It collapsed, the city wall collapsed. Everyone quickly avoided it. The Siamese soldiers who stayed above the city wall were horrified to see the ground cracking, and the cracks spread quickly to their feet like spider webs. Their center of gravity was empty, and they fell as the city wall fell. There was a sudden violent explosion under the city wall just now. The fire blazed into the sky, black smoke enveloped the sky, and with it, the city wall that had long been crumbling under the artillery finally collapsed. The Ayutthaya of Siam once fell under the attack of Tangu, but now it has been hit by more violent shelling by the Kyushu army and cannot escape the fate of the same fall. The moment when the city wall collapsed, Ayutthaya was equivalent to announcing its collapse. Chen Yi put down the telescope with satisfaction and handed it to Huang Degong, who was beside him. You don't need a telescope, and you can see the city walls bursting into the sky with the naked eye. The blasting explosives produced by the Ordnance Bureau are getting stronger and stronger. If they can be used on artillery over time, it would be great. If the power of artillery can achieve such an effect, 1 round of demolition will quickly collapse the city wall. Like now, it took us several days to win the inner city. Chen Yi said. Huang Degong was surprised to see the power of blasting explosive made of picric acid through his telescope. This is the first time I have seen blasting explosives in such a large amount. Normal artillery is made by pushing iron balls with gunpowder damage, but blasting explosives are caused by the explosion of gunpowder itself. I wonder if the latter principle can be used on artillery. I don't know, but the weird people of the Academy of Sciences are studying such things. Chen Yi and Huang Degong have already explored the principles of artillery and gunpowder, but they still don't understand the deeper things. Kill. As soon as the inner city wall collapsed, the last barrier of the 20,000 Siamese troops inside was pushed down, and Kyushu soldiers began to assault along the gap. The Siamese generals trapped inside were not reconciled to capture them. Some generals relied on streets, palaces, and temples to resist, and some generals led their troops to break through the siege. The inner city became chaotic. The palace, which had always been sacred, was subsequently declared lost. The Kyushu army blocked all entrances and exits of the palace, and no one was allowed to exit to prevent deserters and palace ladies from taking away the gold and silver treasures. As a large country in the southeast region, the Kingdom of Siam has accumulated a lot of wealth. The Kyushu army urgently needs this gold and silver to make up for the financial losses caused by the war. The chaotic inner city was also caught in the flames, and the turmoil lasted for 2 days before it gradually subsided. When Huang Degong broke through the inner city, he led the Second Corps to move to the north of Ayutthaya, blocking the King army of the local generals in the northern part of the Kingdom of Siam in the north. He needs to give the First Corps time to clean up the king city of Siam. Chang Yi came to the royal palace of the Kingdom of Siam, which is a symbol of the kingship and wealth of Siam. No one has moved in the vault here, right? Cheng Yi brought statistics officials from the intelligence, supervision, and logistics department to personally check the state treasury of Siam. Sir, when we captured this place, the Siamese army was trying to transfer the treasures here and was intercepted by us. Except for some treasures that have been swept away by the Siamese deserters, the rest of the gold and silver treasures are here, said the battalion officer guarding the treasury. Everything you said has been recorded in our 3 departments. If someone reports it and investigates it in the future, if it does not conform to what you said, you will bear all the consequences. The statistician of the intelligence department will say coldly, yes. The camp officer was sweating. Everyone in the Kyushu army is afraid of the mysterious intelligence department. Once they are targeted, they will basically fall to the ground. In addition to the intelligence department, there are also officials such as the supervision department and the logistics department who also hold heavy powers. If a camp officer really took advantage of the opportunity to reap a profit, the consequences would be disastrous if he could not seal everyone's mouth. The military department is not bad to you. As a soldier, you shouldn't have any thoughts except for your own duties. Do you know? Chang Yi took the opportunity to use the majesty of the 3 departments to teach his subordinates. This infantry battalion, from the battalion officer to the ordinary soldier, was sweating profusely. Their immediate superiors and the people from the 3 departments are here, so how dare they play any thoughts? After Cheng Yi sent officials from the 3 departments to check the treasury, he had other things to deal with. Treasures of gold and silver are the things that Kyushu needs most to make up for losses, but it is only a short-term benefit, and long-term deployment of the country of Siam is needed. Has King Basitan of Siam been caught? Cheng Yi recruited the generals who blocked the palace. The general has sweat on his forehead. The subordinates are incompetent, not able to catch their king. Cheng Yi frowned. What's the matter? According to the captured prisoners, when the inner city was breached by us, their king broke through the northern gate under the cover of the king's guards and fled to the northern Singburi province. The general replied nervously, how far is Singburi from Ayutthaya? About 200 miles. The distance of 200 miles is not easy to hunt him down. It's all due to the incompetence of the subordinates who made their guards stand out from the encirclement. At that time, the subordinates were still wondering that they were blocked by a very tenacious army. Now they thought it was because they wanted to cover their king, so they died fighting. Cheng Yi shook his head. Siam, Tongyu and Annan are listed as the 3 major countries in Southeast Asia. It is not without reason that they have stood firm for hundreds of years. In addition, our military strength is still too small. 10,000 people's army surrounds a city guarded by 20,000 people. How can there be fish that slip through the net? It's not your fault. The general who blocked the palace said, however, my lord of the regiment, we have caught a lot of princes, nobles, and court ladies, including the younger brother of King Basitan. At that time, There were about 200 Siamese soldiers protecting him, and we were driven back to the palace. After the palace fell, some of the Siamese soldiers guarding him died in battle and some surrendered. This guy saw that the situation was gone, so he wanted to stay. The palace hanged himself with white silk. Fortunately, our soldiers rushed into the palace in time and captured him. It's really a good harvest. Cheng Yi was a little surprised. Did he try to commit suicide again after being captured? The general sneered. This guy has thought of committing suicide, but it falls into our hands. Even if he wants to commit suicide, he can't do anything about it. After all, as a prince, he still has many concubines and children to worry about. This person is very entertaining, and it's still useful, Cheng Yi said. Chapter 695. Supporting the Puppet King. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. What are you going to do to me? Where are my wives and children? Seeing that the Kyushu army's attitude towards him had changed 180 degrees, Seppa, the younger brother of King Basit, felt his creeps when he placed him in a decent house. This is an order from the commander of our corps. Just stay obediently. Maybe our commander will summon you at any time. After these soldiers will come here, they will guard him strictly. After Ayutthaya was completely controlled, the Kyushu army turned it into a stronghold to block King Kin's army, and the 20,000 troops were deployed in Ayutthaya. After Kaobianjio's 3rd Corps swept southeast of the Kingdom of Siam, one of the infantry battalions went to Ayutthaya to join the 1st Corps and the 2nd Corps, and the other main forces continued to suppress possible local rebellions in the southeast. Although the Kyushu army had already conquered the capital, but was fled by the opposing king, the Kingdom of Siam was temporarily divided into two parts, the north and the south. The most prosperous southern part is controlled by the Kyushu army, while the broader northern part is controlled by the King Kin army. The two sides confront each other with Ayutthaya as the dividing line. In King Kin's opinion, Ayutthaya, as the royal city of Siam, must be retaken to inspire people. But they didn't know that the Kyushu army had abandoned Ayutthaya and turned it into a place for troops, and a new government office. The city of Bangkok by the sea was being built. A 1,000 strong Kyushu army took control of this small fishing village in Bangkok and expropriated all the land in the fishing village, and allocated residents who had migrated from Ayutthaya to build their new homes here. The coastal areas are mostly the sphere of influence of the overseas Chinese in Siam. They heard that the Kyushu army from China was going to build a new city here as a government office, and they sent people to help or transport food. The brother of Siamese King Seppa and a group of captured Siamese palace nobles were taken to Bangkok and temporarily lived in a farmhouse that looked dilapidated to them. Without them, they would even have to do it by themselves to fetch water. Where they live, there are soldiers from the Kyushu army under surveillance. What the hell is this place? How can we live here? A prince patted the straw sticking to his shoulders, muttering dissatisfiedly. It's okay if we just sleep here. We don't have a servant to do anything, so we have to fetch water and cook by ourselves. This kind of life is simply not a human life. After putting down the wooden barrel, another nobleman rubbed his shoulder desperately. Seppa squatted on the threshold of the farmhouse, looked at the people who were busy building new houses on the Jiao Freya River, and said, "It's fine if we don't be killed by them. But they took away our property and land, and it is not much different from killing us." Some nobles complained incessantly. At this moment, a group of soldiers from the Kyushu army came over. The kings and nobles of Siam, headed by Seppa, saw the soldiers of the Kyushu army coming over, got up and looked at them vigilantly. This group of Kyushu army soldiers came in a crowd with an officer and an official. Seeing that it may be the arrival of the great figures of the Kyushu army, these princes and nobles are more cautious. The officer asked, "Where is Seppa?" Seppa didn't know what the officers of the Kyushu army wanted to do with him, and replied nervously, "I am Seppa." The officer said to the incoming official, "This is the brother of the king of Siam, and he is also quite influential in the kingdom of Siam. It seems that the body is a little weak. I am afraid it was not hollowed out by the wine, But this kind of person is just right. The official looked at Seppa, and then took out a secret letter. Seppa listens to the order. Seppa was stunned here. The Kyushu army gave himself an order! As the nobleman of his own Siam country, how could he kneel down and listen to the orders of the Kyushu army? The officer who arrived saw Seppa stunned and shouted, "Don't kneel down and listen to the order. Do you think everyone here has been killed?" Some nobles heard that if Seppa did not obey the order of the Kyushu army, they would kill them. So they urged Seppa, "Our king's city has been attacked by them, and the king is not here to escape. You should listen to what they say." At the urging of his companions, Seppa had to bite the bullet and kneel down before him from the Kyushu army. After the above decision, the chief secretary of Cochin appoints you to temporarily replace the king of Siam and establish the Siamese local army. The Siamese local army will, under the leadership of the Southern Army Corps, prepare for the northern expedition to quell the rebels. The arriving official said very simply this important decision. Temporary king? Seppa and many princes and nobles were shocked, and a new local Siam army was to be established. What exactly does the Kyushu army want to do? Our king has escaped smoothly. He hasn't been caught by them yet. Why are they anxious to form a new king? We have to form a local army. Are they crazy? Some princes and nobles were whispering in private. After all, Seppa had been with his elder brother, King Basit, for a long time, was familiar with some political skills, and instantly knew the intentions of the Kyushu army. This clearly means to support a puppet king to temporarily stabilize people's hearts. The formation of the Siamese local army is obviously due to the insufficient strength of the Kyushu army, or insufficient strength to maintain the stability of the Siam country, so it is used to govern the Siamese with the Siamese. The real control is still in the hands of the Kyushu army. He has secretly observed the strength of the Kyushu army these days and found that the soldiers of the Kyushu army are elite, but the number is insufficient. If they are more than enough for battle, but to maintain the population of Siam, it will be somewhat reluctant. I refuse. The real king is my elder brother, King Basit. He is the real king of our country of Siam. Seppa refused. I'm afraid you don't have the right to refuse our proposal. The lives of these people, as well as the lives of your wife and children, are within our thoughts. The officer said, "I have dozens of voices. If you don't agree, I will." They were all tied up and thrown into the Jiao Freya River to feed the fish. 10:95. As the Kyushu army officer counted down, Seppa's forehead was full of sweat. Everyone's eyes focused on him, as well as his wife and children who were arrested by Kyushu. His decision involved hundreds of lives. 3-2. I promise you. Seppa tremblingly agreed to the Kyushu army's request at the last moment. All the princes and nobles present were relieved. At least they don't have to be thrown into the Jiao Freya River to feed the fish. The officer of the Kyushu army patted Seppa on the shoulder. "You can get up, Your Majesty, the King of Siam." Seppa wanted to cry without tears. Although he had imagined the position of the king more than once before, he was definitely not as a puppet in this position. Chapter 696. The whole Nanyang chaos into a pot of porridge. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The Malay Peninsula, the state of Siam, also owns a large territory here, and there are only a few Malay city-states separated from the Strait of Malacca occupied by the Franco-Man. When the mainland of Siam was smashed by the Kyushu army, the overseas Chinese in the Kingdom of Siam on the Malay Peninsula became restless. Lin Feng, who is quite influential among overseas Chinese, fled from Ayutthaya ahead of schedule in Dai Nian Mansion on the Malay archipelago. He also brought back news of the Kyushu army's attack on the royal city of Siam to the local overseas Chinese. After learning of this news, overseas Chinese from the Malay Peninsula began to gather in the Great Northern Nian Mansion, accumulating strength, and secretly contacting the Malays. Soon after, the Kyushu army captured the royal city of Siam and the news came that a new king was established. The overseas Chinese in the Great North Nianfu immediately formed an army and began to attack the official Yemen of the Great North Nianfu. The Yemen of Debye Nianfu was full of flames. Hundreds of Han and Malay troops broke in. The panicked Siamese officials tried to escape through the back door, but the back door was also blocked. Old Lin, the main officials have been caught. Dozens of officials from the Great North Nian Palace were tied up by the 5 flowers and pushed to Lin Feng. The Siamese officials were still in a daze. They were caught off guard by the overseas Chinese's sudden attack. Even before the army could be deployed, the Yemen was broken. The official of the Great North Nian Mansion saw Lin Feng, who was in charge, and asked anxiously, "Old Lin, what are you doing?" Old Lin paused on the crutches. "Do you know that the king's city has been captured by the Kyushu army, and now the new king, King Seppa, has ascended the throne and has declared allegiance to the Kyushu army?" The officials of Nian turned pale. They already understood the purpose of the overseas Chinese army led by Lin Feng. One of the officials said, "Old Lin, do you also have to be loyal to the Kyushu army?" "Yes. Whether it is to avoid the loss of a large-scale war here or for the benefit of our Chinese businessmen, we need to do this." Lin Feng said, "Not only the Great Northern Palace, but other government offices on the Malay Peninsula should also under attack." "What does the Kyushu army want to do? Why do you want to attack our country of Siam?" The official of the Great Northern Nianfu shouted hysterically. "It should be to incorporate all the places where our overseas Chinese footprints have gone into China's territory. Soon we will no longer be overseas Chinese." Lin Feng said. Overseas Chinese and Malays successively captured several government offices on the Malay Peninsula. Like a spark of fire, the Siamese troops stationed on the Malay Peninsula were also blocked by the Chinese and Malay coalition forces. When they learned that the Kyushu army had captured the royal city, they did not have the will to continue resisting, and the coalition forces confiscated weapons. The coalition composed of overseas Chinese and Malays elected Lin Feng as their leader and loyal to the Kyushu army. They gathered 20,000 people in half a month, and the 20,000 people were occupying the territory of the Kingdom of Siam in the Malay Peninsula. In the future, it is still not satisfied. After Lin Feng was a pirate in Guangdong, although he always engaged in shipping after he came to Siam, he would inevitably play some dirty tricks when he was in foreign trade. He was also very vicious when he was young, so he was arrested in one fell swoop. A large number of officials from the state of Siam. Moreover, some overseas Chinese under his leadership were also fierce. After the army of 20,000 lost its target, they even hijacked the victory and invaded some Malay city-states in the southern part of the Malay Peninsula. These Malay city-states are not the territory of Siam, but independent cities. These independent cities had as many as 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers, and as few as a few hundred soldiers. Suddenly, they were invaded by an army of 20,000 and fell one by one. Only a few city-states were able to sustain themselves with Western-style fortresses. A coalition composed of overseas Chinese and Malays broke out in an instant, and there was a tendency to unify the Malay Peninsula. It only took a month. This action made the whole Nanyang shake. There are Siamese, Tanggu, Malay city-states in the Malay Peninsula, as well as the city of Malacca with Franciscans. Now the overseas Chinese have swept all the Siamese, Tanggu, and Malay city-states with a group of Malays who have a good relationship with them, and their area is almost close to the entire Annan Kingdom. If they captured the Malay city-state, it would be hard to imagine that they would go south to attack the Malacca city of the Franco man. The Franco machine panicked. They have always guarded against enemies from the sea. They never thought that a new force would suddenly rise on the Malay Peninsula, and the leader was an overseas Chinese, and the loyalty was to the Kyushu army. They don't need to go through the sea. They can attack and encircle the city of Malacca directly from the land. That's right. The city of Malacca is based on their Western-style bastion construction. Even if it is bombarded by naval guns from warships, it is not easy to be destroyed. However, if it is surrounded by waterways in Kyushu, then Malacca city is likely to fall into force. The dangerous state of Kunjuan. The governor of Malacca, learned that the Malay Peninsula was suddenly trending towards unification, and was so scared that he immediately summoned hundreds of Franciscan soldiers to support the Malay city-state against the overseas Chinese coalition forces going south. The Kyushu army was also surprised by this incident, especially Deng Qianlong and Cheng Yi, who had communicated with Lin Feng. The two of them had negotiated with Lin Feng on the Jiao Freya River, mainly explaining two things about Lin Feng. One thing is that after he returns to the Great Northern Nianfu, he can contact the local overseas Chinese, collect food from the Malay Peninsula, and support the Kyushu army that is attacking the Kingdom of Siam. Another thing is to hope that when the Kyushu army enters the Malay Islands in the future, local overseas Chinese can provide appropriate assistance, including personnel, food, and intelligence. However, the Kyushu army did not expect Lin Feng and the others to be so fierce. After the king of Siam city was conquered, Lin Feng and the others immediately got up and swept the entire Malay Peninsula. The second battlefield. After the Malay Peninsula incident, the entire Southeast Asia was in chaos. The Kyushu army and the Siam King army fought on the battlefield of the state of Siam, and the overseas Chinese army and the Franco-Malay City Confederate fought on the Malay Peninsula. In addition to these forces at war, there are vassal states like Zenla watching their gods fight, and they can only provide food to the Kyushu army. Tangu, Langkang, the East India Company, and some other indigenous kingdoms on the Spice Islands were also shaken. All the forces were panicked and did not know how to respond. Not only that, but a new fleet has arrived at Hoi An Port, Zili Fleet, that has been guarding the Yellow Sea and East China Sea without much movement. Their Zili Fleet is mainly composed of warships summoned by Liu Sheng. Because they were summoned by the system to ensure absolute loyalty, Liu Sheng has always used them to guard the capital. This time the Zili fleet came to Hoi An Port to strengthen the control of the waterway when it launched the war against Siam. However, the sudden turbulence in Southeast Asia caused the Kyushu army to consider whether it would launch a full-scale attack on Southeast Asia in advance. Chapter 697. No comments. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Sun Wenken is very busy now. The Kyushu army's attack on the Kingdom of Siam was a major event for the Chief Secretary of Cochin. The business was already busy. As a result, overseas Chinese and Franco robots on the Malay Peninsula were fighting, plus the Zili fleet. Upon arrival, the amount of business Sun Wenken needed to handle doubled immediately. How many ships did the Zili fleet bring over? The four main formations. The main ships are Victory, Atlant, Poseidon, King, and a separate formation. The main ship is the Constitution. The size of the Zili fleet is larger than that of the Nanyang fleet. It has not left the North Sea and the East China Sea for a long time. It seems that this time the military owner has made up his mind to solve the Nanyang problem. You can't guess the meaning of the army owner at will, otherwise it may cause misunderstandings. Maybe the army owner just asked the Zili fleet to hold the ground for us in the war to conquer Siam. However, the Nanyang fleet has basically emerged from the Siamese battlefield. The National Navy of Siam has basically been destroyed, and the Jiao Freya River and the Gulf of Siam Channel are under our control. If the Nanyang fleet and their Zili fleet are combined, there will be more than 50 artillery pieces. There are 8 sailing battleships, and 40 frigates and destroyers with more than 20 artillery. The total number of artillery is more than 1,000. There are not so many Western warships and armed merchant ships in Southeast Asia. If you don't take advantage of it, this opportunity to win Nanyang, when Westerners are prepared, I am afraid they will not have such a good fighter opportunity now. If an all-out war against Nanyang breaks out and our Chief Secretary of Kozi is a stronghold in Nanyang, then we need to provide a large amount of food, fresh water, and other materials, which will be too much for us. Sun Wenken is discussing with a group of officials how to deal with the current changes in Nanyang. A government officer in charge of notification came in and informed Sun Wenken, Lord Xung, Putmans of East India see you again. Sun Wenken heard that Putmans came to see him again, and was a little impatient. Let him wait. I will only give him a quarter of an hour to organize his language, like the bullshit that was strongly condemned last time. No need to say more. Go straight to the point. Yes, the government officer who came in to report was a bit irritable for the first time when he saw the gentle civil officials speaking on weekdays. It seemed that this period of time was quite difficult for him. Sun Wenken is still arguing with many officials of the GOC chief secretary whether to let the Zili fleet intervene in Nanyang affairs, to what extent, whether to fight a full-scale Nanyang war, or even quarrel. Dozens of officials noisily surrounded the map of Nanyang, always arguing. The reason is simple: the total war involved the military movement of the Kyushu army, and their authority was not enough. The only person in the world who can really make a decision and can calmly mobilize the Zili fleet and the Nanyang fleet is the leader of the army, Liu Sheng. The commander of the Nanyang fleet and the civil affairs officer of the GOC chief secretary are basically at the same level. No one can mobilize them. The commander of the Zili fleet, Nelson, is simply the minister of the navy, which is a level higher than the civil affairs officers of the ordinary provinces. Directly accept the command of Liu Sheng. Sun Wenken patted the table. The root of the problem now is to send people to the military headquarters in the capital to report to the commander. They come back and forth, fearing that they will miss the opportunity. If we arbitrarily mobilize the army on the grounds of will not be subject to the foreign monarch's order. If we do, all consequences will be borne by us. Moreover, their Zili fleet and the Nanyang fleet will not necessarily approve of our approach. When the military department investigates it, it will become a stain on our political path. That's it. The officials of the chief secretary of Cochin who were present nodded one after another. Sun Wenken integrated the opinions of everyone, pacing around, and under the hope of many officials, he said, "It is dilemma. The place where the Zili fleet stays is Hoi An Port. I will invite Commander Nelson to Thanglong City. We will discuss as soon as possible how to deal with changes in the South Seas. If the Admiralty agrees with us, we can notify the military ministry while seizing fighters with the Admiralty to maximize our advantage in Southeast Asia." The eyes of the officials of the chief secretary of COSI lit up. Yes, if the naval headquarters are brought to our ship, the blame will come from the top, and there will be a naval headquarters that is higher than ours, and General Nelson is still the owner of the navy. Let's do this first. The overseas Chinese allied forces in the Great Northern Nianfu can still survive for a while, and the Westerners will not be able to react within 10 days and a half. We still have time. Everyone first handles the things at hand, Sun Wenken said. After Sun Wenken temporarily settled the matter here, there are still many documents to be processed on his desk. But before that, he still wanted to meet Putmans. After all, he was one of the top executives of the East India Company and represented the interests of the East India Company. From him, he should be able to probe the East India Company's situation on the Malay Peninsula. Attitude. When he saw Putmans again, Putmans was already thin. Putmans inadvertently became the representative of the East India Company in Thanglong City. He was played round and round by the Kyushu army. First, he heard the news that the kingdom of Siam was attacked by the Kyushu army, and now there is another overseas Chinese on the Malay Peninsula. The news scared him to sleep. At present, in Southeast Asia, apart from the Spice Islands not being encroached by the Kyushu army, the mainland of the Southeast Asia has been beaten to shattered by the Kyushu army. The only places that have not been conquered are Tanggu, Langkang, northern Siam, and several countries, a Malay city-state and the city of Malacca with Franciscans. According to the current trend, Putmans can already foresee that the Kyushu army will completely occupy the mainland part of the South Ocean. The next target is the Spice Islands. An extremely large empire is taking shape. Mr. Putmans, what do you do if you find the official this time? Sun Wenken's voice brought Putmans back to reality. Master Sun, I heard that the Malay diaspora in your country united with a group of local indigenous people, not only to overthrow the local government of Siam, but also to invade the Malay city-states southward. Is this possible? Putmans asked. Sure enough, it was for this. Sun Wenken had a bottom in his heart and said, There is indeed such a thing. The behavior of the Malays in your country has not only caused difficulties for the local people, but they are also trying to attack the Strait of Malacca, posing a huge threat to the passing ships of our western countries. I represent the Dutch East India Company to you, make a serious protest and ask you to stop such behavior immediately, Putmans said. Sun Wenken said, this is the behavior of local expatriates and local tribes. Our Kyushu army knows nothing about this and has no right to control their actions. Sun Wenken didn't deceive Putmans, because the Kyushu army really didn't know. Chapter 698. The commander arrives. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Putmans showed a different look. The temporary government formed by the local expatriates has declared allegiance to your Kyushu army. It is clear that your Kyushu army is instructing you behind. Mr. Putmans, you have to be careful when you speak. All of this is the spontaneous behavior of local expatriates. If they take the initiative to offer allegiance to our Kyushu army, we certainly don't mind accepting them. After all, their roots are in our Chinese land. Sun Wenken said. So your Kyushu army intends to help them? Putmans stared at Sun Wenken's expression, trying to see the attitude of the Kyushu army behind him through the reaction on his face. Does the East India Company intend to assist the Franco-robot? Sun Wenken asked Putmans back, also wanting to see the attitude of the East India Company. If the Kyushu army intervenes in the war on the Malay Peninsula, our East India Company will definitely help the Franco-robot. I hope your Kyushu army can handle this matter properly. Putmans said. What if we don't intervene in the Malay Peninsula? Sun Wenken asked. Then it depends on the war on the Malay Peninsula. Putmans said, we have only one principle. The Strait of Malacca, as one of the only ways we Westerners travel between the Far East and Europe, must be we personally manage it. The Malay city-states, as some small city-states on the northern side of the Strait of Malacca, are a buffer zone between our Westerners and the Siam nation. Therefore, the Malay city-states must be kept independent and the overseas Chinese coalition forces cannot go south to annex them. Sun Wenken listened and nodded frequently. I understand your views of the East India Company. As for our Kyushu army's views on this matter, Putmans leaned forward slightly, eager to get the attitude of the Kyushu army. How? Sun Wenken touched his chin and said, no comment. Huh? Putmans seemed to have been deceived, and his face became aggrieved. How much I told you, you don't have anything to say. Even if there are threats? I said that I have no comment, the time is up. Please. Sun Wenken called for the servant. I protest. You are deceiving. Shameless. Putmans still yelled dissatisfiedly when he was racked up by the government. Sun Wenken probably heard the idea of the East India Company. It seems that the East India Company does not want to easily intervene in the war, so we have more time to prepare. 3 days later, Sun Wenken brought some officials from the Chief Secretary of COSI to the pier of Thanglong City, preparing to welcome the arrival of Commander Nelson of the Zili Fleet. After they notified Nelson immediately wrote back and rushed to Thanglong City to discuss with them the affairs of Nanyang. The 6 departments set up by Liu Sheng are different from the previous 6 departments. Although the Ministry of War supervises the military affairs on the surface, it actually manages more of the logistics and belongs to the civilian system. The Admiralty is a military system and has the same status as the 6th department. Therefore, Sun Wenken is slightly lower than Nelson in his position. It is also a matter of etiquette to come to meet him. I heard that General Nelson hasn't participated in the war for a while. The Nanyang fleet often fought in the South China Sea, and the Beiyang fleet also occasionally participated in the war in eastern China. I wonder if the Zili fleet suddenly intervenes in the battle in the South China Sea. Will there be pressure? Some officials of the Chief Secretary of COSI have not seen the Zili fleet and have doubts about the actual combat capabilities of the Zili fleet. In their impression, after Liu Sheng entered the capital, their Zili fleet has been silently assuming the mission of guarding the capital and patrolling the East China Sea. It has been very low, unlike the Nanyang fleet and the Beiyang fleet. which are famous in the open sea. The aboriginal navy around was beaten to the ground. So everyone knows that there is a fleet of Zili. But few people know how terrifying the fleet of Zili that Luo Shengsu had. But from the officers of the Nanyang fleet, I heard that many soldiers of the Nanyang fleet were trained under the officers of the Zili fleet. The officers of the Zili fleet are all sea warriors who have experienced many battles, even for 2 to 3 years. If there is no war, I shouldn't be slacking off. Sun Wenken and Deng Qianlong, the commander of the Nanyang fleet, met when they were in the Guangzhou mansion, and learned a lot about the Admiralty from Deng Qianlong. Look, the ships of the Zili fleet have arrived. An official called. Everyone looked towards the east side of the river, and they saw a formation of warships approaching. The leading sailing battleship is 20 feet long and the mainmast is 20 feet high. The Navy's King Long Banner is hunting and the Three artillery deck is like a fortress city. The waves that rolled up when this huge battleship docked splashed onto the pier, shocking the officials who were close to the edge of the pier to retreat several steps. A huge and icy muzzle was facing the pier, most of which were cast iron cannons, of which the 32-pound cannons shocked the officials of the Cochin Chief Secretary. The main ship Darkin of the Nanyang fleet is a battleship with more than 50 artillery pieces. It is already the top warship in Nanyang, and this sailing battleship has hundreds of artillery pieces, which is bigger than Darkin. Much huge. This shocked the officials of the Cochin Chief Secretary who had never seen the Zili fleet and thought that the Nanyang fleet was the strongest among the 3 fleets of the Kyushu army. Victory. Sun Wenken had seen the Victory 2 or 3 times before, and when he saw the Victory with the heaviest tonnage of the Kyushu army's admiralty again, he was still quite shocked. After the huge battleship Victory landed, the gangway was stretched down, and a man under 30 years old came down in a crowd of naval officers. Okay! Exclamation mark. Sun Wenken saw the man who was less than 30 years old. His eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen an extremely impossible thing happening in front of him. In addition to Sun Wenken, there are also a few other officials of the Chief Secretary of Cochin, who also appear to be guilty of seeing a ghost. And they also show a stunned look. Is that man General Nelson? I heard that his daughter is in her 20s. He should be in her 40s or 50s this year. Why does she look so young? No, you see, he is not wearing a Navy uniform, which is very different from other men. Most of the officials of the Kochichi Chief Secretary whispered and whispered, wondering why the man who appeared at the forefront turned out to be a man less than 30 years old. Sun Wenken hurriedly shouted to his subordinates in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. This is the Lord of our 9-state army, the Lord of the 6 divisions, and the supreme ruler of thousands of miles of territory. Lord Military." There was no chance to see Luo Sheng's officials of the Chief Secretary of Jozi all change colors. Everyone did not expect that the governor who manages the borderless territory would appear here. Chapter 699 High-Rise Gathering. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. With an extremely uneasy mood, Sun Wenken brought the officials of the Chief Secretary of Kozi to the bottom of the Victory to see his supreme officer, Luo Sheng. Those officials of the Cochin Chief Secretary who did not know Luo Sheng were even more disturbed. Many of them knew that the Kyushu army was brought up by Luo Sheng, but as local officials, they had no chance to meet Luo Sheng. Even places like Sun Wenken. "Sir, I haven't seen it a few times." "Military owner, why did you go to Nanyang in person?" Sun Wenken greeted Luo Sheng with fear. "Why, don't you welcome me?" Luo Sheng asked. "Subordinates don't mean this, but the military owner should let your subordinates know in advance, so that your subordinates are ready to welcome you," Sun Wenken said quickly. I have to say that Luo Sheng's sudden appearance made him almost overturn a heart attack, which was more serious than the arrival of the Zili fleet itself. If it weren't the case, how could I see a real Jozi Chief Secretary? You should also know that throughout the ages, Many local officials have often done superficial projects in order to perfuse their superiors. Liu Sheng said. Subordinates don't dare. Sun Wenken and the officials of the chief secretary of Jiazi were horrified. After some learned that the person was Liu Sheng, they were even more sweaty, dripping on the wooden boards of the wharf. I haven't come to the front in person for several years. This is a rare visit. I heard that the overseas Chinese uprising in the Malay Peninsula overthrew the regime of the Kingdom of Siam in the Malay Peninsula. This is a good time for us to fully attack Southeast Asia. Liu Sheng patted Sun Wenken on the shoulder. You have done a good job, the chief secretary of COSI this year. But next is the critical moment of attacking Nanyang, and you still need to work harder. Once Nanyang is taken, the war here will be over. Yes, the army owner came from a long way. Should I arrange a place to live for the army owner first? Sun Wenken asked cautiously. When arranging our residence, let's go over the arrangements for an all-out attack on Nanyang. Liu Sheng seemed to be more interested in annexing Nanyang. Please come with me. Sun Wenken led the way for Liu Sheng. The officials of the chief secretary of COSI followed cautiously. This time it was not only Liu Sheng who arrived on the Victory, but also a group of high-ranking officials who followed Liu Sheng, and many high-level officers of the Kyushu army. Everyone had a higher status than the local officials of the chief secretary of COSI. To be high, the local officials of the detrimental Jiazi chief secretary did not even dare to gasp. I don't know what other senior officers brought by the military chief. Sun Wenken, as a local official recruited from the Ming Dynasty, knew little about the high-level capital of the Kyushu army. Let them introduce to you by themselves, Liu Sheng said. A woman accompanied by Liu Sheng said, Ira, the director of the intelligence department, has long heard that Lord Xun is traveling through the Guangdong and Guangxi regions to provide support for the logistics of the army attacking the Zheng family and Ruan family of Annan. Later, he started to form the chief secretary of COSI. For the past year, the rebellion in Annan was put down, the indigenous people close to us were brought in by gentle means, and the indigenous people who resisted us were suppressed by force. Only then did the chief secretary of Cochin settle down. Nanyang can have such a good situation as it is now, and to a certain extent, credit to Master Xun. The head of the intelligence department, Sun Wenken, was taken aback again. This is a mysterious organization that many people fear. It not only targets the enemy, but also helps Liu Sheng investigate his own people. If it is targeted by the intelligence department, it shows that Liu Sheng wants to. Our group of officials were investigated and dealt with. Many local propaganda envoys who abused their power were arrested by the intelligence department and later either sentenced or executed. It seemed that the status of the intelligence service was far inferior to that of the 6 civil service systems and the military attaché system of the naval department of the war department. However, because the intelligence service was under the direct command of Liu Sheng, it had a very special status. Secretary of the Navy Nelson Zhao Uguang, Minister of Staff, Chief of the Military Intelligence Department, the Director of the Supervision Division. One by one the officials told their origins, making Sun Wenken and other Jiazi officials vain. Liu Sheng directly brought half of the high-level officials in the capital, and there were also 2 intelligence chiefs, the Supervision Office for monitoring hundreds of officials, not to mention a bunch of Navy generals and staff officers. The status of these people is higher than that of Sun Wenken. Sun Wenken led Liu Sheng and the others to the office of the Chief Secretary of Jiazi, and drove a group of officials to another place to handle government affairs. Military owner and all the adults, please, the matter is in a hurry, and there is no time to organize the government. Please everyone. Sun Wenken wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and said to everyone. There were more than a dozen high-level Kyushu army officers brought by Liu Sheng, and they also brought their deputies, and the number was as many as dozens. The office of the chief secretary of COSI didn't have that many positions, so Liu Sheng only allowed the senior officials and some admirals who were about to participate in the war to plan a full-scale attack on Nanyang. Take a map of Nanyang, Sun Wenken said to his subordinates. Yes. The ordered official hurriedly took the map of Nanyang's first officer and spread it out on 2 wooden tables that were put together. Look at the military owner. This is the current situation in Southeast Asia. The red circle is the area of influence of our Kyushu army in Southeast Asia. Sun Wenken pointed his finger to the red circle on the map and moved his finger to the Malay Peninsula. This place is quite special. It is the area of the power established by the Malays. Looking at the red arrows, it is the troops of the Malays attacking the Malay city-states and our troops in Siam. And this black arrow are the enemy's troops such as Siam and Francis. As Sun Wenken said, he placed the 3 penholders on the map of the 3 cities of Malacca, Batavia, and Manila. These 3 places are the Malacca city of the flange machine and the Bada of the Netherlands, Via city, and the Spanish Manila city. They have a lot of armed merchant ships, and it is possible to seek reinforcements from the west. Let's talk about the situation in Siam first. How long will it take for the Southern Conquest Corps to completely conquer the Siam state? Liu Sheng asked. According to the return from the front, the South Army Corps is actively preparing for a battle with the Kin army of the Kingdom of Siam. It intends to wait for them to gather near Ayutthaya and wipe out all at once, and then proceed separately to occupy the northern part of the Kingdom of Siam. The thorough conquest of Siam may require years of hard work, just like the Geozi Chief Secretary we set up in Annan. To completely conquer them, we also need to start with culture and education. Sun Wenken said. Is it possible for Tonyo to intervene in our occupation of Siam? Liu Sheng asked. It's not without such a possibility. When the nest is covered, there will be no eggs. If King Tangu is the male lord, he will definitely help Siam in the near future. Otherwise, after Siam is completely occupied, the next one will be their East U Kingdom. Sun Wenken said. 700 Chapter Nanyang Total War. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. If the Kingdom of Tangu intervenes, it may not be a good thing for us. Our troops in Ayutthaya can wipe out the Kin army of the Kingdom of Siam and the army of Tangu in one fell swoop, saving a lot of effort. Zhao Guang of the General Staff said. There are 30,000 people in the South Army Corps. Even if it faces the King Army of Siam and the King Division of Tongyu, it shouldn't be a problem. I am the first to equip their troops with the second batch of hand-operated machine guns produced by the Ordnance Bureau. What's the situation on the Malay Peninsula? Liu Sheng asked. According to the latest news from the Malay National Coalition, after they overthrew the Siamese government, they joined forces with some northern Malays to attack the southern Malay city-states and flattened more than a dozen small city-states in one fell swoop. Several big city-states sport artillery from Westerners and hired them Western craftsmen to build Western-style bastions, so they couldn't attack for a long time. Later, the Franco-Man of Malacca intervened in their war with the Malay city-states and sent hundreds of them. The soldiers helped the Malay city-states. Sun Wenken replied, this is a real thing, but the news came from the Malay Peninsula. There was a period of time between them. We suspect that the Malays may have been caught during this period of time. The Franco robot and the coalition forces in the Malay city-state pushed back some distance and were confronting each other. The question now is whether to send troops to support the Malays and take the opportunity to take down the Malay Peninsula. If you want to send troops to support, how many people should be sent to support, and how to face the possible reactions of other Western forces? Sun Wenken pointed to Batavia and Manila. The attack on the Strait of Malacca will obviously make the Dutch and Spaniards have a very fierce response. Liu Sheng looked at the 3 cities of Malacca, Batavia, and Manila, forming a stable triangle. Nelson, the 2 fleets of the Admiralty and the Marine Brigade can conquer 3 cities at the same time and control the entire Spice Islands. Attack 3 Western forces in the Spice Islands at the same time? Seeing that Liu Sheng wanted to flatten the entire Nanyang at one go, Sun Wenken couldn't help taking a breath of air. Now a full-scale war is about to break out. Nelson asked the chief of the Military Intelligence Department, are there any information on the fleet of these 3 forces? The chief of the Military Intelligence Department replied, the person in charge of our military intelligence department here should have collected the most detailed information about the enemy. The Military Intelligence Department is an organization that specializes in collecting enemy intelligence. It has a large number of personnel on the front lines, such as the Chief Secretary of COSI. When the head of the Military Intelligence Department heard that the military commander Liu Sheng had brought his boss to the Chief Secretary of Cochin, he immediately rushed over and brought in the Franco-Man, Dutch, and Spaniards in the Spice Islands. Of intelligence, of the three armies, the Dutch fleet is the strongest. The number of armed merchant ships in the Spice Islands varies between 13 and 19. The flagship is the 700-ton Orange. The other two countries are in the Spice Islands. The number of armed merchant ships in the archipelago is relatively small. The staff of the Chief Secretary of the Military Intelligence Department in Jiazi reported nervously to their chief. In addition, the commander Liu Sheng, Admiral Nelson, and Civil Affairs Officer Xun Wenkan were in the audience and almost spoke. All shivered. The 700-ton Orange is the flagship auxiliary fleet. Victory has a displacement of 3,500 tons, and the Constitution is 2,000 tons. The four sailing battleships of the Nanyang fleet also have more than 1,000 tons. To put it bluntly, in front of the battleships, their armed merchant ships are not to be feared. Commander, please let our auxiliary fleet and the Nanyang fleet go to war. We will definitely be able to completely eliminate them, Nelson said to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng calculated a little in his heart. From the perspective of tonnage, the armed merchant ships of this era were the younger brother in front of the sailing battleships that Liu Sheng summoned from the European battlefield at the end of the 18th century. It is estimated that the artillery and performance are also quite different. Not to mention the summoned battleships such as the Victory and the Constitution. The four sailing battleships Starkin, Doi, Diazao, and Dahan produced by Liu Sheng in their homeland can also blast these armed merchant ships. Since the Admiralty believes that it has full confidence in destroying all the Western armed merchant ships on the Spice Islands, Liu Sheng has no worries. The next step is to discuss tactical arrangements. If we want to attack three places at the same time, we only have two. How should the fleet be distributed? According to the intelligence provided by the Military Intelligence Department, the Nanyang fleet can be responsible for attacking the Strait of Malacca, assisting the Malay Chinese, and protecting the waterway. Our auxiliary fleet is divided into two fleets, the main force attacking Batavia, and the partial division attacking Manila. Marine Brigade. The number is large and can be divided into three parts. The main force is to land on the Malay Peninsula to help Malay overseas Chinese deal with the Franco robots and attack Malacca from land. The other two parts land on Luzon Island and Java Island respectively, mainly to eradicate Manila and Bada. The enemy above via Nelson suggested. Will they be broken by the three soldiers one by one? Liu Sheng was a little worried. In history, there were often cases where the soldiers were divided but were broken by the enemy. No, our warship absolutely crushes them in quality, even if we encounter them united, as long as we want to go. They can't stop them, Nelson said. Zhao Yaoguang of the General Staff said, there is another problem. If we fully attack Nanyang, we must take down these three strongholds within 3 months. Otherwise the reinforcements from Western countries may arrive. Is there a problem for 3 months? Liu Sheng asked Nelson. No problem. Their fleet can avoid the battle, but the city is there, and they can't escape. It takes a lot of gunpowder to destroy their bastion. We need a lot of blasting gunpowder to blast. Nelson said. In addition, we don't need to break through 3 cities at the same time within 3 months. We only need to take down 2 of them. At that time, only one Western country's reinforcements will arrive, which will not pose a threat to us. The reinforcements are also eliminated. After Liu Sheng and the others decided to fully attack Nanyang, they discussed detailed combat arrangements day and night. A full-scale war is not just a matter of mobilizing the army. It also involves various departments such as intelligence and logistics, and everyone who needs detailed arrangements. Deng Qianlong, commander of the Nanyang fleet, Liu Wang, a brigade officer of the Marine Brigade, and others knew that Liu Sheng had arrived. They immediately returned to Thanglong City to participate in the tactical arrangements for the comprehensive conquest of Nanyang. After intensive deployment, The Kyushu Army's navy was divided into 3 temporary naval formations. One formation reinforced the Malay diaspora, and the remaining 2 formations went to the Ghanaians and the Spaniards. The Dutch and Spaniards who originally wanted to threaten the Kyushu army did not expect that they would also be involved in this all-out Nanyang war triggered by the Malay Chinese. It was not until the Kyushu army and the navy were about to get information